hanging from a thread till you dead. Cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale of fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep parts. You a savage, you could have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, a soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. What is poppin', people? Welcome back to the Ill Cartel. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building. Salutes to you for being here with me on this lovely Monday evening. Hope everybody got their week started off right after that money. Millions. Hope everybody's after that bread today. Kick the week off on a positive note. like Shannon said, and get that money. All right, salutes. Welcome. What is poppin', people? What's good? Salutes. Thank you for being here with me today. Maybe Monday impromptu live. All right, we're here for a good time, not a long time. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. Wipe your feet. All right, refresh your drink. Get your popcorn. We're going to talk our shit. All right, salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for being here. Hit that like button on the way in.
Jonathan Pantria sent $2 hashtag salutes chill my dude hashtag il cartel member san chat hashtag I hope you having a blessed and grateful hashtag hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Monday hashtag like and subscribe to the great quality content hashtag it's free hashtag ready to see if my mencho prediction is correct hashtag king me hashtag conyo main.
We gonna see. All right, hold on, but I didn't hear the music. Give me a second.
Jonathan Pantria sent $2 hashtag salutes chill my dude hashtag il cartel member san chat hashtag I hope you having a blessed and grateful hashtag hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Monday hashtag like and subscribe to the great quality content hashtag it's free hashtag ready to see if my mencho prediction is correct hashtag king me hashtag conyo main.
I'm gonna blame that on
Jonathan
Power
Pantria
Chat.
sent $2
Damn.
hashtag
Again,
salutes chill my
stop,
dude
stop,
hashtag
stop,
il cartel
stop.
member san chat hashtag I hope you having a blessed and grateful hashtag.
Stop. All right, shout out JP for the $2 Power Chat. No music. We're gonna play right here. No. Salute shout il my dude, il cartel members in chat. Hope you're having a blessed and grateful hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Monday.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friends.
Like and subscribe to the great quality content. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. Ready to see if my predictions correct. Hashtag king me. Gon your main. Alright, salute to the hashtag King JP. Thank you for being here, sir. That's what we're here for, bro. We're here to crush your dreams. we're here to take the W that you held so in such in high regard. It ain't me. They're trying to destroy your prediction, and we're trying to find, the validity in it, all right? But we're gonna get to that shortly, and we're gonna get to it thoroughly. All right, salutes to JP for the $2 Power Chat. I appreciate you, sir. What's up with this music, though, man? Let me see something. Just send the test real quick. That didn't fucking work either. Something is wrong here. Let me give this a refresh. Used to be able to refresh this. Can't do it no more, huh? So I don't know, man. Something's wrong with the Power Chat. We'll see how that works as the night continues. Alright, that was very strange. Salute to y'all, though. Let's run through the chat real quick. Shout out Zoraida on this Monday night. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Again, hit that like button on the way in. Alright, if you're here for the info, if you're here for the translation, if you're here for all that stuff, alright, are you not entertained? You shall be. Hit that like button. If you're here, you've been here before, you know where you at, you know what's popping. Alright, hope you had a great weekend. Salute Zorada. We got the work done this weekend. A lot of work. Shout out Shannon. Salute Shannon. Surprise live. Awesome. Saludos, Shy and chat. Salutes to you, Shannon. Thank you for being here. Glad your week started off on a positive note. Shout out Tere on the check-in. Salutes. Right. Shout out Robert. Robert, we had an APB out on you, all right? Welcome. Glad to see you. All right. We still got APBs out on Vernon Himes.
Emmanuel Uribe just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out Emmanuel Uribe for the sub up. Appreciate you. Shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Salutes. Shout out Roofer on the check-in. Get your popcorn, Papas. All right. Let's see. Shout out Blue Loke on the check-in. Appreciate you. Let's see. Shout out Tere Shy. Let's see the shirt. I can't see it. Shout out to the homie Zaya. This is one of Zaya's creations. This is my Addiction shirt. All right. Addicted to sneakers. Salutes. All right. Boom.
At Upper Echelon 37.95 sent $4.99 on YouTube. Blessings to everyone tuning into Real Insight and Commentary. Hashtag chill, hashtag J Flores, hash VAL, hash Flores twins, hash Robin the Batman.
Let me find out. Robin's trying to take JP's hashtag royalty. Blessings to everyone tuning in. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. Boom. All right, hold on. Shout out Upper Echelon for the $4.99 super chat. Blessings to everyone tuning in to Real Insight and Commentary. Hashtag Shail, hashtag J Flores, Val, Flores twins, and Robin. No Batman. All right. Shout out to Upper Echelon. Salutes to that dono. Boom. And wow. Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. All right. Shout out Zoraida. That's a cool shirt. Loose. Shout out Blue Low. All right. We made it. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. Let me drop the TTS in the chat, and we'll get it popping. We got a couple of things to talk about today. Mainly one, all right? There's something else that I'm looking for, but I can't find, all right? So maybe y'all can help me. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. I keep hearing through the comments, all right? I haven't edited the Katarina Zoke reaction that we did the other night because I don't know if it's worth editing yet. But I keep hearing, oh, Shy, you got to see her sitting down on this, stream when the MENCHO stuff first happened, and she was basically overacting and emotional. People keep telling me about it, but I couldn't find it. So if you guys know where it's at, y'all let me know where that's at. What we're going to cover tonight is the report from Luis Chaparro, right? Luis Enano, according to JP. That's JP's name for him. He has a theory or information, all right?
Oh, too much information and shit.
And we're gonna go through that information and see what he's talking about. But for those that don't know, JP's prediction was long ago that MENCHO would go out in a blaze, all right? That he was gonna go out fighting, right? And so far, it seemed that his prediction was staying true to the game. But Luis Chaparro is trying to throw a wrench in JP's system and knock his prediction over and say that MENCHO was actively surrendering, was supposedly doing a deal. I don't know much about the story. I heard, we'll watch it. I heard a short video from Johnny Mitchell and saw a couple of words in an article, and I said, let me wait till I'm with the chat to do this. So here we are. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see what that story's all about. We know something strange happened. We know everybody's not telling the truth. Now it's time to throw up the bullshit meter and, see what we come away with and if it's bullshit or not. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out there. Ask Jay what he knows about the Cabrera Sarabia brothers. Shout out Gooners Villain. He knows they exist. Shout out Kenny on the check-in. You ain't missed nothing yet. And if you were just here for that little spiel that I gave, then you already up on game. All right? A person I said, I will answer that when I get on, but I dealt with Felipe. Google it. Teddy couldn't find it. I couldn't find it either. Shout out Velez on the check-in. All right, boom. Oh, the TTS. That's what we needed up here. Boom. There's a TTS. Let me pin that. Wonder why the music ain't going off today, though. Again, I'm going to blame them. Boom. We're pinned up. All right. Let me get this recording popping. All right. This was the first thing I saw about the entire situation. We're going to go through it in chronological order the way that I found it. All right. Salutes to y'all. Boom. Shout out Raven on the check-in. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Let's get it. All right. Let's see if JP's theory gonna hold up. It seems like they're attacking his theory right now. El Mencho surrendered to Mexican forces before being killed, journalist claims. Specialized journalist Luis Chaparro cited 2 sources within the Jalisco cartel who claimed that's how scenes unfolded. All right, this is definitely AI enhanced right here. All right. Nemesio El Mencho Ceguera Cervantes, the leader of the cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, surrendered to Mexican forces before being killed in Tapalpa, according to a specialized journalist. Specialized journalist Luis Chaparro cited 2 sources within the Jalisco cartel, including a direct secretary of El Mencho, who claimed that's how scenes unfolded after his compound was raided by special forces. In late February, they detailed that the drug lord died at the hands of the Mexican army, unarmed and having surrendered. The account collides with that of the Mexican government. General Ricardo Treviño Trejo said that Mexican forces effectively managed...
At Terra 855 cent $9.99 on YouTube. You need a drink to start the night.
Shout out Tere. Salutes to Tere for the cerveza, for the beer. I appreciate you. All right? Hopefully your back recovers ASAP. It be like that. I'm telling you, your boy been working out, doing these little workouts. Baby deer legs in the morning. Shit. All right? Salutes to Tere. I will have a beer on you. I appreciate it. Thank you. How come no pics of the body? I've already answered that a bunch. I think that it was just crazy, and they don't want to gas up anybody. I feel like they went in there on some massacre shit. Shout out Boss Lady. Hello, how are you? Hope all is well. Salutes to you. All right, let me grab my beer real quick. We landed on a mango. Hard Mountain Dew. Salutes. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. The numbers ain't numbering. Let's get it. This account collides with that of Mexican government. General Ricardo Treviño Trejo said that Mexican forces effectively managed to locate El Mencho after tracking down a lover of his. He went on to detail. That's wrong. He went on to detail that military intelligence managed to locate a man close to one of El Mencho's lovers, allowing them to determine his location. Once the person left the premise, officers confirmed that El Mencho stayed there. Forces then moved on to detain him, engaging in a shootout with cartel operatives there. All right? This thing is bugging me. Let me see. I want this to work. We need the music, bro. This shit is not good without music. Gotta have the music. El Mencho tried to escape while leaving a group of operatives behind to slow down government forces. He made it to nearby wood, but forces pinned him down and wounded him. And Mencho was taken to a helicopter that headed to Mexico City, but he died on the way.
Fuck Luis Enano hashtag power chat on some bullshit playing with my hashtags hashtag fuck Katarina as well hashtag today is maybe Monday hashtag maybe Mr. Nice Watch needs to show out hashtag Robin shout out to you but Batman and Viv need blessings too hashtag shout to baby dear legs hashtag Avengers la barra está abierta hashtag make the math.
Shout out Roofer for the $10 power chat. Hold on, that shit didn't play either. What's going on here today? Hold on, we're gonna get to both these power chats right now. See something. Refresh.
Roofer 216 sent $10. Chi got that real spill, not that bootleg.
Shout out Roofer for the $10 power chat. Shy got that real spill, not that bootleg shit. I appreciate you, sir. I appreciate you. All right. I don't know if that was a drink or just a dono, but salutes. I think it might be a drink. I appreciate you. All right. I'm trying to see what's up with this power chat. Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Fuck Luis Enano. All right. He's trying to shut down your shit, JP. I don't know. Power chat on some bullshit, playing with my hashtags. Definitely on some bullshit, playing with your hashtags. All right. Fuck Katarina as well. Why you say fuck me for? Just cuz, JP? Today is maybe Monday. Maybe Mr. Nice Watch needs to show out. All right. Shout out Mr. Nice Watch. Robin, shout out to you, but Batman and Viv need blessings too. Right? Shout out to baby deer legs. Avengers, la baja está abierta. Bar is open. Make the math. Make the math. Salutes to y'all. We got about 20 of y'all that have yet to hit that like button. Please do. All right, let's get it. Shout out JP. Shout out Roofer. I appreciate y'all. We're going to keep it moving and hope that this power chat gets his shit together, huh? Power chat wilding today. Let me see something. I used to be, there it is. Hold on, get that a refresh. Boom, let me see.
Roofer 216
no music,
sent $10.
no music.
She got that real spill, not that bootleg.
I have to fix that tomorrow. It's Monday, man. Well, that should be fixed by Friday's live. All right, hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Let's get it. Let's see if JP shit gonna hold up. All right, shout out Shannon. Mango's the best, indeed. Baby deer legs. Zorada, baby deer legs. Facts. All right, and Mencho was taken to a helicopter that headed to Mexico City, but he died on the way there. However, the cartel operative disputed the claim. Why do you think the guards didn't fire their RPGs and rocket launchers? One of the operatives told Chaparro. The boss had a rifle. He was the first one to lay it down and surrendered. But they ended up killing him, the person added. In another report, the LA Times claimed that El Mencho's detail was not on high alert the day he was captured because the drug lord had hosted a party the night before. You can't be throwing parties when you hiding and shit. No, mommy's wake. Hey, buddy. No party. You putting out flyers and shit. All right. The outlet added that he wasn't able to be constantly on the move and avoid law enforcement because he had a late-stage kidney disease. This meant that he needed dialysis on a daily basis, preventing him from having the same kind of movement as other high-profile fugitives. These factors, along with the recent arrests of public officials suspected of having ties with the four letters, helped shape the operation. The official provided leads that helped intelligence officials determine the drug lord's potential location. So, now, he's taking the word of a guy. Shout out Luis Chaparro. But until you could make me understand how you were talking to Mayo's grandson when he got kidnapped and had all of those, respectful quotes from the grandson about how the old man turned himself in out of nobility. And then 24 hours later, we find out that ain't the case. And then I don't hear nothing from you about it. You know what I'm saying? Your credibility, you know, and I get it. You're a journalist, bro. You the guy, you get in there, you sneak through the houses, you talk to the people. That's cool, but he's talking about, you know, a guy told him this. So let's see. Shout out Upper Echelon. Shai, want to comment on this? I'll throw you the link. How's he partying with bad kidneys? Coño, man, you know? It's a dialysis party. I can't stand when they do all this confusion. Just tell us the truth. It'll never happen, Tere. in no criminal setting, in none of that. In no political setting. You know, you get the truth out of your friends and your loved ones, and sometimes you can't even count on them for that. You know what I'm saying? Don't expect it from everybody else. Fiesta at Mencho's, man. Party at Mencho's crib, man. You know, party at Mencho's crib. All right, shout out Roofer. All right, let me drop the link to Upper Echelon. Now I'm gonna get to the video where Luis Chaparro explains all of that. All right, first let me send this link. Let me open up StreamYard. All right, and then I got another video, Upper Echelon, to get in where he really breaks down, where Chaparro breaks down his theory or his information and shit.
Too much information and shit.
And let me drop this link quickly. All right, boom. Right. And there it is. All right, boom. And let's get Jay Flores in here to speak his piece on what the fuck Chaparro's talking about. Boom. There's the link. All right, let me close that back up. Let's go here. I'm going to have to translate this for y'all. Well, first, I want to see the Johnny Mitchell. So I saw that article, right? I didn't read the whole thing until right now. Didn't give us much. Said, hey, he talked to a guy that talked to a guy that told him about some shit, all right? I went to Instagram. Then I saw this. Where's it at? I saw this right here.
El Mencho, it looks like he was getting ready to turn himself in to the Americans. That's right. He was about to make a deal with the DEA in order to save his son, Menchito, go figure, who's doing life in an American prison. Now, according to eyewitness testimony from his pistoleros, his bodyguards, who survived the raid on his compound by the Mexican military, Mencho was unarmed and turning himself in voluntarily to the Marines, and they still shot him dead.
That's not turning yourself in. And making a deal and all that shit. Turning yourself in is, I made a deal. Now I'm going to entregarme to you. I'm going to turn myself into you, and here you go. If you get run up on, right? And you give up, that's surrendering. There's a difference. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a difference. I guess the truth is underrated. Absolutely. Here he was killed because he had a list of elites. Listen, I've stood away from the children thing because I saw one video that people were running with, and that was so fake. And the fact that everybody was running with it just took that deal off the table for me. All right? We're going to hear, shout out Blue Low, we're going to hear a bunch of things about how they wanted to silence him. They want to silence all of them. If they got dirt on them, you know what I'm saying? They want to silence all of them. But this whole kid ring, I haven't looked into it because I already found too much fake shit on it, and it just makes it feel not real. Wanted to silence him before he spilled the beans. I mean, I don't know. I feel like these guys could have spilled the beans at any moment, any of them. I've been around quite a few people with bad kidneys, and the last thing they want to do after dialysis is party. They usually just want to rest. Who knows? Maybe they call it a party. Maybe it was him, his girl, his homeboy, and his bodyguards. Should we wait till you cover the video? Yeah, let me cover the video. That way the whole thing is, wrapped up, and you could speak your piece. It won't take long. If Johnny said it, it's true. There you go. Too much fucking information.
Yeah, too much information and shit.
Now, do I believe, he could have had information that was valuable to somebody? Sure. I also believe that they were so terrified of him because of his reputation that it don't take nothing to just run up in there and say, hey, man, we not taking no chances. Smoke, buddy. That too. I feel like they all got dirt. I feel like if there was anybody to worry about in the world, as far as I'm concerned, it would be Mayo. He got 50 years of political dirt. I feel like when it comes to cartels, people just like to make stuff up. I don't know if anyone else agrees. Some of these things are hard to believe. It's too much, Sam. I can't take it. It's too much. Too much bullshit, and people don't have a bullshit meter no more.
Bullshit.
They just run with everything, and now in conversation, they want to argue with you about how this fake story and that fake story is real, and it's like, I ain't got it in me.
Clearly, they wanted this motherfucker gone, right? Why wouldn't they extradite him and get big headlines and big press and look at what we're doing for the war on drugs and against kingpins and narco-terrorists? No. He knew too much. God knows what this fool had on half of the politicians in Mexico and the U.S.
Bro, weren't we just screaming this shit about Mayo last year? What are we doing? I thought he had like 3 rings of protection before getting to him. Yeah, he had a moat with dragons, and he had like archers on the fucking wall. Like we hear a lot of shit. 100 camionetas, 100 trucks. You know what I mean? You had fucking 12 dudes, 8 dudes. A deep freezer with a bunch of medication in it, some condoms, some blue pills, and that's it, man. Again, like Sam said, we just hear too much fantasizing, bro. It'd be fantasy land shit around here, boy. Shout out Pete Never on the check-in. I appreciate you. Fantasy land shit for real. Shout out Shannon. Her BS meter still works. So she's on this shit. Right, shout out Smoke.
He was definitely paying everybody off in Mexico, but was he feeding and...
He was paying everybody off? Why? Because you saw ledgers? Yeah, he's paying people off. There's a lot of people in Mexico. They all were.
Trafficking children to American pedophiles?
I don't know how true that story is. Somebody got to show me some shit that makes sense on that. I ain't, I feel like they threw that together. Again, we saw a fake-ass video with a fake-ass President Bukele, and they were talking about the same shit. I think all of these guys are just out here pushing misinformation, pushing whatever comes out. It's all for clicks. It's all fantastical. None of that shit has to do with what's really going on.
I guess we'll never know.
We'll never know.
But nothing would surprise me at this point. Yo, breaking news about fallen drug lord El Mencho.
Bro.
It looks like he was getting ready to turn himself in to the Americans.
He was getting ready to, or he had guns on him and he surrendered. You said both of them. Which one is it? Which one is it? Was he going to do a deal to get Mencho, or did he surrender right there and put his weapon down and then they smoked him? All of them, they all could have happened, but did they? Which one are you saying? All right. Let's put up this, let's get it from the journalist's mouth over here. Let me see. He has no AI voice changer, so I will have to interpret this, translate this. But let's go to Luis Chaparro. He got a 6-minute video of where he breaks down what he calls the official version of what happened to Mencho. They also said he was in the black market of selling organs. I think it's far-fetched, bro. Listen, it's to the point where you're making the true shit seem unbelievable. When I don't put nothing past any of these people. You know what I'm saying? I don't. But I also don't put nothing past these liars on the internet. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. If you've been here more than 5 minutes, you've been entertained, hit that like button. We earned it, and it don't cost you a thing. All right? Make it your good deed of the day. But Mexico's already extradited so many cartel leaders at this point. I'm pretty sure that the U.S. government already knows about all the corruption. You know, it's like Jay says all the time. Who they're going to snitch on? Who's this one going to snitch on? Who's that one going to snitch on? Who they got left? But yeah, listen, I heard, I think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he said AI is going to get so good that people that believe fake news are not going to believe the fake AI shit. It's going to make their fake news look fake. That's humans, man. Humans are just in the business of fooling each other into oblivion. That's what it is. I thought Johnny was the expert, but he don't know. He didn't know what. What happened? He just said right there, breaking news. I know everything. Let's see what Luis Chaparro's talking about.
Líder del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación fue asesinado el pasado domingo 22 de febrero. El máximo
22nd of February.
líder del cártel Jalisco Nueva Generación fue asesinado durante un operativo
The leader of the Four Letters was assassinated
a manos de las fuerzas
during an operation of the
especiales del ejército mexicano
Mexican Army
con inteligencia y tecnología de la Agencia Central de
with intelligence and technology from the CIA
Inteligencia, la CIA de los Estados Unidos.
of the United States.
La versión oficial apuntó desde un inicio a que el operativo lanzado en contra de Rubén Oseguera Cervantes
Hold on, we need this too. Shout out P Never, no pick? You too? The fuck? You're right though. If they killed him because they knew too much, why not off Mayo? And here's the thing with Mayo, they could have done him on that plane and never told nobody. They probably had a super grudge against him. Like, yeah, and to me, that guy got legit 50 years of intelligence. Hold on, man. Your boy need his smoke, man. Hit that like button, man, before we start translating this shit. Boy. Let me grab my smoke. Let's see.
La versión oficial apuntó desde un inicio a que el operativo lanzado en contra de Rubén Oseguera Cervantes, el Mencho,
The official story pointed at a... I quoted you? How the fuck I quoted you? What did you say that was so profound that I quoted, all right? Refresh my memory. Did Mayo get sentenced yet? No, and nobody got sentenced yet. Everybody's sentencing pushed back to the back wall, to the nosebleed seats. Thought I lost shy. I don't know what that means. Lose J.
habría sido para su captura. Sin embargo, habría muerto durante su traslado a la Ciudad de México por las heridas provocadas. Sin embargo, de Rubén Oseguera Cervantes, el
Right, boom, the operation was launched against El Mencho.
habría sido para su captura.
It
Sin
was for his capture.
embargo, habría muerto durante su traslado a la
However, he reportedly died during his transfer
Ciudad de México
to Mexico City
por las heridas provocadas durante el enfrentamiento con
from the injuries sustained during the confrontation
las Fuerzas Armadas.
with the Mexican Army.
El general secretario de la Sedena, Trevilla, dijo textualmente
The Secretary of National Defense, Trevilla, stated
que el líder
verbatim,
criminal murió tras resultar herido en el
the
enfrentamiento
criminal leader
y
died
que
after
falleció
being
durante
wounded in
su
the
traslado vía
confrontation
aérea a la
and he
Ciudad de
passed away.
México.
Sorry, I know y'all hearing both of us at the same time and shit.
Y
That the criminal leader died after being wounded in the confrontation
que falleció durante su traslado vía aérea a la Ciudad de México
and
mientras
he passed
recibía
away
atención
between
médica.
his transfer to by air to Mexico City while receiving emergency attention. Sure. Again, my thought has always been that he got on that plane. You know, I feel like they just had to throw his body up there and get out of there. Mencho made Chapo and Mayo look like schoolgirls. He went out blazing for real. Nah, that's your account of it. This is another account of it. Right? You weren't there, so I know you don't know if he went out blazing. But you'll say that because, you know, got the motherfucking, you got the motherfucking jersey on. Shout out Operational. Operational, you're supposed to answer when I quoted you. Shout out Keith. Shout out to South Carolina. Appreciate you. Love South Carolina.
Emergencia. Se precisó que durante el despliegue en Jalisco, el personal militar fue atacado por integrantes.
It was
Se precisó que durante el despliegue en
it was
Jalisco,
specified
el
that during the
personal militar fue
deployment in
atacado por
Jalisco,
integrantes del grupo delictivo y
the military personnel were attacked by members of the criminal
repelió la
group
agresión en legítima defensa. Así,
and repelled the aggression in legitimate self-defense. I will say this. The general did repeat that multiple times. They shot first. They shot first. He kept saying that shit. You know? He kept saying it. From the videos posted, they weren't playing. I don't know what videos you're talking about. Guess Chapitos are public enemy number 1 now. I mean, listen, or they're the masterminds of all masterminds because everybody seems to be blaming them for their problems at this point, you know? Shout out AZ from the videos posted they weren't playing. That's assuming that what you're seeing in these videos is real. All right? And we're seeing so much garbage, fake internet bullshit that, you know. Right. Yeah, see? Anything could have happened. He could have summoned the dragon. I was there. Mencho was about to use a sprint bomb using energy from the henchman, but he tripped and broke his neck. It be like that sometimes, you know? You never know what happens when you're trying to go Super Saiyan in the midst of a battle. All right, so remember, the general kept saying, they shot first. They shot first. Han shot first. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. The numbers ain't numbering.
habría mencionado Trevilla textualmente. El secretario general habría detallado que el Mencho, junto al cuerpo de otros de sus elementos de seguridad,
The Secretary General detailed that el Mencho, along with his other bodyguards,
estaban siendo trasladados en un avión
were being transported in a
casa donde fallecieron.
house-type plane where they died.
Sin embargo, el acta de defunción a nombre de Rubén Oseguera Cervantes,
However, the death certificate in the name Rubén Oseguera
el
Cervantes,
verdadero nombre del Mencho,
the real
se
name of el
detalla
Mencho,
que habría fallecido
details
de heridas
that he died from wounds
en tórax y
to the
extremidades
chest
inferiores. Y
and
luego
lower extremities.
se revela un detalle importante. El lugar de
And
fallecimiento
then an important detail is revealed.
está detallado
The
como
place of death is detailed as
Tapalpa, Jalisco, y no en
Tapalpa,
traslado,
Jalisco,
o en Ciudad de México.
and not in transit or in Mexico City. Oh, I didn't know that would be a thing. Would they put that on a death certificate? Like he died in transit in the air? If that was indeed the case? So he says that the death certificate says he was wounded to the chest and the lower extremities. So maybe they shot his legs out from under him and shot him in the chest. Maybe they shot him all at the same time. Who knows? Everybody's going to start putting together in their mind what they saw happened. We don't fucking know, man. All right, so boom, the death certificate says trauma to the chest and the lower extremities, and it also says the place of death was Tapalpa, Jalisco, not Mexico City, nor in transit.
Es decir, el Mencho fue declarado muerto incluso antes de iniciar el traslado.
So it says that the man was declared, this is to say that the man was declared dead even before the transfer began. I believe that. I always believed that, though. I just believe he died in transport was a way to clean up their massacre. Why they did the massacre? Maybe he had too much information and was a trafficker of this, that, and the other. Like selling drugs and being as violent as he wasn't enough. If indeed, now here's another thing. There could be a trafficking ring out there, right? That's run by some asshole that also runs with the CJNG. They're going to put that together. Just like if you buy a nickel bag in the park from a Mexican dude and you say, oh man, I got this from the cartel. It's the same shit, bro. People make connections all the time. But y'all act like he ain't violent enough for it to be how it is, you know? Or They smoked them because they was afraid. El valiente muere cuando el cobarde quiere. The valiant one dies when the coward decides. A lot of people keep saying how the Chapitos will fall anytime now, and so far they have outlasted Mencho for some reason. They've outlasted everybody. I've been covering the mini league situation, and I've been saying if the things that everybody says about them are true and their betrayals, they have perfected a style that their father has been using his whole crime career. You know? And they got to be the illest masterminds if everything that everybody's saying is true. So far, nothing groundbreaking yet for me, because I believe he was dead before they put him on that plane. I just believe that the feds couldn't say that, or the Mexican authorities couldn't say that. Chapito sold out Mencho. Wouldn't that be like them clipping their own wings due to Mencho being somewhat their protection? And yeah, I mean, I don't know that it was them. Taking that protection, seems like putting your cartel in jeopardy as well, right? When they called them for help. So, I don't know. I imagine the Chapitos gave up a lot to side with Mencho against Maitos. They could have given him up to get that power back. They might have felt like they had to strike first. That's a possibility. Why? Because we all knew that at the end of this war, there would be a Mexican standoff. And they would look at each other and say, okay, ahora tú. You know what I'm saying? Shout out EC on the check-in. Let's get it.
Pie de Nota ha conseguido comunicación con dos fuentes.
Pie de Nota has managed to establish communication with two sources.
Uno de ellos, secretario directo del Mencho en Tapalpa.
One of them being Mencho's direct secretary in Tapalpa.
Otro más, un sicario al cuidado del mismo en distintas regiones de Jalisco.
Another one, a hitman in charge of the same in different regions of Jalisco.
Sobrevivientes del del mismo en distintas regiones.
So he talked to a secretary of his in Tapalpa. Why you weren't at the party, bro? They didn't invite you to the party? Tapalpa secretary? You didn't get invited to the carne asada? Huh?
Uno de ellos, secretario directo del Mencho en Tapalpa. Otro más, un sicario al cuidado del mismo en distintas regiones de Jalisco. Ambos.
A secretary and a hitman. All right, we've heard that one before. Didn't we hear from the hitmen? Didn't we hear from the hitmen that were there with Mayo and they went to a buscar las cocas? And, yeah.
Sobrevivientes del operativo del pasado 22 de febrero. Desde la clandestinidad.
Wait.
Sobrevivientes del
Both of them survived this whole thing. Well, then your horrible security, if you survived, and the operative or the target didn't.
Operativo del pasado 22 de febrero. Desde la clandestinidad, ambos dan un recuento de los sucesos.
From hiding, they both give an account of what happened.
Y coinciden en una cosa. El Mencho murió en Tapalpa.
And they agree on one thing.
A manos de miembros del ejército mexicano.
And Mencho died in Tapalpa at the hands of members of the Mexican army.
Rendido y desarmado.
Having surrendered and been disarmed.
Al señor se lo llevaron muerto desde que lo subieron al.
The man was taken away dead as soon as they put him on the helicopter. This is according to one of his former secretaries in Tapalpa. Wait, see, I guess I don't have enough production quality. I'm the actor around here, but these guys, is that his voice? He's using his voice to voice the people that he's talking to, I think. That's just funny, man. I ain't doing enough. I got to get more dramatic around here. Shit. You know? Can make up whatever story we want. Who knows if we'll ever hear the truth? Probably not. Shout out Dan Sosa on the check-in. Chapitos had to unite with Mencho. They were being overpowered by the Mayos. Now, I get that part. But what did you give up for that? You know? What did you give up for that? Let's make the numbers number. We're below 50% on the likes. If you've been here more than 5 minutes, we've entertained you. Hit that like button. Shout out I Don't Care. John Wicked his ass. Boom, let's see.
La fuente asegura haber trabajado directamente para el
The source claims to have worked directly for MENCHO. That's what he claims. So I gotta put more salsa. I gotta put more salsa on my tacos. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah, man. I gotta put some salsa on my.
Mencho, encargado de la región que va desde Zapopan hasta Puerto
He
Vallarta,
worked directly for El Mencho, and he was in charge of the region of Zapopan to Puerto Vallarta,
incluyendo Tapalpa.
including Tapalpa. Well, you failed too. That's your land. That you were supposed to, hold him down. Both of y'all failed. The next day you're on the phone gossiping and shit.
Pie de nota corroboró la participación y
Pie de Nota corroborated the source's
cercanía de la
involvement
fuente con
and
el
closeness
Mencho a través
to
de
El Mencho
imágenes y de contrastar
through images
su historia con una segunda fuente.
and by contrasting his story with a second source. Again, man, he's still unforgiven for Miles' grandson bullshit that he pulled. I never heard him give himself a retraction and none of that shit. Heard they gave up access routes in their dad's tunnels in exchange for manpower and weapons. What you did was you invited the wolf into the hen house.
¿Usted cree que el patrón se iba a dejar morir sabiendo lo que sabía?
Yeah, that's him. He's acting it out, boy. Hey, shout out Luis Chaparro. You gonna add some pizzazz to that shit. Chicas champagne.
Y lo que significaban el fuente con el Mencho a través de imágenes y de contrastar su historia con una segunda fuente. ¿Usted cree que el patrón se iba a dejar morir sabiendo lo que sabía?
You think the boss was gonna let himself die
Y lo
knowing
que significaba
what he knew and what he meant
y aparte,
in the
su
government,
hijo encerrado?
especially with his son locked up?
Cuestiona la fuente. Mi
And he said, question the source. What?
patrón habló 1000 veces de entregarse a cambio.
My boss talked 1,000 times about surrendering in exchange for having his sentence reduced.
Dice. La fuente aclara que el 2 sería Rubén Oseguera González, hijo
The sentence reduced for number 2. For those that don't know, number 2 is El Menchito, his son.
del Mencho, hoy preso y sentenciado
Currently in prison and sentenced to
a
life.
cadena perpetua en los Estados Unidos. Regresando al operativo, una segunda fuente quien relata que estuvo presente
Returning to the operation, a second source who recounts that he was present
en una de las cabañas de Tapalpa donde se llevó a cabo el operativo en contra del Mencho.
in one of the cabins
Presente en una de las cabañas de Tapalpa donde se llevó a cabo
in one of the cabins in Atapalpa
el
where the
operativo en
operation
contra
against
del
Mencho
Mencho.
took place
Corrobora lo que dice la primera fuente.
corroborates what the first source says.
Y pidió entregarse
El Mencho surrendered
antes de ser
and asked to give himself up before being killed.
¿Qué cree usted que su guardia no accionó?
Why do you think his guards didn't fire the RPGs and the grenades? I don't know. Why didn't they? Why didn't they do it even if he did put his hammer down and surrender? I don't understand what that even means. Somebody tell me where I'm wrong. I don't understand that. Why didn't they shoot? Why? Because he told them not to? He told them to put the RPGs down? At this point, my boss is surrendering. I think I'm an independent contractor at that point. No? Am I wrong? Am I crazy? What are we talking about here? Unless I want to go get a deal too, but who are you? You're just going to be the body next to him on that helicopter.
Viéndose los lanzamisiles y lanzagranadas en de ser asesinado. ¿Por qué cree usted que su guardia no accionó los RPG y
Why do you guys think that the guards didn't fire the RPGs and the grenades?
a la fuente, refiriéndose a los lanzamisiles y lanzagranadas
Referring to the missiles and grenade
en posesión
launchers
de la guardia personal
in
del
possession of Mencho's personal guard.
Desde que se sintió acorralado, todos nos íbamos a entregar.
Once he felt cornered, we were all going to surrender.
Desde que el gobierno se dio cuenta que el
From the moment the government realized
estaba ahí,
that El Mencho was there,
empezaron a tirar desde el helicóptero y
they started shooting from the helicopter,
pistoleros salimos a hacer nuestro trabajo.
and us, the gunmen, went out to do our jobs.
El patrón, al Al sentirse acorralado, se rindió
The boss, feeling cornered, surrendered
porque traía muy pocos pistoleros.
because he had very few gunmen with him.
Y luego revela un mismo detalle que se repite en las dos
And then it reveals the same detail that is repeated in the
fuentes
two
del
stories
cártel que
or in the
hablaron
two
con pie de
cartel
nota,
sources
así como la de
who
un
spoke with pie de nota,
miembro del ejército mexicano que participó en el operativo.
as well as that of the member of the Mexican army who participated in
El
the
Mencho
operation.
portaba un M4,
El
la carabina
Mencho
de
was carrying an M4,
uso oficial de las Fuerzas
the
Armadas.
carbine officially used by the
de los
United
Estados
States
Unidos.
Armed Forces. The carbine.
El patrón traía un M4. Fue el
The
primero
boss was carrying an M4.
en aventar el rifle en señal de rendición.
He was first to throw the rifle as a sign of surrender.
Y ellos, el ejército, terminaron
And they, the army, ended up shooting him down.
abatiéndolo.
Here's my question. He just said, from the moment that they knew he was there, they started busting at them with the helicopter. See, what does that mean? What? Pre-boots on the ground mission they was busting out? And what did they shoot? Where did they shoot? What did they hit? All right, shout out 298 on the check-in, and shout out 298 for the 2 beers. All right, salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. What'd they shoot at, man? I don't know. Again, this is very plausible. I believe that this could have happened. That he could have put the hammer down, they could have smoked him, whatever. He could have been in the middle of the fight, they could have smoked him. I always believed that they smoked him and then he got on the plane. That was my belief.
Así lo relata la fuente. M4. Fue el primero en aventar el rifle en señal
He was
de
the first one to throw the
rendición.
rifle as a sign of
Ejército.
surrender,
Terminaron
and the army ended up shooting him down.
Así lo relata la fuente. De ser cierto,
This
lo
is
que
how the
revelan
source
las
describes it.
fuentes consultadas por pie de nota.
What the sources consulted with Pie de Nota reveal
Entendería
is
la
true,
reacción violenta que incendió varias
it would explain the violent reaction that set fire
ciudades en
to
diferentes
several
estados del
cities in
país.
different states of the country.
El Mencho fue asesinado a sangre fría y
And Mencho was murdered in cold blood. I don't know, man. Surrender. Let's just say it wasn't the Mexican army. Let's say it was another cartel. Would we expect surrender to be some honorable thing that, you don't cross, you don't break that rule? Of course you break that rule. So that is what it is. Shout out Jay Flores on the check-in. Salutes. Can you hear me? Shout out Jay Flores on the check-in. Salutes. Can you hear me? All right. Pop back in when you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me. Let me keep it moving.
incluso después de haberse rendido. Algo que las
And Mencho was murdered in cold blood even after he surrendered.
fuerzas de las 4 letras perciben como una traición a
Something that the 4 letters perceive as a clear betrayal.
todas luces. Y luego, la segunda fuente,
Yo.
el secretario
Yo. Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Now I could.
Alright.
Hey, bro, I don't have a lot of time, but I just wanted to
Go
make
ahead,
sure
jump in.
I jumped in and just to go over some of the things that we talked about. And just hearing the story is driving me.
Can you
Crazy.
speak up a little?
Yeah, I apologize. Hey, Shai, am I in already?
Yeah, you live.
All right, well, what's up to you and to all your listeners, to all the people tuning in. God bless everyone. I just had to jump in and comment. I know there's a bunch of videos that we said we wanted to go over, especially with Katrina and stuff. But, you know, one of the things that stands out to me, because as you said, that Luis Chaparro, he already got what it feels like to break a story with the mini league and a couple other stories, right? He already knows what it is to be at the spotlight. And I think it's the same thing that him and many other of these independent journalists is that they chases those clicks, right? You know, because it means at the same time, it does mean that you're getting recognized for your work, and it means money as well, right? Um, and I think that this is where they draw the line between being real journalists and then because there's no editor, right? If there's not
Checks and
a
balances.
yeah, by an editor and at a real newspaper, at a real news, television network or something like that to cross-reference everything you say or do, then you have, next thing you know, it's you frame it however you want to frame it. And one of the things about this story that stands out to me is that we all know the CJNG does these, video, right? Uh, Interviews where they do speeches and,
Right.
call out people. Why didn't they do the same? Why didn't their upper staff get together and say, look, we have a problem with the government because of this and that,
Right.
because this happened and showed a bunch of gunmen because if they want to get views or they want to get heard, they would have done it that way, right?
Right.
They probably would have kidnapped a Mexican military official and probably shot him, on live, on video, to show that they were upset because that's what went down. And the fact that nowadays you have a Sicario, supposedly you name a Sicario, somebody who's part of the organization, and you say that he's an important figure, and next thing you know, everyone that knows everything, right? And again, remember, it's command staff, right? Just look at it as a military, right? Whoever was around him, whoever was there at the time, might have some information, but by the time it plays telephone and it gets to the lower leagues, the stories change, right? Next thing you know, he was Superman, and he was taking out people, and he ran out of bullets, so he decided to put his gun down, and he was shot and killed. But one of the things I do know that kind of contradicts everything I known about him, and me and you spoke about Mencho many times, was that I knew he would die in the gunfight. You know that he would not. He was not going to see the inside of a prison. Um, and his theory of why didn't they, fire the RPGs and some of the other weapons is the same way. If you look back at the major arrests of really important figures, as of even in the last couple of months, they all had RPGs that were not fired. They all had, grenade launchers that were not fired. You see, even with Chapo back then, you see it in so many different arrests. Just even one of the arrests of El Guano's people, in the same week, I think they got found with like 3 RPGs, and those were not fired. So their excuses, because again, the people that are at the lower level, shy, want to make sure they glorify these people and make it seem like they're superheroes, and they want to say, well, we were not pussy, because if not, we would have done this, and now we would have done that. But of course, if he was injured or he was even shot, I think everyone knows that the Secretary of State, or what is it, Secretary of Security
National
for
security.
Mexico, yeah, what's the name?
Harfouk.
Harfoot. He said he has it in him. There was a personal thing with him. Mencho and his people tried killing him. In what, a few years ago. I believe I think it was 2018, 2019 or something like that. And of course, these are same military people that have lost, soldiers, and that Mencho has threatened, or Mencho actually had took part in killing them. So I believe it was, they were not going to let him live, even if he did, right? Even if he did survive a gun battle like that. But I think for Luis Chaparro to kind of take it to this extent, I also believe it's like, okay, we're seeing firsthand what mainstream media and social media and the times of, that was last week's information, right? And it's like a week passes and it almost seems like it's been a year because of so much information, and now we have to make sure that we benefit from that story, and we start looking for these kinds of theories and conspiracies, because it makes for good clicks. And you even see it with the Johnny Mitchell, right? He considers himself an expert, but yet he throws it out there. I wouldn't know about him and children, right? The way he says is because he wants to have people listen to that part about, I don't know if he's, using kids, selling kids for their organs, using people for their organs. I mean, he's the expert. He should say, I never heard of that, right?
Yeah, I never heard
but
of it.
yeah, again, these are all clicks. The same way, Katrina said a CJNG member was, right? There were CJNG was kidnapping pregnant moms and taking the babies and selling them. all right, and this bullshit story of whatever she sells, right? And they never go back to fix it. They never go back to. She just says, "Well, it was true. Like, yeah, it was true that some
Well, we
crazy ass
got
lady."
we got from Chaparro during the Mayo shit that he spoke to the grandson and how his grandfather did something so noble by turning himself in, and he never came back that I heard of. If y'all know where that is, let me know where it is. Where he retracted that statement when we found out that the man was kidnapped after all.
So they don't believe in retraction anymore, okay? Because now they're independent, right? Now they would consider themselves not to be, credible journalists. And here's the difference between people like this and Ian Grillo, right? You know, Ian Grillo has he has an independent, he's an independent journalist who has, personal observations as well, right? But he investigates, but he doesn't cross the line between sensationalizing something and trying to, chase the clicks, okay?
Right.
He comes from a perspective where he's lived, where he's one of those journalists that've been there before many of these other journalists, okay? And again, I seen it. There's times where I couldn't explain, like Annabelle Hernandez, who, we became friends, right? She's a good reporter. She has good sources, but she'll get to what the outcome, right? And find out good information, but then she'll put her own spin on it to prove her point and prove, and to her, it's how much she hates the government, okay? And for a lot of times it's like, okay, it's for a good cause. And many Mexicans and other people might say it's a good cause, but then it distorts the line between journalists and Johnny Mitchell, right? So it just drives me crazy. Some of the stories that have been circulating on the internet, and again, right, we want to put these people as superheroes. They would have fought. They would have took down 5 military helicopters. And again, could it have been that he was caught off guard? Absolutely, right? That he wasn't prepared. Right. That he fought. He tried to fight, and he tried to fight a little bit and said, you know what? We know how many people we have around us, because he probably didn't trust many other individuals to say where he was at, and he knew that, absolutely. But after he wasted all his rounds, right? After things didn't go as planned, I could see that. Right. Just from my experience with them, but I never ever. I mean, I would have betted. I wish I would have gone on one of those what do you call it?
Betting
the betting platforms, right? Because I would have known he was never gonna turn himself in alive.
Well, let me say something. They these two guys supposedly were there, right? They supposedly were there. Now I'll tell you the first thing that struck me, and again, I watched it with y'all. First thing that struck me is, I never, even if he did surrender, I would never see them admitting that he threw his weapon down and surrendered. Okay, I could see a scenario where he was unarmed because of the damage that he took, and then he was smoked. But I never imagined that two people would, from his camp that are supposedly that close, that supposedly were there, would go with the story of he surrendered, he gave up.
So remember, and they also say that there was 8, I think, or 9 or 8 to 10.
Yeah,
men,
they
right?
got they keep splitting the numbers up. They say 3 or 4 in a helicopter, 8 on the ground. They're never really clear.
No, I think it's 8. I think it would be like 8 or something, probably 8, just from my experience.
8
remember,
altogether, including Mencho.
No, I believe that with him and the other guy, if it was true that he was, the top lieutenant, they could have been probably 10, maybe. Okay, I could tell just from the videos I've seen from the other cabins, and from the vehicles. Look at the vehicles; they're not going to be, in back of the pickups. I think there was 3 vehicles at that. That just tells me, look, in these areas, if you look to see where they were at, that means that he felt real secure. This is something, a place where he probably visited before and stuff like that. And I will tell you, just from how I know how these bosses move, they don't like to tell too many people, right? They don't have a schedule, all right, of where they tell people they're going. And they will have people in the outskirts where they feel like, okay, we need help here, when we get from here to here.
Jonathan
to the
Pantry sent
next
$2
spot, right?
hashtag shout out Robin hashtag my prediction stands hashtag fuck Luis Enano Catarina and all the extra bullshit hashtag fuck Trumpito as well hashtag shout out El Cartel for standing on business and digging into the truth hashtag no violent cartel innocent people oppressing nut huggers over here hashtag king me.
Damn.
Bullshit. Mm-hmm.
I think we're just speaking on
Oh,
facts too. Big shout out.
hold on. My bad. I was fucking muted that whole time. You could hear me, and they couldn't hear me. Fuck. Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Rest in peace, Chucky Chingong. All right, that was the last thing Chucky said to me was, "You're muted." All right, salutes to Chucky. All right. As a matter of fact, it's this week is Chucky's 1 year anniversary. It might be tomorrow or the next day. Chucky's 1 year anniversary since he's been gone. So make sure y'all rest in peace, Chucky Chingong up in the chat. All right, let me drop my rest in peace, Chucky Chingong in the chat quickly, and get to this super chat. Boy, I almost dropped that in there. Boom. R.I.P. Chucky Chingong. Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Shout out Robin. My prediction stands. We're not even done yet, Brody. All right. Fuck Luis Enano, Katarina, and all the extra bullshit.
Bullshit.
Fuck Trompito as well. Shout out to the Il Cartel for standing on business and digging into the truth. Hashtag no violent cartels. Innocent people oppressing nut huggers over here. Hashtag king me. All right. Salutes JP. I appreciate you. All right. Sorry, Jay. Go
Hey,
ahead.
big shout out to JP, man. Just Robin checking in. The difference between me and Batman is that every time the Batman sign goes up, Robin always shows up. So yeah, so I think again, right? Just remember from my experiences that when you're living in that world, especially for these, big drug lords like Miles and Menchos and Chapos, like they don't want to tell too many people, their plans and how they're gonna move around. Okay, I mentioned to you, I mentioned these stories where Maya would move something by himself. He would literally drive a Volkswagen, to different places. But I just don't see it. Like a Sicario or two that were there giving a interview with Luis Chaparro about what happened, and they're not in custody or dead, right? Again, right now, next thing you know, Katrina's gonna show up with someone else, that's gonna say that they're on a helicopter when the military shot them dead. Now, do I believe that could have happened? Absolutely. Remember, they're gangsters just like everyone else. They see the extent that a cartel like Mencho, like the CJNG, are willing to go to kill innocent people, to kill law enforcement and the military, right? And it's like payback. They're not gonna do something to make sure that he even gets a deal. Or anything like that. I don't ever see a person like that getting a deal, but they're not going to risk it where someone lets them out later on, the justice system, and, they go and kidnap, judge's family, who knows, right? Or the president's family, and they let them walk free. They're not going to chance that, something like that's more possible in Mexico than anything. They witnessed what happened with Chapo, and I do believe that could have been a thing. But again, once I'm not sure if I'm being biased because I'm on American side. It's like once you shoot at cops, right? Once you shoot at the military, like don't expect to come out alive, right?
Right.
And I think that the it's like you see the journalists change. We're like, well, what they were too nervous that he wasn't give out information. And you said it. We talked about this, and you said it best. More information than El Mayo,
Right.
who's already in U.S. custody. And I will tell you something. Menchio could have been a little bit more powerful when it comes to like his paramilitary, and his soldiers and all that, and his alliance that he had in different states with different, regional people. But he did not have more power in the government and and in the corruption side than Mayo. No one did.
Yeah, after reading The Traitor, you just see the depths and the Again, he was like a museum curator who had this museum full of these connections, these political seats, these law enforcement seats, and he curated them and took care of them as best as he could for many, many years. And I don't think nobody else has that. And he's alive and he's in prison.
Yeah, yeah. There's no one else, like him. And I will tell you something. If you guys want to just talk about this stuff, like, look, if Mayo wasn't, if Mayo, people could think that Mayo fall off in order for there to be a Mencho. Absolutely not. He didn't care to have that spot like that, Shy. He was real confident what he was doing.
Wait, say
as
that
long as
again.
you-
Say that again.
People, I've seen comments, even some of these journalists that they think that, a Mencho could have been more powerful than a Mayo, right?
Oh,
And I want to say, look, if a Mencho was there, it was because Mayo didn't care about it. He didn't care to battle those wars.
right.
To have a battle over that. He was confident who he was. And he says in the book, right? He's seen many people come and go, but he wasn't. It came a time where he was more of like, look, I am who I am. Let's just keep what we have, and he felt confident that no one was going to dethrone him, right? And if you could see, he really didn't have big issues, with anyone. He's the one that negotiated, the release of Chapo's sons with Mencho and stuff, and he was always playing chess. So, but I think when it comes to corruption and government ties and government context, there was no one stronger than El Mayo.
Yeah, when I first heard that he spoke to survivors, that was yesterday. That was my first thought. Who survived? I thought nobody survived.
Yeah, I mean, you could have probably had some people, but again, right? He's gonna, again, survivors that supposedly were there, and they're giving you a different interpretation, but yet the bosses ain't. In that case, the next person in line would have said, "Hey, let me release this press, statement,
Right.
and tell you what happened."
Right. We
And
would have
they
saw
did it.
100 dudes in camouflage with big hammers and balaclavas on, talking crazy.
Yeah, and I also believe that it would have been, they would have been targeting more military officials. To be honest with you, I don't want to give no one ideas, but I hate to even.
So here's the
speak something
question: why
different.
did they stop? Now here's the question: why didn't they put out one of these messages? Because they're fractured, right? Now if we say it's because they're fractured at this point and they're trying to figure out, or did one person stop everybody and say, everybody sit the fuck down for a minute?
I mean, that could have been a thing too, but remember, see, what Mentor represented was the face, right?
Was what?
And I was the face, was the face, was the thought part.
Oh.
I do believe that when it comes to some of these, different independent groups, I do think that they could have been scared of him, Remember, they're in alliance with him, In alliances, like these people have these groups and they claim alliance to mention the CJNG, but once he's gone,
Right. We're back to square one.
it's like, oh shit, he's not around no more. And listen, the next person's gonna have to prove themselves. You hear me? And this is where once you understand the world, and a lot of times it's like, okay, what you have on me. But once you're gone already, then people are gonna take chances. But I for the people who are making money or who are benefiting, I want to just suspect that most of the people say, look, everything stays the same. He's gone, and the people that know, like the main group, know who would have been the next person in charge. That's not like,
right.
It's an easy, understanding. Everyone got the message except for Chapo's sons, right? I say that because, right, at that time, Chapo's right-hand man was, Damason. And I know everything's like a biased, account of the perspective, but I'm listening to your interview with Luis Chaparro and Mini. Yeah, and I'm saying, okay, some of the stuff that I wouldn't know are almost like undeniable, and then you see the what happens when people don't like it.
Crazy times, Papas. Crazy times.
So
Again,
there's a couple of things.
Huh?
There's a couple of things. 'Cause I'm not gonna have a lot of time.
Go ahead.
I also want to mention, like, you hear this talks about Mencho's wife taking over the business, right? It's nonsense, just from my understanding about even about the case is what they try to like convict her at was ridiculous, right? And the fact that people could think that just because she was married to him, and it's not like they were together. Remember, Mencho's on the run. She did 5 years in prison, I believe, or whatever. It's like the fact that you see all these journalists, like she's the head of the cartel now, she's taking over the business. It's so stupid. It's like to me, it's like considering that shy if something happens to God willing, nothing happens right to you, but you were married, your wife would be able to come on and just take
Should
over
run
shy,
shit, turn up the spark up the mothership quick.
and I get that because that's all these common things. I ask, people ask me that question about my wife all the time, and it's like, oh, your wife was involved, and yeah, she was running the whole operation behind closed doors. You get me? And here's the thing, like, do I see Val being capable of running the operation? You know, yeah, because she was involved in that world to begin with. To an extent, but the fact that you see all these journalists basically saying, well, she's married to Mencho, so she is Mencho.
Right.
It's like it's so stupid, bro. It's like
Right.
what world are we living in? She got caught with some money laundering stuff, just because she, her, having businesses and taking the money, somewhat like, probably what happened with Val. And now you even see, I seen like thumbnails with Chapo's daughter, like with a military, like CJ&G vest. Like what the fuck? Like people
Bro,
can't
we're drowning
understand
in the shit, bro. We're drowning in the.
all these clicks and thumbnails, and I told you about it. Like, what if she wasn't? What if Mencho's daughter wasn't wanted anymore because her husband cooperated 100%? Again, today, I don't know. I
But
mean,
here's
just
the
my
thing: who
theory.
did he cooperate with? He cooperated with the United States government. What that got to do with her being wanted in Mexico?
Well, because remember, they share information.
Too much
They
fucking
share
Too much
information.
information and
yeah,
shit.
they share information, and it's like, okay, they get the other picture of it, and it's like, okay, it makes sense. But and then, yeah, I mean, look, what makes more sense is that today we get news that Eric Valencia, the co-founder, of the CJ&G, pleads guilty. Today it makes more sense for me that he was the one giving up all the information and intel, and now he's dead. They're like, shit, I need to cash in on that. I plead guilty. You give me, I need my credit. You know, and everything says that he was cooperating. Another, cartel member cooperating, right? I'll be honest with you. Like now we have to kind of just make news about someone who's not cooperating, okay? And let's talk about that.
No, no. Well, that's then the cartel series is over. No, we're going with the cooperators for now.
The cartels. Hey, but you know what? Honestly, just because I know it's Monday and things happen like unplanned, and stuff like that. But speaking about the women, right? Is like about who could be the boss, who's not, and that's every place I'm turning to is you're seeing, people speaking about how Lynch's wife was taking over the business, and I feel bad for these ladies. I
Hold
feel
on. You
like one of
drowning.
these
You
ladies
you
are
you
going to be
you
left
sound
alone,
underwater
right?
right now.
Especially,
Yo, we can't
to
hear
her
you.
son, all her family.
We can't hear you.
One second.
We
Can you
can't
hear me
hear
now?
you. It sounds like the Mexican army rode down on you right now.
Hello?
Hello. 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 It sounds like they put you in the fucking bathroom. Wait, I think she's
Okay,
back.
so especially after everything that happened, okay, her brothers are in prison. You know, her husband's dead, her daughter, her son, everyone's in went to prison. That people could think, yeah, she's gonna just jump in and
Take over the
run
reins.
and take over the reign. It's just ridiculous, right? But I think who better than to someone who's actually lived something like that to tell you about it, Shy. So you know what? I know it was this is unplanned, and it feels good to me for me to be able to bring Val in and for you to say hello to her. It's been a long time. She's been missing in action, but I'm glad I have my partner here. Not my partner in crime, but my partner, my life partner. I'll say what's up to
Hey Shy, how are you?
What's poppin', Val?
How you doing?
Chilling, chilling. What's good with you? How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm glad I'm home. I'm so happy to be home. It was a long 20 months for me. But I could tell you one thing, prison like definitely humbled me. And I think that anyone that has been away, of course, I was only away 20 months. Like you can't compare that to Jay doing 14 years, right? But like just being away and having to like live out of a locker and having everything in a locker that you possibly can own when it comes to your food, your hygiene, your clothes, like everything fitting in one locker. I think I came home and it definitely changed me. It definitely humbled me. And
But you've been there before. What was the difference?
I think that it was very different with me just going away the first time. You know, I was in my 20s, so I think I was more about it, route it, right? Ride or die. But like as you get older, it's like, and you have a family, you have children, and it's like all that changes, especially when you feel like you're not there, you know, and you want nothing more than to just be with your family. And I think that, you know, I went in there and, you know, it was difficult just to be away from my family. And I know a lot of women are able to do their time because they don't have anybody in their life, right? So it's like easier to get through the time and not have to worry about, you know, just feeling that emptiness of not being home with your kids, right? Or your husband. But like being away and like having that and then be that taken away from you, I think that was probably the hardest part for me. So I think when I first went away, I was like, yeah, I could do 5 years on my head, right? Like I could do this, like I'm about that life. And all of a sudden, I think it was the first week I
You like,
called Jay crying.
fuck this.
I was crying. I was like a little bitch, like, oh my God, I want to go home. I can't do this shit no more. Like, I just want to go home. I can't do no time. Like, I could not take it. And it took a long time for me to like acclimate to prison life, right? And it took a long time for me to just be able to make, you know, to get strong again. And I had to do it because, you know, you can't depend on nobody in there but yourself, right? So I think that was just like really like hard for me to, you know, have to, you know, transition into like, okay, this is what I'm about to do. And I just have to be, you know, mentally strong for this. And I can't, you know, I can't be a little bitch about it, right? But it took me a minute. And I think that, you know, being in there, like, I felt like I reverted, right? Like back to like my old ways of like trying to live up to my reputation and who I was, right? Like I got into a prison fight and like I went, you know, and they took away, you know, my phone, they took away my commissary, they took away my good time. It's like they took away all my shit and it's like I was at the point where it's like I didn't care, like no one's gonna show out on me. And I feel like I had to prove myself and like this is who I am and I'm about that life. And it's like when all that shit's taken away from you and I can't call my kids, I can't email my kids, I can't see my kids, I can't, you know, I can't eat. It's like I'm going to sleep starving, my stomach growling, I'm going to sleep crying. I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I here? And I felt like, you know what? Like I was like really like upset and mad. Like, you know, I went to prison and I'm like, I didn't deserve to be here. Like I had this like sense of entitlement because I felt like, you know, Jay cooperated against Chapo. Like I should have a free pass, right? And it's like having that like entitlement and like thinking like I'm above the law or like I, you know, the rules don't apply to me. I felt like, you know, it like I was very bitter and mad and upset that I even had to go to prison. I felt like I should have just gotten a free pass, right? And it's like that wasn't the case, you know, that wasn't the issue. Same thing like with Chapo's wife with Emma, like she had to do, you know, she of course she got a sweeter deal than we got, but she cooperated, we didn't. And it's like, you know, so I felt like, you know what, like it's you know, this is what it is. I have to like take ownership, I have to take accountability. And obviously like God, you know, sat me down for a reason. You know, he sat my ass down to like for something and I did not know what that was. And it took me a minute to like sit down and try to figure out like what that was, like why, you know, this was like this obviously was his plan for me, right? That I had to go to prison at such a like later time in, you know, in my life. And I kind of like didn't understand it. And of course I was bitter, but I felt like it's what I had to do. And I felt like being there, like after a minute of course, me getting everything taken away from me, I felt like, you know what, this is, you know, I'm here for a reason. I just need to figure this shit out, right? and there's something obviously that God needs me to learn. And I don't know what that is, but I need to like figure what it is. And I took this like program, I took RDAB, right? And so it's like a cognitive behavioral therapy program. And it basically, like, you sit there and you reflect on your life. And I think that because I was living such a fast life, and like I was always like, addicted to the lifestyle and just chasing, fast money, fast cars, like all that, right? It's like it took me a minute. Like, I never had the chance to sit down and really like reflect on, like, okay, why did I make certain choices in my life? Like, what drove those decisions? Like, what, like, why, like, how did I end up here in prison for the third time? I mean, come on, I went to prison in Mexico, and then I went to prison in my 20s, and now I'm back in prison again. It's like, what drives me to keep making the same, like, decisions, and keep making these, obviously like tripping over the same rock? Like, what is doing this? And I felt like, this program, I felt like I was there because that's where I needed to be. And it taught me so much about myself. It made me go back to my childhood. It made me go back into like why I made these decisions. Shy, I grew up and I came from a good home. Like, I come from a family of law enforcement. Like, it's not like I came from a broken home, or I came from, my dad, my mom, they weren't like addicts. Like, I didn't have to live that life. I chose that life. And so I had to sit there and like try to understand, like, what was it that drove me to like certain relationships, and like why I chose to be with certain men, and why I chose to be in toxic relationships that were unhealthy, that were not good for me, and go through, abuse, and like all these things that I went through. And it's like it like made me go through so much. And I think like in our culture, we don't talk about trauma. We don't talk about mental health. We don't talk about any of that. And I feel like it's so important to like, to like bring awareness to like to our people, to our community, right? And I feel like those are things that we don't speak about. And like I've been like talking to Jay, like, damn, I think it's important, like, to, I don't know what, God has in store for me, right? I don't know what, my, I'm trying to still figure out like what I want to do. But I feel like I'm not sure if I want to go like and do a podcast or what I want to do. But I feel like it's important, like, to educate our community and to bring awareness to our people, because we don't talk about like that for some reason, and especially coming from like, our Latino background. It's like we don't talk about certain things. And to me, I sometimes,
I think we're too busy. For instance, like even right now with Mencho's wife,
uh-huh.
she can't be a wife. I mean, whatever she was as a wife, because it was like being on the run. People can understand what that entails, right? Your wife is just a title, because at the end, he has a bunch of other girls. That's why he got caught. But uh, for journalists and for the media and people are automatically, oh, she's gonna take over the business, you know. And you forget the human element, her being a woman who went away, who lost, you know, a
Yeah,
lot
but I
on
think
this.
that even like, okay, for instance, like when I was married to Jay, right? I think that even when I was married to him, and like we were married for so long, and when he went away, it's like you think in your head like, I'm gonna be able to fill his shoes, right? And that's so not the case. But just being in, like, you're almost consumed in that lifestyle, right? Even when I was married to Kay, like when Kato passed away, like, to be honest with you, I almost tried to fill his shoes, and I thought like I was really about that life and people should respect me just because I was married to him. And it's like Jay took the time to be like, Val, it's not, people, yeah, they respected him, but more than anything, they feared him. And there's a difference between respect and fear. And now that he's gone, they're not going to respect you. Like, that shit's out the window. And it took me a long time to even understand that, or even try to like wrap my head around that, because I was so consumed in being his wife. And, I'm sitting on top of the world and I'm his queen and everybody needs to bow down to me. And that was so not the case. Like, it's like sometimes we could have this like grandiosity where we think that that's what it is, and it's really not. Like, it's almost an illusion, right? But even like when Kay passed away, I felt like, okay, I'm gonna, you know, jump into the music industry. And yeah, I was successful. And yeah, I was able to get a record deal through Universal and get this huge like $1 million deal that people don't get. But that's because I had Jay to back me up. But you start thinking in your head like you're you're this person and you want to almost like live up to this reputation, and to me it's like all facade. And I think that like going through that program and doing that, that CBT program, it really like slowed me down and slowed down my thinking, and it taught me to like be rational about my thoughts and not get into like, not let my emotions drive, my actions, right? And so I feel like it just taught me so much, and it kind of like, it just, like I said, Chai, it just humbled the shit out of me.
Let me ask you,
And
did getting to the bottom of it, the urge, the rush of the life that you had at such an early age, and like you said, you come from a family of law enforcement. You ain't had like an uncle or a great uncle or a grandfather or some shit that was on some gangster shit that had just as much love for the rush? Did you ever, did you ever see that lifestyle, or was it just you went and sought it out? Do you remember a pinpoint where you saw something and you said, "Oh shit, that's for me over there"?
Okay, so I have an uncle, right? My uncle Fish, right? He's an OG. He was like an original Latin king. He actually started it with Big Cato, which is Cato's father. So they started the original Latin kings from the Boulevard. And my uncle Fish was, he was like an Inca, right? At the time. And so like growing up, I go stay with my cousin, and like he would have like on his wall portraits of like an Inca with a shield and an LK on his shield. And like he was like, to me, like back then, that's when Scarface came out. And I'd see him like he'd have like a pile of cocaine and just like putting his nose in it. Like he was the real fucking deal. And so like that stuck with me because I was very close to him, and he called me his Minnie Mouse. And he ended up going to prison, and he would write to me like we were so close, right? And I'll tell you a crazy story is that like when he passed away, I want to say a few years back. And when he passed away, which is so ironic, Big Cato, which is Cato's father, Rudy, Big Cato and his and Cato's mom, which is Mary, they were there at his bedside when he passed away. So that's how close they were. And so like to me that, my uncle, I would look up to him, and he was very different. He was married to my aunt, and he was very different from everybody, around me, and that drew me. Like I was so close to him. Like I constantly wanted to be, with my cousin and be with him because, he was about that life. And so I think that was probably my first interaction of seeing something like that. And like I said, I think to me, like you become a product of your environment, right? Because even though as much as my parents wanted to shield me and protect me, and they were strict and they didn't want me, around, you know, um, around like different like gangsters and thing gangbangers around my neighborhood, because where I grew up in Pilsen, right? So it's very drug infested, gang infested. But even though it's like I ended up going to Juarez, and when I was in high school, it's like everybody there, that's all you saw, right? Like Juarez and Farragut was probably like the worst high schools in the whole in the whole city. And so that's where I went to school at. And back then it's like, you had CPD, patrolling the high school because it was so gang infested, so drug infested. And so like everybody around me was in that life. And that's what that's what I was drawn to. That's what I was attracted to, fast money, fast cars, fast everything. And that's how I started like running drugs back and forth to LA. That's how I became a mule and started going to Mexico. That's how, I started my own DTO, my own drug trafficking organization, just because, I was so consumed in like, getting money, and I wanted to be so different from everybody else that I felt like, okay, I'm a shot caller on my own. I don't need, a man to be, tied down to somebody to do it. I could do it on my own. And I was like super independent, and I wanted to like get money on my own, and I wanted that respect at a very early age. And so that's how I think I got drawn into that life.
Yeah, there's a bunch of young ladies that your story is important for because they're feeling the same way. They got to keep up with the Joneses. They're getting picked up from freshman year by this dude that graduated already, and
Mhm.
they're rolling around in this life, and he's a super badass. And then there comes that moment where He gets pinned in at a red light, and six motherfuckers jump out with hammers, and it's that terror moment, that breath of, oh shit, I'm in deeper than I should have been. Those little girls need to hear that story. They need to hear, because let me tell you something. Sometimes that susto, that scare, is not
Hmm.
enough. You had a
It's
lot of
not.
scares. Some
I
that
had a lot of scares, but you know what I think though, even like being married to Kato, right? And like him, like he was about it. He was about that life every day, all day. Like that was no act whatsoever. There was no facade there. Like he was like that person, right? And I don't think there was anyone scarier than him that I've ever been around. And there was times when I was around him and like, he'd see somebody and it's like he just pop off in a second where he'll like just right over me, just start airing somebody out. And where my I couldn't even hear out of my left ear just because ringing in my ear was shots fired, right? And like broad daylight, like he didn't give a fuck. And I think that even then it didn't scare me. So to me, when I went through this program and I started trying to understand like what is it? Like how did I not, like how did I not react? How did I think that that was normal? Like how did that become my normalcy, right? Like what happened to the point where I became so numb to this lifestyle that all of a sudden I just started thinking that that was okay. And I think that, just going back and just digging deep and trying to understand like what drove these decisions and what drove these choices and why, what got me here to this situation, what got me here to today. I think that right there, it's like it goes way deeper than that, right? And so you don't talk about trauma, you don't talk about abuse, you don't talk about shit you've been through. And I think it's important. And when I talk about like awareness and I talk about like how it's important to educate our community about mental health and things like that, I think that shit is so real, Shy, that a lot of women don't understand like these are deeper, this lies deeper, there's deeper issues than what lies on the surface, right? And I think that's important, and that's why I feel like I'm super like bold, I'm super vulnerable, I'm super able to like share my story and not and be vulnerable and not be embarrassed of what I've been through, just to be able to educate other people so that way they don't have to go through the same shit that I went through or have to go through all the hardships and all the struggles and all the like all the suffering that I've been through, right?
right, absolutely. How does it feel being home with the babies?
Oh my God, it feels so good. First of all, they're grown. So I missed out on a lot, right? I missed out on graduations. I missed out on birthdays. I missed out on so much. I missed out on proms. And so now my kids are grown, right? But it's like, I'm just happy to be home. It's very different to like have to like relearn how to, you know, be a mom. When I say relearn, I mean I had to back up because, being I guess being in that lifestyle, right? You're very me, I became very like controlling and things are my way all day, every day. And then I come home and it's like I have to, relearn that my kids are independent, they're grown, they're older now, and I have to be able to just back off and like
Get with their
be able
program.
to, yeah. And not only that, just show them that respect, like, you know what, you got this, you know what I mean? I think building, confidence in kids and young adults is so important. And growing up like we did, it's like, you do as you told, you just because I said so, right?
Right.
And it's like now it's like, no, you have to respect your children, you have to treat them like young adults, and you have to be able to let them make their own decisions and just be able to guide them, because I think it's important. Because we can't, we have to build these children up, because at the end of the day, they're going to have to stand alone, and they're going to have to stand on their own, and they're going to have to make the right choices when you're not there. And I think that's important, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, so I'm trying to like it's weird though, because Jay's done such a good job with my kids, and I come home and I see this independence, and I see like they're already like, older now, they're young men, and I'm like, whoa, like wait, where was I, right? So it was difficult though, especially like being away and having to relearn this. And I think that when I was away, And it was very different when Jay was gone, right? Because we were there at the visits every weekend. He saw my kids grow up. And because where I was and because of, my situation, I didn't want people to know who I was. I was in, prison. I didn't want nobody to know that, okay, I'm Val, that I'm a cartel wife. I was married to Jay. Like, I didn't want people to know that. So, like, I kept my kids and my family at a distance. So I didn't really get to see them like I, wish I would have. But I did it for my security. I did it for their security. And I wanted to make sure, like, it didn't affect us the way we did. Because don't forget, my kids grew up in a visiting room, right?
Right.
And I'm like, I didn't want to put them through that again. Like, they went through that for already all them years, for 12 years. Like, I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
going to sit
they
there.
definitely had enough of y'all shit. Y'all sit y'all
Yeah,
ass down. Sit
definitely.
y'all ass down somewhere. They've had
Definitely.
enough. Okay.
Definitely, but it was really hard just seeing my kids. Like, I was gone the 20 months. I was only able to see them a handful of times. So I think that part hurt the most, right? But at the end of the day, I came home and I felt like Jay did an amazing job with my kids. He's a good father. He's an amazing father. And I think my kids benefited because they definitely found their independence.
Yeah, I think I want to say something. Hey, Shai, you hear all these comments, and I get it everywhere. People reach out to me, and they don't understand, like the shit that we did back then. We're still living through this, right? Even now with probation and all the stuff that we go through. So it's easier said. It's easier for someone to drop a comment or reach out and say something stupid about us not knowing that life or not understanding it. It's like, look, I was going through this life, even myself in the prison room,
Right.
in a prison room, and then having to go through the stuff where my wife had to go away and our kids and stuff, and even to we still go through it to today, right? It's like we still get probation visits, right? Probation officers and stuff like that after so many years, and it's something that we're still living through. uh and people don't recognize that, and then they it's always going to be seeing the other side of it. But I think for Val being here, and a lot's happened since she went away, and since the last time you talked to her, like we have some of the biggest jugglers that are in prison, and we have all these people that have cooperated
We
since.
had
And
some
But,
legendary
but
streams while you was gone, Val. We had some
let me
legendary
tell you,
streams.
Jay had to catch me up. And then I start watching a lot of, these YouTube videos, and I start seeing like what's going on with social media. Just so you know, like, I'm not on social media. Like, I cannot take it. And like Jay knows, like, Jay can like scroll through shit and he could see shit. That pisses me off. Like, I can't take the fakeness. I can't take like people like just talking about like this person and that person, and I'm like, wait, what? And I think more so because we were around these people. Like, we were around the Vicentes, like I was around Mencho, like we were like me personally, right? And so like when you hear people like talking about them, and to me, I'm like, yo, come on, like, and just knowing who these people were, I think it bothers me. I think it bothers me that, like, to see, people just, making up these stories, and like Jay says, they do it for the clicks, they do it for the, they do it for for the likes or whatever it is that they do it for, right? Just to get, they're obviously getting, compensated for it, right? But at the end of the day, I'm like, to me, I think it's whack. I think it's fake. You know me, I'm very real about it.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
And
if I could do some fake shit, I'd be paid, rolling in dough right now if I could do some fake shit.
and you know what though, honestly, like, I mean, even with Cartel Wise, right? When I wrote the book, like, I talk about Mencho, I talk about the story, I talk about how when he went and we were tied up, how he went and he got us, and how he took us out of that situation, and how he, like, who he was at the time, like, even back then, even when he was just running the plaza, obviously he wasn't who he is today. He wasn't, head of the, the new generation cartel. Like, that's not who he was. But even when I met him back then, I could tell like this man was definitely going to be a boss. Like, I'm surprised, to me, like, my own personal like feelings, my own personal thoughts, I'm surprised that he made it that far, just because back then when I met him and I seen how powerful he was and how he could come in and he just ran the room the way he did, like, when I met him, to me, like, that situation, usually, like, people like Chapo or Mayo, like, they're not gonna let that shit fly. They don't like to be around other people where they're too powerful that they might, one day take over. And like I think that's why like Jay and my brother-in-law Peter were so successful, because they didn't feel that, they were businessmen at the end of the day. They weren't trying to run their own cartel. They weren't a threat to them, that they were going to take over and become a boss, you know what I mean? Even though they were running, to them that was just a business, right? They ran their shit like a Fortune 500 company. They ran their business, it was about making money. It was about a business to them. They weren't about, cartel wars and drug wars, and them, they all they saw was green. So it's like that was, Chapo and Milo were like, okay, yeah, this is, my people. These are, that was their family. But when it came to people like Mencho, where he was so powerful and fearless, and he was, he wanted to take over. To me, I thought that was surprising that they allowed him to get that big, to the point where he ended up, having the most powerful cartel possibly ever, even bigger than the Sinaloa cartel when it comes to like violence and it comes to power, right?
So that was your initial thought when when he got hit too. Then, huh? Like, damn, I can't believe it, motherfucker made it this far.
Yep, exactly. That's for sure. Because, that's unheard of, right? It's unheard of, especially in that life when
Do
it's
you
about
have do,
power.
do you have a memory of him that sticks out to you? Something that struck
I
you?
think that the first time I met him was when that happened, and they turned around and they took us out. I mean, come on, they came and they took me, Peter, Vivi, and Jay out of a strip club with some guys, some associates of them that they were working with, that, from China. And they came with, rifles, AK-47s. They had us on the floor. They had ski masks. They had us on the floor, AKs to our heads. And they came in a convoy of Suburbans, bulletproof Suburbans, like masked up, all in black. Like this was some movie type shit where we're in a strip club and all of a sudden you hear, and like everybody, you see strippers running around butt naked or screaming, yelling. Like it was like a movie, right? And we're living this in slow motion. And when we were taken and we were tied up, like I'm thinking we're about to get killed. Like there's no coming back from this. And
Thomas just
when
subscribed on
that all
YouTube.
went down, and when, they ended up being like, federal custom agents, you know, Afi, Pejer, they were all involved. Corruption, right? It was corruption at probably like the highest level. And when we realized, like, damn, these people are the real deal and they're extorting, JMP, trying to get this money from them, it's like all of a sudden that's when Jace, he turned around and he like stood up, like, yo, like, we're, gente de Chapo, gente de Mayo. And they laughed at him like, yeah, fucking right. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't until, my brother-in-law was able, my older brother-in-law, Mondo, was able to like get a hold of somebody. And, Mental ended up reaching out and actually calling, the office that we were at, because he was running the plaza at the time in Puerto Vallarta, right? And so when he ended up calling, like, we about to take them out the easy way or the hard way, and they allowed me and Vivi to walk out that door with their associates from China, like I knew how powerful this man
I
was,
forgot
right?
about the chinos.
Yeah. And so at that point, it's like when he went out and he, like basically, they had to like surrender, you know what I mean? They, it was like mental call, like, we're gonna do this the easy way, we're gonna do it the hard way, right? And so they actually were getting like putting their bulletproof vests on and things like that, and like all this is happening. And J and P are like, they're like not knowing like what's gonna happen. And Mencho was like, we're about to like put roadblocks all the way, every single road going to the, the Puerto Vallarta International Airport. Like y'all ain't getting through, to hand them over to like US, the US agents. And so at that point, it's like he had to turn around and they had no choice but to surrender, because they were going in with an army. And Mencho's the kind of person where he's going out like a champ. Like he's not going to allow nobody to, to punk him. Like they're coming in with, you know, rocket launch. You know what I'm saying? Like grenade launchers. They're coming in Like he has an army, and at that point he was just running the plaza. So can you imagine like who he became after that? And even like when I met him and he ended up coming to the house, like they came in with like a convoy full of trucks, bulletproof trucks. And this is in broad daylight where they're, they have grenade launchers, they have AK-47 strapped to their back, and they're riding around in broad daylight. And when he walked into the house, we had this house right there in Los Ranchos, which is like right outside of Puerto Vallarta, which is like right next door to where the Kardashians would be at Joe Francis's house. Like we had a house right next door to them. And so when he came in, like there's security there, like they rolled up the things, like he came right through. And when he came into the house, it's like we had this long like dining room table for like 20 people, and he came in and he like just was just running all his people, where he came in like with the whole army. And you can tell, like when he met me, of course he was very respectful to me, very respectful to Vivi, but you can tell like he was short, he was small, he was like small in stature, but you can tell like just his demeanor, like his aura, right? You can tell he was a boss back then. And like I remember him even like having these judiciales, like, they're gonna escort you back to Guadalajara, back to where we lived. And so he's like, they're gonna escort you back. And I was like, damn, okay. Like it was very different to see something like that. I never witnessed something like that before.
Yeah, man, y'all witnessed some shit. Well, guess what? Most people haven't witnessed that shit before, Val, right? You're a special case, okay?
But not only that, I feel like that really showed me like how, like, who J and P were at the time, like what they meant to Chopper, what they meant to Mile. And to me, I felt even like to the whole Sinaloa cartel, right? And to me, I feel like that scared me because as about it as I was, as much I was like in, as much shit I've been through, whether it was with K, whether it was with Jay, all the shit that we've been through, being tied up, getting, taken out of a strip club, with guns to our head, rifles to our head, like all that shit didn't matter. At that point, when I seen all that go down, Shy, I swear to God, that did something to me to the point where I was like, Jay, we can't keep living like this. Like, we can't keep doing this. And I think that was kind of the turning point of why JMP decided to like change their lives and why they decided to turn themselves in and why they decided to cooperate, because going through all that shit was like, to me, it was unheard of, right? It was scary. It was not something that I wanted to continue to live, especially seeing like how much, or how much influence they had on that cartel and how important they were to that cartel. That scared the shit out of me, and I felt like that wasn't, they were going to either end up dead or in prison. And to me, I felt like I didn't want to keep living this life no more. I was like done with it at that point.
Right. How many times can the rescue be successful?
Exactly. Yeah, that wasn't gonna keep flying, that's for sure. So I think that, we're blessed to be where we're at today. I feel like even though we've been through so much, and even though Jay had to go away for all them years, and even though I had to go away, for my bid, it's like I feel blessed. I feel like, what, we made it out of this shit and we're here for a reason. And I feel like, we have a purpose now. There's still things that we need to do to fulfill that purpose. But I feel like, I'm ready to, move on into the next level and figure things out, because I feel like, there's something bigger out there for us.
There's definitely a value in your story, and not just a monetary value, a value to people that can be on their way into that position, on any level, on the lowest level to the highest level. Anybody that's putting themselves in those situations can learn and benefit from your story. And I tell you, and I encourage you, like, just think about it. We might overthink getting in front of this microphone, but at the end of the day, especially you personally, all you have to do is speak. You're articulate. There's no need to overthink it. What you just did right now. The first couple of minutes that you were up here and you broke down your mission statement of what you want and how you want to help benefit people with your story. And I think for someone as charismatic as you, Val, it's just that easy. Just turn on the microphone and do your thing.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I think it's important, right, to share a story. I think it's important to bring awareness. I think it's important, to reach out to our community because there's so many people going through the same shit, waking up every day, making them same choices, living in that same vicious cycle, thinking that this is what life is about and not realizing like there's something bigger than that. There's something different and there's something more fulfilling than, being in that lifestyle because that shit you just there's only two ways out of it. You either dead or you go to prison. And I think that I've been through so much that I think it's important to definitely reach out to our people, right?
No, you definitely got a story to tell,
I,
man. I appreciate you, Val. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
yeah,
having
I
us.
think it's important to be just real, right? If you could just be authentic, I think nowadays you might not get a lot of views.
What update?
Who? She'll get more views than me.
You might not get a lot of
Fuck you
subscribers
mean?
because
Val,
Val's
you
gonna
gonna
be
get way
like
more subs than me off the jump. Don't worry
about
about it.
Val's gonna be like everything about me is fake except for what I speak. That's a joke. That was a joke. That's a joke.
That's
Shy,
definitely a
you didn't
joke.
think that was funny?
That's that hater talk, boy. He said you ain't gonna get no
That's a
subs.
hater for you.
Nah.
Hey, Shy, but I told Jay though, if I do come out, right? I told him like for a long time I've been covering up. For a long time I've been, you know, living in this fear, and I think a lot of it, this paranoia, right? We almost live through it like it's almost in our head. It's almost like a curse, right? I talk about it in my book, like, you know, fear is a curse, and I feel like I've been living through it for so long
Mm.
that is to the point where damn so many people have cooperated. I came out like, wait, who hasn't cooperated? I'm thinking like you got all Miles kids, you got all Chapo's kids, excluding of course the two that are left in Mexico, but every other one of his kids,
Mhm.
have cooperated. All of Miles kids have cooperated, and I'm sitting here thinking like who has not cooperated? And I'm not sitting here trying to justify anything. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? And we got to call a spade at some point, right? And so I feel like, as much as I was against it, as much as, you know, me, I went to prison the second time because I didn't, even the third time because I didn't. But at the end of the day, I still respect the choice that, that Jay and my brother-in-law Peter made. I felt like that was very courageous of them to do that, and I feel like now, like at the end of the day, no one is loyal to anybody. And I felt like that was something that, you know what I mean? Like loyalty wasn't back then. And to me, I felt like, okay, who are you loyal to? Because these people at the end of the day, they take out their brothers, they take out their right hand man. They sit there and they're already cooperating with the feds, trying to get their cartel stronger and telling on the other cartel, like straight dry snitching, not even dry
Now
snitching,
you in a
snitching at its
pool.
finest.
Yeah, in a
It's
pool.
snitching at its finest, yeah. And so it's like at the end of the day, like who are we loyal to? At the end of the day, it's like okay, everything is about our family, our children, our kids. It's about family, and to us, we come from Hispanic culture, our Latino backgrounds, and we were, I think, all raised to be very, family oriented, tight knit. Family's everything, and I think at the end of the day, that's what's important. And sometimes we forget when we get caught up in the streets and we get caught up in that life and we get caught up in that money and we get caught up in that rush. It's like we start to forget what's important. And to me, it's like I'm always gonna bring it back. I'm always gonna bring it back to my roots because at the end of the day, like I said, even though, I made these certain choices in my life, at the end of the day, I came from a good family. I came from a family that instilled morals and values in me. And I think that, my parents planted those seeds in me to the point where I had to bring it back and bring it full circle and bring it back to my roots. And at the end of the day, it's all about family. And that's Jay, that's my children. And that's what's important in life. And sometimes we can we can all this money and all this glamour and all this fast life, we kind of get like caught up in it to the point where we start losing, who we are little by little, and we have to definitely bring it back.
Absolutely.
You know what? Well, Shy has a whole series called Cartel, so he doesn't want people to stop snitching because he's just on his fourth video. All right,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I
he
haven't
has a
get.
lot. He has a lot of content.
And,
He
and
could
and
do.
and this whole Mencho story's been holding me up from the fifth one. All right, don't
Yeah,
forget, y'all.
yeah.
Fifth one will
He,
be based on Vicentillo, who I believe
but
is the most prolific Snitch in the history of the
You know
cartel.
what? I say that all the time. You know what? I spoke and I told you, Shy, and in some of my conferences, I say, look, well, um, you know, based on my cooperation, is like, uh, uh, I think the most value I probably could have gave to the government was telling on Vicente, who happened to be already one of the most right valuable informants, okay, before he came in, and probably became the most valuable and most important cooperating informant and everything you could think of. You just imagine all the details he said in his book. Just imagine everything he said behind closed doors, okay? And I think that information alone uh was worth its time in gold. I think you covered it. You covered the story, and I think that people overlooked that. And again, going back to some of the things I said is like I started to realize this as I watched so many YouTube and so many thumbnails and so many ex drug traffickers, kingpins, whatever you want to call them. And I realized something. You know what, Shy? I don't like talking about this, and sometimes it's hard for me to even like. I was my biggest trouble has been comprehending people. And I realized that maybe my brother and I were so above everyone else, right? That it's hard for us to comprehend some of the people on there who are faking, right? Even to some of your legendary drug traffickers that go out there speak some bullshit. You get me?
Right.
And we've seen it from the other perspective.
Not even that shy. Like even like when me and Viv came out with our book, Cartel Wives, we came out with it in what, 2017, 2018? 2017. And even back then we were talking about like narco terrorism. We were talking about, we broke down Jay and Peter's infrastructure, and we broke down their business and the logistics and how they ran things
They
and how they
fucking
ran these
love it
like a
on this
Fortune
channel, Val. They love that
500 company.
series.
I'm telling you, and we were talking about it back then, and I think even back then, like it was hard for people to fathom. It was hard for people to wrap their head around what me and Viv were actually talking about, what we were actually saying. Like it almost seemed unreal. And I think yesterday me and Jay were laying in the bed and we were watching Marshalls, right? It's that spinoff off of Yellowstone. And Yellowstone, like that was like probably one of my favorite shows, right? And so we're watching Marshalls yesterday, and all of a sudden they're talking about the cartel, and then they talk about Chapo and the Sinaloa cartel, and I'm sitting here looking at Jay shaking my head like, what the fuck is happening right now? Like, how is everybody just name dropping and talking about the cartel? And like all of a sudden, like, of course it makes for a good story, but it's like now you see all these like these ranchers and cowboys talking about the cartel, and it's like so like it's so sexy, it's so intriguing, it's so this, and I'm thinking to myself like I cannot believe, Jay, that we actually lived this life. And back then when I was trying to bring out my book, and back then when I was trying to tell my story, it was hard for people to even understand. And now it's like all you hear, like the other day we watched Trump on our president on television, and he's talking about he's talking about no, he's talking about everything that Jay has been saying about, combating the cartel, and how, the cartels have the most violent and the most military like backed, they're sophisticated when it comes to, their organization. And to me, it's like it's weird to hear the president saying that, and these are things that all Jay has been speaking about, or these are things that we've talked about in our book.
Right.
And to me, it's like shocking that, damn, now this is happening. Fast forward, 8 years. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
So I think that.
just in the last couple of years, man, the whole thing has changed. And even this channel switched in the sense where, like you said, you look around and you see all these people that cooperated. And I think about
Mhm,
the kid that's getting pressured on the street right now by a motherfucker wearing a Chapo shirt, telling him
mhm.
no snitching, telling him to risk his life, to risk this for loyalty and to risk that. And meanwhile, the bosses didn't risk the biscuit for nobody.
For nobody. And what's sad, can I tell you something? When I was in prison with women, it's like when you get there, they're like, check in. Let me see your paperwork. They want to run it like the men's prisons. They want to sit there and they want to check you. They want to sit there and see your paperwork. They want to see and make sure you didn't snitch. They're talking about, you know, like it's crazy that this is happening not only in the men's prisons and the women's prisons, and it's so crazy about snitch this and snitch that, and and I'm sitting there like what is happening? Like we're in a fucking prison camp right now. Like they're straight acting like gangsters, like they killers in here. And most of the women in there cooperated, or else because they're all in there for drug conspiracy, and they're sitting there looking at a couple years, and I'm like, wait, what? Like I'm looking at I'm looking at a couple years, and I'm just in here for money. I'm not in here for drugs. Like I know you cooperated, but you're the first one to be like, oh, pull up that paperwork. Let me see, like check in.
Right.
Like, and that was confusing to me to see that. And I was telling Jay, like, these women are trying to, run this shit like the men's prisons, which is,
They watching too much
unheard of
60
to
days
me.
in or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, too much of that, Shy. Too much of that. That was weird to me. I was like, these people are some weirdos for real. you know? But that's what it's coming down to, right? That's what it's coming down to. Like I told you, I can't even watch social
Well,
media.
it's happening to now to journalists too. That's the thing that we've been covering. You probably haven't been keeping up, so Val's not tuning in. So I'm gonna put it on blast right now. So we've been covering how these journalists are doing clickbaits, right? Where they basically put up all these thumbnails and say these things. Like the other day, I heard you cover Katrina, and you see me in the chat like, she like, well, I'm not saying this, but this,
Right.
And it's like, yo, that people are gonna take your sound bites and some of those things that you say, right? And make a thumbnail, and I hear her talk. It's like, you know, again, right? It's just like what it's become, and you see all these internet thugs.
Well, hold
I
on. Let
see
me
the
tell you. Let me
comments.
tell you. You can see if you're me. Stop fucking around. If you're me, you can see the pattern. I can see people leave comments and they'll say something specifically, and that day I'll see 2 or 3 different videos from a couple of different people, and they're just repeating what these people are saying. That's all they're doing. They're taking. They're getting there. Now they want to argue with you about some shit they just heard from some other motherfucker, and now they come and they act like it's their thought in the comments.
Well, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I was watching this Michael Cox video, right? And I think this
That's
is
funny.
how
Hold
one
on.
of
You
the
call him Michael Cox too, because so does JP. It's Matthew Cox.
okay, it's Matthew Cox. I was watching this Matthew Cox video, right? And he had this girl on there, right? And this girl, I was listening to her, and she was like, yeah, it sounded, I swear to God, it sounded exactly. I wish you can pull the video. This girl sounded exactly like me, like she read Cartel wise from when I grew up. I got pregnant at 14, had my baby at 15, worked in Dunkin' Donuts, was around this drug infested,
She
gang
took the
infested
life rights,
neighborhood.
Val. She got the life rights.
When I'm telling you, it's like she read my story, and I'm thinking like, I know like there's a lot of women that have gone through the same shit that I've gone through, right? But to be so specific and it's like she almost read it. My first chapter in my book. I was like, wait a minute, like I cannot. And the thing is that there's no fact checking, right?
No.
And I told Jay, I was like so frustrated. I'm like, Jay, I should come out with a podcast and I could just start putting people on blast. Like, come on, let's just put it out there like what it is.
She wants to be what's his name? What's his name? 1090 Jake 1090.
1090 Jake.
Yeah.
I swear, I just want to fact check, because real journalism, I'm gonna tell you, you can't, like, if you're gonna talk to somebody when it comes to the Sun Times or to the Tribune, like they have to fact check. They fact check everything. You can't just say stuff just because you think that, or that's your opinion, or that's your your perspective or your point of view. You can't do that. Like that's not real journalism. So when you hear on social media that people are just saying all these things, like it bothers me. So I'm telling Jay, like we need to come out with this podcast. He's
Well,
like,
look,
wow, that's already
I'll
been
tell
done.
you, they're self-admitted that they don't fact check, and they're just letting somebody come up there and tell a story. I mean,
But guess what? I understand that too, though, because how are you going to sit there if you have guests coming on, right? How are you going to sit there and argue with them or tell them that they're not telling the truth?
I can hear those stories on the corner.
Yeah, but no one's going to want to come on your show, and they're not going to want to be interviewed if you're going to sit there and put them on blast, right? So I get it. I get it.
Yeah, but I think
that's why they don't come here.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Because I'll be like, I don't know. That sounds like some bullshit.
Yeah, it would limit your your guess. It would limit your guess. But I think that just again the times, right? Because
it's crazy. Like I was working on this is an exclusive LA Times story right now, based on my life, and it's like anything I say has to be fact checked. Which to me it's all good, right? Because I kid you not, especially when it comes to my past life, like I realized more than ever. Like I don't have to make shit up. Like one thing, shy people could say all kinds of things about me. The first thing they're gonna say snitch, but one thing they're not gonna say is I'm full of shit.
Right.
I've been talking about Mencho when he was alive, so people would be like, "Oh, now he's dead." Nah, I've been saying that shit when he was alive.
Right.
I've been saying shit since I walked out the door. I was saying that shit when I started cooperating. I didn't leave no one behind, and I'm gonna be able to keep it real about that. And I say it not because look, people were like, "Oh, he's proud to be a snitch." Like, no, it's something that I did and that I take responsibility for it. And I think that's hard for people to kind of understand. Like, oh shit, he is admitting that. Oh, he's a super rat. All right, bro. It's just that you know what? There's always gonna be an excuse. But one thing, Shad, before I go, like before we hang up or anything, I do want to point something out. I can't leave my man out, Ed Calderon. Okay, I know him. Respects to him. Okay, when when we talk, I'm going to tell you this is based on something I live, something that I know, or I'm going to tell you this is my opinion. My thought was, that the guests on Luis Chaparro are full of shit, and I tell you why. So I see Ed Calderon, does the interview, and I think you saw this as well. And he says, "What if he's not, he's not dead?
What if? If it was a
Mencho's not
fifth,
dead.
we'd all be drunk.
Yeah, and Mencho's not dead. There's a possibility he's not dead." And the way he says it, it's like he's not. There's the other side of it. Like, bro, are you fucking kidding me?
Drama.
You're looking for that because you want to create that stupid narrative for what? And here's the thing. Either I don't know what he's selling because I don't know if he's selling anything. But and then I ask Shy all the time, I'm gonna keep it real, Shy, let's talk about this. I'm like, bro, is that me? Like, is that me that I'm so like I would just want to hear myself talk and hear myself comment and became this narcissist that is like, oh, if I say this, I'm gonna sound cool. I'm gonna get all these views, because I'm bringing up this
Or do you feel
conspiracy
like you
theory.
know better and you could see through the bullshit? I mean, motherfuckers don't like when a person could read you coming through the door and see that you're on bullshit.
Like, not only that, Jay, come on. Like, you don't come with no conspiracy. You come with real facts of shit that you've
Yeah,
been through, shit that you
Yeah,
lived through.
I never
And
heard
it's
him say
very
a what if.
different than,
What if the motherfucker had
yeah,
3 dragons?
what if Tupac is alive?
Yeah,
What if
yeah.
Elvis is alive?
I
What
never
if...
yeah.
heard
But you
that.
know
Come
what?
on.
But me and Shay always talk about this. We're learning, okay? We're seeing it. They're showing us what it takes to get clicks, what it takes to get subscribers, what it takes to get people talking. And I will tell you something now. If I jumped out there, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I did say, like once I do jump out there, and I am gonna jump out there. Hopefully, my wife will join me. Hopefully, we'll be able to work on a project together. But once I do jump out there, I'm gonna put everyone on blast. I'm gonna go back to Johnny, and be like, "Hey, remember you said this, and said that." If you ask me questions, I should be able to ask you questions.
Right.
Because Johnny one time called me and said I was, basically said I was full of shit. That he could not see, he said Chapo's really a worker because anytime, Chapo had to get on the phone with the Flores twins, that tells you he's not at that level. Like, are you stupid? You know? At the same in the same show, he said that Chapios were the strongest, you know,
Right.
drug lords ever.
Right.
Think about how stupid that sounds like. And when the same book you say that, and then you talk about his sons being stronger than, So it's like it doesn't even make sense. But I feel like I want to be able to put people on blast. And I think, Shy, for real, like you're going through the hard work, but I do think the tides are gonna change and they're gonna turn. People are gonna, having a problem with AI and fake pictures and fake this, right? Like some of these girls, I tell all the time, like, baby, I know you're a little older and stuff, but you still look better than half of these girls with AI.
Right. They got these girls got the work done and there's AI on top of their ass at the same time.
Yeah, so think about that, okay? And how things change. I want to tell you something. Just sitting here in perspective, they went from people being haters. Like you hear other people talk shit about, like even back then, people talk shit all day about my wife, and then next thing you know, guess what? I'm like, who the fuck? Everyone looks like her now. What the fuck? Remember, being a trailblazer takes that you have to receive it, right? And I think when people laugh when I say, I guess I was a trailblazer of snitching. And I bet you one day snitching is cool. They're going to be like, fuck you, Jay. There's other people that snitched before you. They're standing cool. It's going to change. Right? It's just where you're seeing it from. And I will tell you, Shy, I said, you know what? I realized something. The big Meeches, the Terrys, all your biggest drug lords, I realized something for real, for looking at their bullshit stories, all right, what they have to make up. I realized that for real, Shy. People ask me about individuals, like about this Cabreras and about different people, and just
And
think
I
about.
think, wait, I think that he's saying that the bullshit stories about, the Meeches and the Terrys, and we hear them
Hold on, we
talking,
can't
like,
hear you.
we just watch his documentary when he's saying, like, when we, like, the bullshit stories about the Meeches and the Terrys, we just watch his documentary, and I feel like they just pulled it straight out the book. And then they're talking about, yeah, we were in Mexico, we were out there 3 weeks, but we didn't know where we were at. We didn't know who we were with. Like, wait, how are you somewhere? Like, you can't ask me a question, Shy, like, hey, Val, what you were talking about in your book that you were here, where were you? And if I can't give you a straight answer,
Right.
you know I'm full of shit. If I can't tell you exactly where I was and who I was with, then that right there tells you, like, you full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing in my life like that I can't speak about and say firsthand, like, this is who the people I was with, this is who I was around, this is how Mencho looked, this is what stood out to me, this is what I got from him, this was our conversation we had. Like, you can't tell me about the Chapillos and me not say this is when they came to my house and this is the car they drove up in.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna give you vivid memories of exactly what it was, because you can't make up a lie. Like, it is what it is. It's gonna be the same story every single time. You
Right.
can't. But it's just weird to me when you hear them talking about, yeah, I was in Mexico, I was with the plug, I was out there 3 weeks. I don't know what part of Mexico we were in. I don't know who we were with. I don't know their names. Like, come on.
And
We
don't
gave
speak in
millions of
Spanish.
dollars. We gave them millions of dollars of jewelry, blah, blah, blah. Come on, bro. Like,
Yeah, I
stop
think,
it.
I realized something, Shy, like, even speaking about just seeing all these stories, and I, every time, I do have a conference. Bro, be honest with you, cops believe the bullshit now. Now it's like I'm arguing with cops. Like, bro, that's not the way it is. You know? Because now every like the bullshit, like what P says, P be so mad and P like, bro, everyone's so full of shit that now the real shit, it's like now we're full of shit. You
It's
get me?
devalued, yeah.
It's like, yeah, like that doesn't even count. But I will tell you something, Shy. I'm gonna say this for the first time ever. And I know Val's gonna probably be like, why are you saying it? Well, I'm gonna tell you what I realized. Uh Today, and just seeing some of the all the shit that's been played out, and especially maybe because of shit that happened with Mencho, and me working on different projects and having journalists reach out to me. I have to say, I think that for real, for modern time, you take all those hustlers from New York, DC, Memphis, Chicago, California. I think if you put them all together, Shy, for real, in modern day, they would never have even got close to all the shit me and my brother did, you know, collectively. And I'm gonna say it collectively, bro, you know, because there's a lot of shit that I feel like we haven't even talked about, Shy. And sometimes you'll be like, hey, why don't you say that? Or why didn't that shit was,
The
said, and I was
life
like,
rights. These motherfuckers got the life rights.
I said, well, we have to leave the good,
Yeah,
we have to
you
leave
gotta
the
hold
good,
on to the goods.
yeah, for the
Survive the
projects,
goods.
right? But I realized this shit, and in here, maybe it's my fault too for seeing so much, for being around so much, and again, yeah, life just works out that way. Who would have known that, somebody who I thought was like a scrub at one time, okay, not maybe not a scrub. I'm talking shit right now,
Watch your
but
tone,
who,
motherfucker.
no, who I would have thought was like, like somebody like even in Mencho back in the day,
Oh, I thought you was talking about me for a second.
Nah, bro, of course not. I would not talk about you. But you'd see these people, I could tell you stories of even Bayo. If you guys looked up, just look at the recent conference, in San Diego where they talk about Bayo and Pedro and Sousa and stuff. All these people that were friends of ours, Bayo being compadre, Val, I forget. Val's like, oh my God, how crazy it was that, he and his wife and Val had the baby at the same day. You get me?
Not only that, we had our suites were connecting, and like Bio is like family to us. You know what I mean? Like his wife, like we were in labor at the same exact time, having our babies the same exact day with a adjoining suite. Like that to me was like a big day for us, and that he became like our extended family to the point where he was our compadre, to the point where it hurt me to see him and him like them turn around and extradite him and him being charged as the first like under that first narco terrorism act. You know what I mean? That hurt. And
Yeah, just I don't know, just so many people, and today, I was telling you mentioning earlier, like someone like Val bent him, but Val probably doesn't remember, like Eric Valencia, right? The co-founder of CJ and G, pleading guilty and him cooperating. You get me?
You
that
think
was
he had something? You think he gave up info on Mitchell?
Do I think he gave him information? Bro, I think that his whole fucking life depended on giving up information to them. But every time he fucking talked, it was mental,
But I
bro. How
mean,
about that?
direct information to locating him.
Bro, absolutely. You imagine there's still people out there. Remember, these are people who had families and friends,
he was in the same spot that he always been in.
That is
Yeah,
something
Like
Jay
a
said. Jay
when we
said he
first
is in
met
the
him.
same spot.
yeah, bro. I'm like, damn, that motherfucker didn't go far. You get me? Remember, if I know
Even
this,
with Chapo, even when they went for him, like he's in the same spot he always been in, no hiding. Like, are you kidding?
and I think they pick a regions they're safe with. They lock those regions down. Who better to know that than to people that were once associated with them? They know this shit. And again, I'm gonna tell you something. Again, people we don't talk about Abigail Valencia, right? Cooperating. The head, the founder, the money guy, the drug deal guy. He was the real deal drug trafficker. For all those hustlers that be like, oh, you know. Who are in the street right now, or people who look up to hustlers, like Mencho's not the guy to look up to, you know that's like a gangster figure, but the real hustlers, real money makers, gonna be somebody like his brother-in-law, Abaguel, right? The real deal money maker. Dude worth billions of dollars, right? You heard Pierre, right, a good friend of mine, Pierre, Rossini, talk about him. And we talk about these certain figures all the time that get overlooked because he's not the villain, Shy.
Mm,
He's not the dude with the guns. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And I see it all the time with no disrespect to Kate. Val's in front of me. And I know to Kate, Kate was probably one of the most well-known gangsters. You agree, right? Of that era, Shy. Like, he was known as the gangster, but he wasn't known as the hustler. He was known as
Yeah.
the gangster, black ski mask, black hoodie, and go get your ass. That's what he was known for, no facts. And then again, it's like you hear people be like, oh, they weren't like Kate. Like, nah, I wasn't. I never said I was.
You were like the
Um,
Valencias.
exactly. It goes down to every figure. Um,
So they're
and some,
about due for a cartel episode then, the Valencias.
bro, what? You need like 10 episodes on them. For real, even and bro, it's crazy like the connection. Even if you go to El Animal, Manuel Fernandez Valencia, his sister, who was married at one time to Valencia, to the Hermanos Valencia, the king of crystal meth, Amado Carrillo, the Lord of the Skies compadre, who cooperated, bro. Like there's so much history there. It's like you know, man, bro, you could go back and you would be busy again. And I also figured that I guess from my background, it's like being brought up in Mexico and around because of my dad around so many legendary figures, right? Like I know all the histories. You know what I'm saying? So it's like right now everyone's like kind of late, right, to the game, right? Everyone's late to the movie, and I already kind of knew what the first part, the first what 3 quarters of the movie was gonna happen.
Right.
Now the last quarter it's gonna be to the individuals to say, but I think that with Mencho's death and you see all these journalists, right, they need that villain, bro. And the next thing is who's the next person, right?
Right away. Before his body's cold. Who's gonna take his place? That's the big story. That's the easiest route.
Like almost like it's a government, bro. It's like stop. You know what I'm saying? Like this, it's insane. It's crazy, and you hear people now they're having competitions between El Sapo and El Cero Tres. You
No,
hear
no,
these
no, no,
people.
no. Hold on. In the words of Katerina Zook, el yogur. Okay? That's yogurt. That's how she say yogurt. El yogur.
El yogurt, and these people. Someone who fucking telling her these fucking stories. You get me? And it's like, I want to be the first, like, to everything. It's disgusting. You can mean that they fall into the trap. And these people are the ones that feed this narco type of culture, social media push, because they're the ones running right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that run it. It's either you're gonna see people like them, and then you're gonna see the other. What do you call it? What type of clicks? The ones you talk about, the ones that show all the beheadings and the killings and that,
Oh, gore.
the gore stuff. You know?
Yeah, we the ghetto. We the alley of the shit over here, bro. We here to talk about the real bullshit, not the bullshit.
It's crazy because these journalists say they're supposed to be putting the word out, but it almost seems like, oh, the gore stuff, they don't talk about that no more, right? That's not important enough, you know. They fall into the trap that everyone else. Why? Because everything's catered to the viewer. The viewer wants the fake shit, you know. The viewer wants the make believe shit, whatever they want to hear. They want the Hollywood shit, and that's what everyone's gonna cater to, you know. And that's why we ain't got no fucking views.
You see them? Matthew said it on the video on the short that Jay sent me. It's a short where he says, if I got a black dude that's sitting across from me and he's telling a street story, those videos do very well.
Yeah, it was an interview with Matthew Cox and Johnny Mitchell.
Oh, shout out to Matthew Cox. I love his show. He's a good person though. I like his stuff. I really do. It's
You
just
know why you like his stuff?
some of
Because
the people that he interviews though, they're full of shit, but he can't call you out because then he's not gonna get any.
Oh, that was the first thing I asked him when I got there that day for that interview. I was like, "Hey, you don't never call nobody out on their bullshit off camera." He's like, "Nah, they wouldn't fuck with me." I was like, "Yeah, I get
But
it."
let me tell you what you should do. You should watch his face and you should watch the way he looks. You could tell right out the top that right out the bat he knows he already knows they're full of shit.
like,
He just
really?
can't say.
Yeah, no,
But you know what? The difference between Matthew Cox,
Uh-huh.
right? That's true. But that Matthew Cox just tells everyone he snitched,
Yeah.
and he tells everyone, whatever is good for you.
When you
Okay.
can take ownership and you can take accountability about what you've done, I feel like that speaks
And
volumes.
look, I'm friends with Matthew Cox. I'm friends with Johnny Mitchell. Okay, and I'm friends with a bunch of other, Ian Bick and a bunch of other, big YouTubers. Here's the difference. I feel like this is like, I could be a friend, which I know it's a business, but one thing I'm not gonna do, and Shy, you know this, bro. I'm not gonna be fake, though. You call me out sometimes. You be like, Jay, stop, don't do that. Don't ruin my show. Don't. And I'm like, yeah, I keep it real. Like, I get it. But one thing I'm not gonna do is be fake or not speak my mind. Where I'm gonna be
That's
like,
entertainment. This is information.
yeah.
That's entertainment.
But once I get on this show, where I feel like I'm gonna be able to be like, yo, now let me go back to some of the shit. Like I should be able to have my opinions just like everyone else does. You're the one that said that you're the connect because you sold some weed, and because of your journalism and because you studied it, you consider yourself in the back of your mind to be
Yeah, but hold on. There's a dude that reached out recently through the comments, right? He's a dude that is supposedly I haven't dug into him. I haven't looked into it. He's supposedly an officer, an American guy that's in Mexico, and he's an officer, some kind of police force or some shit, right? And he has a he's been at war with Ed Calderon, and he's at war with Katerina Zoke, and he's not at war because it takes two to tango, of course, what I'm saying? But he's trying to expose everybody, Pierre, everybody, right? And he reached out, but I did look at one of his videos, and he had a video there with Johnny, and I didn't know Johnny was a journalism had a journalism degree, but
he doesn't because he considers himself a self journalist, like
I
somebody
don't know
where
about that. I don't know if you can say what he said blatantly. Now I don't know if he knew he was being recorded or not, but dude recorded him, and they were talking about that guy that said he was a Sicario. Remember that he did those videos with the Connect, and I can't remember the guy's name. Again, I'm gonna reach out to him. We'll talk to him.
I'll talk to him. That he sounds like a person I might like.
Yeah. So look. So he's telling Johnny. What did you know about dude? Did you fact check anything he said? And Johnny's like, no. He's like, dude had a story, and that's it. I let him tell a story, and that's not what they're doing. So miss me with the journalism talk. Journalists.
Whoa.
Well, that's weird to me. Like even like there's documentaries. I think when I came home, the first probably documentary I seen was Cocaine Quarterback, right? And when I seen that documentary, I was like, this is crazy. Like they're telling the story. He's saying that he's cocaine quarterback, but even in the documentary, it says he was never the quarterback. He
If
basically
you're not even the quarterback, if I can't trust you to be the
you're
quarterback, what
you're
the
not even the
fuck?
quarterback, okay? Even though not only that, Owen, it was what
Owen Hansen.
Owen Hansen. He was not even the quarterback. He's not even a quarterback. So that's the name of your documentary. That right there tells us right now, like the whole documentary is like fabricated, right? And then he talks about that he was making all this money, but then he's not saying it's US dollars. He's saying it's money, Australian money. So like he's talking in the millions, and when I sit there and I chat it and I'm like, okay, what is it equal to in US dollars? It's like a quarter of a million, but yet you're talking millions, right? And then after that, he's saying how like he is like working with the cartel, the little cartel, but he's not gonna tell you who he's working with. Like, come on now. It's like you can't like if you're gonna say you can't just say whatever you're gonna say. And it's weird to me that usually in a documentary they do at some point need to fact check. You can't just say shit. And so like to me that was like bizarre
Yeah,
that
if you're
he's
not the
sitting there.
quarterback, I can't believe shit else
You're
that
not
you
the
got to say,
quarterback.
Papa.
You didn't work with the Sinaloa cartel because you can't tell us who you were working with when you should be able to have a name.
His name was Juan.
But
He said El Jefe.
I think that you know what, Shy, you and me. You know, here's the thing. Look, bro, I feel like that's good that he has a product that he's selling. He's trying to make use of his platform.
Wait, when every boss in the Sinaloa cartel is not known as El Jefe, they're either known as Papa or Mama. They're not El Jefe.
Yeah, but he says so. The other day I showed you a clip where he's on News Nation, and he says, I would go how I see bodies hanging off the, hanging off the bridges. Like really in Guadalajara?
Shine. I lived in Guadalajara. My kids were born in Guadalajara. I lived there for 5 years. Let me tell you, there was not one body hanging off a bridge.
I don't believe you,
that
Val. I
shit
don't
was
believe you.
not
You saw
happening.
bodies hanging everywhere. You're lying.
That was not happening, like ever.
It doesn't happen in cities like Guadalajara like that, bro. Like it's not Culiacan. It's like, and then he says I had 6 bodyguards. It was funny. Like when I would go, it was so dangerous that I had 6 bodyguards, and I'm thinking to myself, like, look, like.
Jay, he was more a boss than you, because where were your 6 bodyguards?
Nah, but the fact that look at the other side of it.
Or not like that. He was making not only that, he was making $1 million. What was it? $1 million.
He said $1 million a day. He's
come on. I said, Jay,
no.
Yo, he was making more money than you.
yeah, he was making more money.
You wasn't making that Australian money, motherfucker.
And he was moving 50. I think he was moving like 10 keys at a time, and he was making more money. But nah, it's just again.
Hold on. There it is. That's the guy's name, Dave Frank. Yeah, we're gonna talk to Dave Frank. Dave Frank guy, he got something to say. I'm gonna let him say it. All right, salute to Dave Frank. Go ahead.
Okay, salutes to him.
Dave Frank is the guy that I was telling you that got a vendetta against these people lying, and his mission is to expose them.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. It's like I'm not out to expose anyone. I just feel like I have a problem with just them like spilling the bullshit, because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of drug traffickers, young aspiring kids out there that they are aspiring to be drug dealers, bro. And they hear these stories, right? When there's no pushback on some of the shit to say it's fake, next thing you know, guess what? That kid, the future kid, is gonna try to be that person. And guess what? Bro, someone fabricated a story. Like, you keep telling someone that you flew and they believe you. What do you think it's gonna do when they jump out the bridge, bro? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna try to be that life, and they're gonna try to be like that, and it's gonna cost someone, these fake dreams and of what they, what they say it is. And I'm gonna tell you something, bro. They're not even about that life, and most of these dudes weren't. We could go back to the stories, but even like when we talk about Owen Hansen's, like he said, well, I had 6 Sicaros, right? And I'd be like, okay, Mr. Cartel expert, you know what 6 Sicaros will do for you in the middle of Guadalajara in CJNG birthplace?
They get you. Will you swing from a bridge?
You probably end up fucking hanging off a bridge. You get me? Like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like you stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, this is the nonsense, right? And again, right, we could talk about this shit all day.
Well, listen, I just want to let you, and I want to let Val know. Val, we had a very successful show here called Former Kingpin Reacts. You know what I'm saying? Former Cartel Wife Reacts has a nice ring to it. Former Cartel Wife and former Kingpin Reacts collabo. That sounds amazing too. just putting that shit out there. Just
Do it. Do it.
Yeah.
I'm here for it, Shy.
let's
So
get it.
I'm gonna tell you what I do realize is that even for someone who was as experienced as Val, and I'm gonna say it like she's here in front of me, even like she couldn't comprehend the other side of it. And I
Let me
think
tell you, the thing is this, Shy, right? I grew up in the Shy my whole life, right? When I moved to Mexico with Jay, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I was married to Cato. He was the biggest gangster of all gangsters, right? When I moved to Mexico, I was just thrown into that narco culture, right? And that was something like foreign to me. I never lived that life. I never been around anyone that was on the level. Yeah, I was around people, but not at J and P's level.
Right.
And I think to me that was a different world.
Yeah.
It was different for me to comprehend that, right? And because I lived in Mexico for 5 years, I had my kids there. I lived there. I was in that life. I was in Culiacan. I was in Sinaloa. I was in, I was around these people, the Menchos, the Chapillos, the Vicentes. I was around these people, that to me would became our normalcy. And it's like the puercas, all the bios, all these people, right? The Valencias, they used to come to my house. They were with my neighbor all day long. Like you know, was around these people. That's Edgar, right? Edgar Valencia. Okay, like all these people. These are people that I would see on a daily basis, like in my house, eating with us, breaking bread. And it's like, I was in that world. And to me, it's like I seen what it was. And then you have these people that come out that are fraudsters, right? And that are talking about when they visited Mexico, or this is what they saw, bodies hanging from bridges and banners. And I'm sitting there like, wait, what? I lived there every day. I was out every day driving around. Like, that's not what was there. But because they're watching these videos, and because, this is what they see, they're telling this, like, all these lies, and it bothers me. And I even told Jay, like, we need to do a podcast. Remember back in the day, they had this guy, and he was exposing people that had fake Rolexes, and he called people out. And and I was like, Jay, we
Nico
need to
Lena.
do a podcast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, we need to do a podcast, and we need to just expose it. And Jay's like, nah, Val, like, we ain't gonna do that. Like what's the point? And I'm like, it just bothers me.
But that's the
Like I
thing, and he
said,
can't say shit, Val, because it fucking bothers him, and then he can't shut up about it. So he can't say
no.
nothing. It bothers him
But when
too.
I'm watching Marshalls in my bed last night with Jay, and I'm like listening to like these stories, and they're white people, and they're like capitalizing on our story, and they're talking about Chapo and the cartel and the Sinaloa, and they're sitting there and they're telling our story, and I'm like, man, Jay, what is it? Is it because we're not white? Is it because we're not cocaine quarterback? We didn't go to USC? Like, what is it? You know what I'm
no,
saying?
I'm gonna tell you what it is. Even some of the shit, like, cause we're not fake. We were too real, too fast, and people gotta catch up. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
You know, Shy, let's be. We talked about it at the time. Even the shit that we came to, and now we're having issues with the whole 50 Cent shit. You get me? He got tired of the fake shit, and now it affected our projects. You get me? And it's like it's just what it's became. Like,
Like
Oh, you
watered
and
down,
saying like with
right?
that BMF
Like
shit?
watered down.
yeah, with the BMF shit,
Like
and
watered
it's
down.
watered down. Here's the thing, and P has a. You say, well, I don't shut up about it, because a part of me feel like I didn't want to fight that battle, because people always ask. You see it on your comments. Look, Shy, you see, oh, these motherfuckers talk about real, but they were snitches. Like, bro, I almost snitch. I was real about being a snitch since the beginning.
No, but what I mean by you don't shut up about it is you don't want to go on you'll sit there and say I don't want to go on a campaign exposing these fucking peoples, but when they talking that shit, you get frustrated about it and you want to
I
speak
I
on it.
do,
That's
and
you wanting to correct the fucking narrative. I don't know. I
and
don't see how
Batman
that's a bad thing, because
and
I want to
Batman.
push back too. I feel that if it's not pushed back, then these kids don't know that these motherfuckers were chomos, and they don't realize that they shouldn't be wearing a t-shirt. And maybe they'll change their mind if I keep fucking saying it. You know?
And you know what? And I think Batman for sure. Like Batman.
For those that don't know,
Um,
Batman is Peter Flores, y'all,
here's
aka
what
Quality Control.
quality control. He has a real big issue, and sometimes he gets so mad, and he's like, "Yo, Jay, like honestly, like he just wants to move forward and just leave this shit alone and says, you know what, fuck it, just charge it to the game. We'll take another loss. Everything's been, everyone's full of shit. Then now the people who are full of shit, they made their story so real that now the real shit is it doesn't sit well with people.
Pushed on the shelf.
Yeah, and I told, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm bringing some family issues, and I'm gonna say this to Val, I'm gonna, say this to quality control Peter, is that that's what happens when you don't want to talk about it. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's your guys' fault for letting these people be able to, you get me? Glamorize a fucking life and say all these fucking lies because I think that we would have settled this shit early on, right? They wouldn't be able to come up with this bullshit story. Now there's some people that probably do have a lot of factual stories, right? That maybe are not like privy to me. Like maybe they're on lower levels and I don't know shit. You get
But
me?
be clear
Like
what you're
that's
talking about. What are you talking about? Are you talking about, creative movies and TV shit?
No,
Or
when
are you
he's
talking about the internet? Motherfuckers just like, journalists talking
both.
bullshit, criminals talking bullshit.
Both.
No, but I think that what he's talking about too is that like me and Viv, for instance, right? Like there was a time where we didn't want to like come out, we didn't want to show our faces, we wanted to be in disguises, we wanted them to put on prosthetics on us, we didn't want to look like us, we didn't want people to know who we were. We were so, like I said earlier, like fear is a curse, right? We were so like living in this paranoia in our head where it was to the point where it became our reality. It was so real because we were so living in fear and we were so scared of, like, because our husbands had cooperated, that we didn't know what that meant for us and our children, living out in the open and living out loud. And I think that now that it's became the norm, where now you have the Vicentios and you have all the Maitos and the Chapillos, and you have all of them all cooperating and it becoming a thing. Like now everybody's doing it, and it's to the point like, okay, maybe we should have been telling our story. Maybe we should have been put ourselves out there. Maybe we should have been, taking ownership of our story, so that way you can't have all these other people that are not really even involved in that life or even been a part of that life to even have the room or the space to even come out and tell their story. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because even now, like I think since just going back to like the last 200 and something people, shy, that got extradited from Mexico, out of those 210,
Expelled. They don't call
expelled,
it.
expelled, yeah, exactly. Bro, I think that later, literally 99% of them cooperating. And the ones that, and I'm telling you this factual stuff. I'm not, the only ones that are not cooperating are the ones that didn't get the benefit, didn't get the chance, like the Zetas, 40-42, right? No benefit. They didn't get a chance. Caro Quintero, no opportunity, to cooperate. And people go on your chat and we'll share and talk about comments, be like, oh, Mayo did cooperate. He was a real one. Like I never had a competition with like any realness. I'm not competing with them. I lost that battle a long time ago. But just because I'm talking about it, people are like, oh, you scared? Like, bro, like, no, let's face it. Let's go back to Almanac. Let's look at these. Go back and Google this shit. That me and my brother probably the first real people who actually were named as cooperators against the Sinaloa cartel and Chapo Mayo and their sons and El Mencho. I cooperated against everyone, you know, like equally, bro. You know what I'm
But
saying?
you
Like
was an equal
I
opportunity cooperator.
I have no choice. And I will say this, Shy. I'll say it again. Shy never said, "Oh, big salutes out to the snitches." Shy always gonna feel the way you feel. Again, you're gonna say snitches are snitches, and you're gonna be able to have your own opinion about anyone's life. But I think that this is grown men being able to say, "Well, look, you disagree with the decision I made for my life, and you also agree that." Whatever decision I made for my life had nothing to do with you. You get me? You
Right.
know, and when people say, "Oh, you weren't built for that life," bro, I'll say it again. I was like, the life was us. You're just seeing it from a different level. I wasn't built for no dumb motherfucker's life. I mean, maybe that's the level you're seeing it on. You get me? You know, but when it's different from the top floor to the bottom floor. You're looking up. I'm looking down.
Right.
Different perspective, different, different point of view, and people get mad because they want me to come down to the first floor to look at it from their point of view. Like, look, but I've been there. I've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? But I evolve, become smarter, become a little bit, get more, become more intelligent. I see things, and again, just to sit back and I'll say, because I was, me and my brother were trailblazers in cooperating. People were like, "Oh, you're proud of that?" Well,
Well, you could also say
I don't know about
you were
proud.
trailblazers in drug trafficking.
I was trailblazer drug traffic. Just say it. But okay, remember, I don't know if I'm proud, but but you want to call me a snitch, and I'll be like, well, okay, well, look, I set the, I set the stage for every other one of your, idols, snitching. You know what I'm saying? You hear the mini leak, you're covering the mini leak story, and for them to sit there and talk about cooperating, everyone turning themselves in, and he's telling you as one of the sons, right?
Yeah.
Who do you think gave him those ideas? You know what I'm saying?
Cartel episode 2. Chapo Guzman has been curating these styles of betrayal and these styles of cooperation for over 30, 40 years. And they're in a level now where these juniors have perfected it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So I mean, I think that there's a space when, because all this is getting colluded, and you hear so many stories, and now too bad that you have some journalists that jump in and they want to hear themselves talk. They want to hear the story. You see, someone like Catalina. You see some of the shit she says, like, oh, I seen this and it's fake bullets, fake stuff. Like, stop. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't let the shit go. You get me? Because you wanna paint this fucking picture to get clicks. You know what I'm saying? And some of the things even mean being biased. Like I sent, we're supposed to cover a couple of things that she said about cooperators and how the United States negotiates with terrorists. Like, bro, like now you're getting your own personal judgment, and you're supposed to not even be about that life. Where all you do is talk about change and innocent people, and then you're mad about people actually like doing something about it. And I see all these little like personal, like it's the day and age of social media, right? I think from here, looking out to the future, that it gives everyone the chance to have a platform, and it's too bad that we didn't take advantage of it.
Mm. Y'all feel like it's too late? Huh? Did you hear me?
I mean,
Or
I
you
don't know.
pondering? You pondering? You thinking?
I'm
Hold on. Let
pondering,
him
yeah.
ponder. Y'all. Boom, boom,
I'm
boom, boom.
pondering, bro, because listen, yeah, I will tell you something. What drives me crazy, I get some of these questions from law enforcement, and sometimes I be like, "Yo, I'm right here in front of you." You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, man, people watch too much Netflix. You know what I'm saying? They watch too much, like,
What are you talking
like
about? What they got to do with what I asked you?
I just feel like sometimes I feel like I don't know if I want to I I don't know. I want to focus my life and energy in trying
Mm.
to prove people wrong.
Oh, okay.
But maybe I to think, I'm starting to think that maybe that's the only way that we do want to get a message across. We do want to, have a good and positive impact, with our story. Maybe that's what we have to do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
And I don't think it has to be. Listen, here's the bottom line. The bottom line is your story stands alone. Your story doesn't stand at the mercy of having to expose some journalist or some criminal for lying on the internet. At the end of the day, the four of y'all, the two of y'all, one of y'all could sit down and just talk about what you've experienced. Tell your fucking story. That's enough. That stands alone.
Yeah.
That doesn't need the negativity of having exposed anybody. That's just you taking your story and telling it yourself instead of letting anybody else embellish it.
And that's the truth because real recognizes real, right? And when you're telling the truth and when you're sitting there and you're being authentic and you're being
That's
true to
it.
yourself, I think that right there speaks volume.
Yeah, you're right about that. I just think that maybe my first instinct, like, maybe if I have to weigh in the success, and I'm sorry, Shai, I will tell you something. You think you're in this battle alone in trying to grow your channel, but I'm right here with you, bro.
I
I
appreciate it.
really hope nothing but the best that you grow your channel. Not because of me, but because I feel like your message could be impactful to everyone, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And especially to those that need to hear the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, everyone's so caught up just it being one sided that I could see it. But I feel like that's the avenue we have to take. Is like now we have to take what people believe is to be, the truth, and it's really like fake news, right? In order to kind of like let other people see the other side of it, right? And I feel like that is like, uh, I think I'm more worried about the fake, the fakeness of people, and having them become my enemies than I did for some of the cartel members,
God
if
damn.
you understand. You know what I'm saying? Because once you put people on blast, and this is funny though, because there's a lot of people that I interact with that they know I know they're fake, right? I know that they push fake narratives, fake stories, okay? sometimes I'm just like, okay, and I'll be like, all right, but it's like I'm not, trying to be that judge, especially when some of the stories, fake stories,
Yeah,
interact
I
with
can't
my
argue with
story.
everybody in the comments. Sometimes I
No.
gotta throw a generic fucking response at them and keep it
Yeah,
moving.
but some of the story people be like, oh, what about this person, especially on the other, in my world, and I feel like, man, I don't want that issue. But at the same time, it's like, I really have to think about this and see where we go. And a lot of times, we have Batman and my brother feels like it's a lost war. You get me?
Uh,
Us trying to do the right thing is never gonna work out because we don't fit that, profile. But I think it's gonna come a time where people are gonna get tired of all these, glamorous lives where everyone was the dude doing it, everyone was big time, everyone was a killer, right? Everyone, it's gonna come a time where it's
can we
gonna be
have a
like,
simpler time where everybody's not an assassin?
but yeah, but I will tell you something. When I said this the other time, I'm sitting here thinking like, damn. I'm probably, gonna be, us being a unicorn, and like we're becoming more rare because we're the only ones, me and my brother could say that we dealt with El Mencho, we dealt with El Chapo, El Mayo, and
Mm.
Arturo Beltran Leiva, and they're basically gone.
Oh,
And I have that advantage even more than Vicentes or even some of the Chapo sons, because guess what? They weren't allowed to have those relationships, right? They didn't have, they were not at the bottom or at the top. Even with today, you seen the newspaper that the head of the DEA in Chicago talked about. Me and my brother even still, to this day, right? When with people like El Musico and El Payo and so many other individuals. Earlier, you had one of the people listening in, whoever it was, asked you about Felipe and the Cabreras, about the Cabreras. It's like, yeah, we could go down the list of so many, people, um, and
Do you think this? Sorry, did I cut you off? Go ahead.
no, no, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Do you think that that this wave of fakeness is going to push people to look for the real shit, to really search for it?
I do think, remember, because I'm at the end of the day, I'm a bit more of a businessman, right? Shy,
Mm-hmm.
and even I would tell you like the story about Drake. The reason why I went looking for someone like Drake, I was looking for a Nick Cannon type rapper, because I woke up one day like, yo, I'm tired of all these people being killers. You know what I'm saying? Killer rap. And I kind of saw that people were taking a little liking to Kanye West, and I feel like he was being too like lyrical when he was coming on. I said, damn, what if we find someone, you know, like a Nick Cannon, just and I described him to a T, and that's when Gabi found Drake, and I always felt like, look, if everyone's eating, you go to a block and there's 10 restaurants of selling cheeseburgers, and there's a store opening. What are you gonna put there?
Right,
Are you gonna put another cheeseburger place?
right.
Or are you gonna give them something different? And I do believe that there's gonna come a time where people are gonna get tired of this, especially with like even today. I feel like even the word cartel is being so oversaturated. It's starting to become like
Yeah, I had to respell it. Throw an extra L on that motherfucker.
yeah. So I do think that there's gonna come a time, and I see one of those comments on your on the chat saying that the dramatization. Do I feel like it would have been over dramatized? And I think with 50 and us speaking about it, it's like one of the things that he was getting upset was that like you don't have to over dramatize this shit.
Right. No, that's how I feel. It's stranger than fiction. It writes itself.
So even the story, like I see the BMF documentary, I see those shows being on there. I see some of the shows like Ozark, some of the stories are trying to get made. It's like of course it's gonna be based on,
Right. Of course.
but it's like I think even for us, I think the stories was like, oh, it's too real. You get me?
Right.
And it's just Hollywood for you. But who knows? I really tell Val that I think that she would be a great podcast host. I think she's real. I think she could be relatable to a lot of women who's been through those hard relationships, through been through trauma and abuse, and not only, and then the other side of what the beauty part of it when it comes to aesthetics, and what she wanted to be like, and then what is it for her to be like a mom, and then doing the prison stuff, and then being involved with narcissists, and criminals and people like us. I think that and what her life has became. I think that she has a good message. So I think that she
And she
would.
has the natural charisma to speak.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have that either. I'm trying to get better at it, but she does, and she's intelligent, and I think she would have a great platform, especially just given the fact that even I see some of these YouTube hosts, and I look at the competition that's out there, and look, the most successful one. Let's face it. Nothing against race. I'm not
I
just
thought he
saying this.
called them hoes. He said hosts, y'all. I thought he
Hosts,
called them.
yeah.
I
So
said, I see these YouTube hoes. I said, damn, Jay.
hosts,
What the
hosts, hosts. Same difference. No, but I see some of the competition out there. I'm like, look, a lot of these real successful, podcast hosts. First of all, it's a men saturated world, right? But the women side of it, a lot of them are Caucasian, right? Most of them successful when they're Caucasian, right?
fuck?
Um, there's African American, but there's no like real like in between in the middle, someone Hispanic, just someone with that background,
And here's the thing: sometimes we don't do things because we feel like it's become oversaturated, but that's the difference between the people that got it and the people that do not. The people that got it are able to jump into a system that is oversaturated, and they will survive and
Make a difference, yeah.
outlast. They will outlast the ones that fall off because every bubble will burst, and if you can hold on, you good.
Yeah, and it'd be the difference, right? And obviously, Shy, if you probably look, you're better looking, and you're a woman and you're better looking and stuff like that, you'd probably be a hit by now. As I tell
I'll
Val
probably
all the
still have
time.
to lie and talk bullshit.
No, but I tell because I see your comments, and one of the most, I think overall in all the years we followed you, people could get sick of your commentary or whatever, and you always tell everybody. But at the end of the day, you're gonna get your number one comments and be like, "How come you don't have more viewers? How come you don't got more subscribers?" You know,
That's the first thing I asked Jay when I came
As-
out of prison. Because let me tell you something. From the very get go, I was like your number one fan. And I told you I was on probably one of your, like, in your earlier days on one of your shows. Remember that, Shy?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Absolutely,
and
one of our biggest shows.
And I said, I'm your biggest fan. Keep talking your shit because I loved your show.
Kept
And so
talking
as
my
soon as
shit.
I came out of prison, that was my first question. How many viewers should I got? How
I'm
many
like, he
viewers?
got 20 more than when you went in.
Like 15, 15. And two of
You
them
do
talk
shit
shit.
from,
They hit the
yeah,
dislike button. Sometimes they'll come
yeah.
in the live, they'll hit the like button, then take their
I
like
I
back.
told Val he got 24, but then a week later he got -4. So he's at 20 plus because you went on his show,
Yeah,
and he did good with me and Pete went on his show. He got like an extra 200.
No.
Where I was in
and we did like
competition.
Super Bowl Sunday that year too.
Yeah. Oh, we did. You know what? So I think like it's something for to think about, but it's like I do think that maybe the world needs fresh perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, a lot of these things are my opinion. Some is factual, some is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I get all the time. Look, some of the stuff I talked to you about mentor in present day,
Mm-hmm.
it's factual.
Right,
Then I'm gonna tell you my thoughts.
But there's not too
right.
many people that could say that they knew him first, you know?
Yeah,
There's not too many people that could tell that story.
yeah. I guess I don't. It's funny because when I told you I have journalists reach out to me all the time.
Mm.
Like lately, it's just been like bombarded, and I'd be like, "Well, you should talk to this person." It's like, "No, dude, we want to talk to you," and it's like, I get it. I'm one of the only few.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I don't want to be like of importance because I'm a few. I want to be important because it's important. I'm like relevant to the subject that we're speaking on. And I guess I'm just a good co-signer. Like I do believe, and I'm gonna speak for you, Shy, and I shouldn't.
Yeah,
That
go.
even regardless, if I could tell you that I have good stories because I was one of the few, then you could also say that, hey, we have a good conversation. You have a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And people always when they make the comment, it's like, bro, like every time we come on there, we're gonna have a little like side argument. I'm gonna talk about Trump. You're gonna be like, "Fuck Trump," and I'm be
Mm-hmm.
like, "No,"
Mm-hmm.
like it's okay for us to have a different perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe that it's important. I was looking at Joe Budden and looking
Hold
at
on, Val. I'll be shutting his shit down. Motherfucker came in here. He came in here the other day on some anti-Bad Bunny shit. I had to shut his shit all the way the fuck down. We almost put him in the bathroom.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Let me tell you something. Me and Jay, we don't agree on a lot. So
Say that again. Say it again.
I said me and Jay don't agree on a lot. So I'm glad you did.
Oh, I'll be shutting his shit down. He can't just come in here all reckless and shit. He come in here with he come in here on a mission sometimes, boy. I gotta buck up, boy.
Let me tell you something, because I'm all about my people. I was so happy they had Bad Bunny on there.
And also, be perfect. I want to talk about that little comment, the little things we were talking about like that could not be in MENCHO. Whenever just the United States is involved in any operation, Shy, the first people they have there is their own people making sure they do, DNA, bro. You know, and the United States is not gonna co-sign some shit that's not true. You get me? To then look like idiots later. It's not gonna happen,
Yeah, I think that's a ridiculous notion anyway. Like, just like many of the other theories that we've been hearing, there's no lack of them. Again, so you're not convinced. Moral of the story is you're not convinced in this Luis Chaparro, conversation with two guys that survived this massacre that no one else survived. You're not buying it.
Well, listen, I hear the thing, like Shy, like you know this. We can't argue with that, conversation, that theory that Luis Chaparro might have based on some of those people he had on there. I just don't believe that those people are real. I believe that his analysis is based on bullshit. You get me? And even if it was someone that was there, I still would think that they're too low on any side of the cartel to even speak. You get me? I mean, because we've seen them. We see CJNG was one of the first real cartels, right? Like after the Matasetas, which was they were part of, who started doing these videos of propaganda, right? Coming out and pushing out their message. Why wouldn't they push out the same message? Why wouldn't they be attacking military right now?
Why would they be calling Luis Chaparro?
Why would they be calling Luis Chaparro? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, come on. It's like nowadays, it's like everyone could be involved some way. And just because someone in the organization is just different, right? Remember, sicarios on the field and right-hand men are different from the people who die every day, who go and take orders. You get me? So just based on that, my perspective and my knowledge and experience, it's like, it's completely, again, remember, what they're saying to me is bullshit. But what they believe, I can't argue with. You know what I'm saying, Shay?
Your gut feeling, you think he was the type of person that was going to be the one to throw his rifle aside and say, "I'm cornered, you got me."
Bro. that's the like joke of all jokes, okay? He showed us, and I'm telling you, this is somebody I knew, this is somebody I spoke to, and I told you since we first started ever talking years ago, okay? He was not going to be a person that was going to, get caught alive. All right? They'll keep a bullet in the chamber just in case. You get me? Now, I don't know, he gets hit in a way where he's fighting for his life and he can't fight.
That's something else.
I don't know if he's conscious enough, he's saying, kill me, motherfuckers.
Yeah,
you know
fuck
you. Remember, what? One thing I realized that all these big drug lords had in common, no matter what, they always caught the news, Shy. They were stuck to the news channels, stuck to the, 5, 6 o'clock news, the 11 o'clock news in Mexico. All of them. Newspapers, you know what I'm saying? Heavy on the newspapers. Heavy on all the content that they were receiving. They, best believe that there has been a boss if they came across some of these stories that they, ran across your channel. You get me? So there always been, like real
information.
Information,
Information. There you have it, JP. JP, your prediction seems to stand as far as your boy Robin. Your boy Robin done hooked you up and brought validity to your prediction that Maya would go out with the fight. And as far as Robin's concerned, he agrees, JP. So he validates you. Show the man some love.
So to mention. So JP, we never agree on anything personal, but we agree on facts, and JP will be the only person that probably will admit that we could agree on a lot of things, even though we disagree on so much. But again, you know, the whole thing about Maya, right? He was kidnapped by surprise, you know. But I think that everything that you see today, Shy, even about him, you know, some of the stuff you heard about me, is like if it wasn't that he would have been kidnapped by his own people, I 100% believe he would have died before he got caught. Mm.
Yeah, that was what you proclaimed initially from the beginning.
You know, again, right? You know, my opinion. I can't. I'm not a fortune teller. Else I wouldn't, you know, be here talking to you. I'd be, you
Getting
know,
fortunes.
you could be doing something else. But just for my understanding, but I will tell you something. And going back to what I was saying about Mencho, they hear all the Chapo stories of how he's suffering. You think he doesn't know how his son is suffering in ADX?
Mm. Right.
You know what I'm saying? And all that fake belief that, oh, he's gonna turn himself in for his son. Give me a fucking break. He
Yeah,
would have
now
done
that's the other thing. Now let me tell you something. I haven't heard Chaparro say that. I've only heard Johnny Mitchell say that and say that Chaparro said it. Maybe there's something, a piece of this information, a piece of this story that I'm missing. But his story is that he was making a deal with the U.S. to save Menchito.
But listen, it was crazy because Johnny Mitchell's a whole remember, he's a rat hater, right? But he wanted to say that, oh, he was cooperating with the US. He said it about Ryan Wedding too, right? Bro, you know, like you said, cooperating would have been like someone like us or Vicente, right? Having a meeting, someone like me like having a meeting with the agent and say, hey, I want to turn my son on this discussion. It's not like running out of bullets, you know, after you shot
Right.
and you say, okay, I give up. You
And
know, I
that was
should
my question. My question is, how are you guys painting this picture? There's a difference between surrender and turning yourself in. Turning yourself in is you made a deal, you've had conversations, you're in there, you turned yourself in. Surrendering is, all right, you're cornered, you're done, they got you dead to rights. That's it.
but it's always like, look, I see a comment right now. All right. Here's the thing. People start looking at these people like gods. You get me?
Mm,
Like they cannot make a mistake. You get me?
they're perfect.
They like they cannot. You know, just they. It's ridiculous, bro. It's like every big dude. It doesn't matter, and I'm sorry to say this. Like even to my good friend, every big dude that's been in one of those situations that's always on, a killer, not killer, whatever. You get comfortable and it's in the least expected place,
Right.
I don't care if you're getting a haircut or you're having a date night. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah. Comfort kills. I said that in season 1, episode 1 of fucking Surviving El Chapo.
Maya went to have a meeting, to him that was an everyday meeting, and look what happened to him.
Yeah.
Get caught slipping.
You get caught slipping. That's what it is. You can't get caught lacking. Now, Tekashi 69, I keep listening to him, and this is where I would tell you, like, hold on, go ahead and cut this video, cut this part, right?
Bro, you're
Cut
gonna
this
dye
part.
your hair. You just dye rainbows in your shit, man. Don't worry about it.
I'm not there yet, bro.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not.
We're
I'm
gonna
not there.
get you there, Papas. We're gonna work on that.
Again, but remember, to these people, to the cartel people, to the people who are infatuated about this life, it's like and a lot of these people. I'm gonna keep it real with you. If you notice, I seen a journalist do a report saying that you don't really see people like talking about it in like Mexico and stuff like that, right? Because a lot of this shit, the propaganda shit, it's like U.S. shit, bro.
Yeah, CIA, motherfucker. So
It's
then when I
U.S.
tell
shit.
you that the U.S. is involved in this and this and that, secretly, don't act like that shit don't exist. Don't act like the CIA don't exist. Snowfall was a real thing.
So yeah, okay, but okay, it's not just CIA, bro. It's not. It's not. It's not.
Not
It's
just.
it's it's just the fucking stupid world we live in, bro. People just like clips like they want to go against the person. I get it, Scarface in modern time, but it could be the music, the culture. All right, it's just that. Here's what I think: these kids don't respect their parents anymore if they have them. A lot of these motherfuckers don't have them, so they start basically idolizing, like me at one time. Like, I idolize these people, but I idolize them because of money. I didn't idolize them because they were killers. They had,
Right.
clout or power. I didn't really care about that. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like, that never mattered to me. But now it turns into this thing where it's like, the American side, the American culture, even the Mexican regional music, that American side, they glamorize and idolize these cartel leaders more than in Mexico. You
Yeah,
know what I
and
mean?
they didn't go to the Super Bowl and represent worldwide American solidarity. Okay, go ahead.
They didn't. So you see these things like you see the videos of Chapito Maíza and this and that Chapo, whatever the case is. But to regular person, they just go on like they in Mexico, they just don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And it's sad because the culture and even to the American culture, because now you see African American, you see Caucasian hustlers and all these like, oh, cartel. We got 10 keys from the cartel, It's like, bro, stop. So you got it
And that
from
was
a
just
fucking,
Juanito from up the block and shit.
yeah, you got it from a Mexican dude, it seems like I seen a report where some Caucasian people got caught cooking like large amounts of meth. I think like 1,200,
Say
1,400
it ain't
keys
so. I can't believe that.
in North Carolina, okay? And they said cartel linked methamphetamines. I'm like, how the fuck is a cartel linked methamphetamines when you got the white people cooking the meth in North Carolina? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro.
There was like a sheriff that did like a video that went viral where he was saying how when the meth was, they had better meth when it was cooked by the Caucasians, and that now you're dealing with cartel meth. That came out today. I'm gonna send you that video because
Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I one
it's
thing's
very
for sure.
ironic that he would say that. Now he wants to compete about who got superior fucking meth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. But at the end of the day, one thing that I know that Mexican cartel does is that real cartel members, they're not into cutting shit. They want to give you the best shit, and go about their business, and they're gonna focus and invest in making sure they have the best product. Hey, big shout out to El Bordo. And speaking about there ain't that many real ones. I'm not talking about you, Bordo. I'm talking about at least he's the real one. Always keeps it real. Has good guests on his show. A lot of those good guests. Oh, he actually had Johnny Mitchell, right? And he asks good questions. Big
Shout out
shout out to
Gordo.
him.
Salute to you, Fernando. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here, sir.
Yes, I think people get like misconstrued, and El Bordo, especially for now, like he knows a lot of real people,
Hmm.
And at the end of the day, bro, it's like the real ones that shy. It's funny because I always think that since we've known each other, you kind of we like a lot of the stuff about my past and some of our friends and our wives, and you've got a like real inside look on how the family dynamic is, right?
Hmm.
But you also got to see how the past dynamic, and how many people that haven't reached out to you and be like, yo, have the twins call holler at me.
Hmm.
And these are all the people that I'm not supposed to be friends with.
Val, I've been
Including
like, I don't know if she's still listening. Val, I've been like a fucking switchboard. Remember back in the days, they had the
Yeah.
switchboard and the lady had to fucking move the little cords from one spot to the next to get these calls through. Boy, I've been a secretary for these motherfuckers, man.
I'm gonna tell you one thing though. There's so even like in Jay's case, right? There was people that he's cooperated against, a lot of his customers, and like even now when I see him talking to them and they're like they still have that genuine love for him, like to me that like says everything in itself, right? Regardless, at the end of the day, I feel like, J and P were good men. I feel like they took care of their people. I feel like they were real ones. I feel like they took care of everybody around them. And at the end of the day, you're in the game. You already know what time it is, right? You already know what's going to happen when that day comes. And so, just the same way that when they got locked up, they already knew, they expected it. I mean, they tell people, like, you get caught, cooperate, go ahead, tell on me, because it is what it is at the end of the day. Every man out for themselves. But when it comes to taking care of their family, when it comes to taking care of the people that were around them, that were working with them, that were working for them, they treated them like their extended family. And I think that's important, right? It shows just who they are as men, and it makes all the difference in the world.
And big shout out to any of my guys who are going to be listening to this later on in their families. Big shout out to them, um, especially some of those who are still locked in. I get a lot of those calls still, on a daily. Uh, and there's sometimes, it's crazy because I got a couple of my guys that'll call me and still like be like old days, like, bro, I love you, like, what you doing? Like,
Oh, so
and
you
then
got a
it's
couple
like,
bricks?
nah, nah, nah.
I'd be like, man, I could have, if I could have did that time for you, I would have did it for you. I mean, that says a lot, right?
And sometimes, I'd be sleepy. Sometimes they call me, I wake up, I'll be like, yo, what up? And it's crazy because I'll be like, yo, it's just unbelievable, that this stuff really happens. And it's hard because it's like, how do I say this? Like, I don't want to, like, sound like a Owen Hansen or one of those people, but how do I say this to you, Shy?
You'd
And
have to
you've
go
been
like this. Yeah, all right, and then tell your
snort and
story.
talk.
Right.
And oh yeah, I got working on an episode with Bordo. Big shouts out to Bordo, and a cartoon for an episode based on the Chicago story. So keep
Bordo,
an
I
eye
was
on
I was over here drunk one night. Boy, we was watching your cartoon, fucked up over here.
that.
Yo,
they're,
shout out to
they're great
Bordo.
stories.
Shout out to Bordo in the chat. Next cartoon on my Senor Siete section will be based on Chicago. All right, we'll be
Yeah,
right there, papas.
yeah, yeah, and I think like going back to just even talking about these things, Shy, right? I sometimes we're like, well, you've been a witness to it where you're like, I'll tell you a story about who this person is. I have people reach out to me from Mexico, and people still in that life, right? And it's like, I'm not saying that like I'm cleansing from cleansed from what I did. I'm never like ran from that, but it kind of shows you the human side of it, right? Where everyone says certain things. I had one of my guys who's doing some time right now on the feds and says like, man, I get into arguments. I got into a couple of fights just because people want to talk shit and be like, you're in here for because of them, but like, nah, but that's my family. And they don't get it. They want to call me out my name because they want to say I'm dumb, but people just don't get it. Like, we knew, what we were doing. You know what I mean? And I get it. We get the other side of it, and that's a little bit harder. I'm still trying to like dissect that to be able to basically give a good, whole perspective on all sides, right?
Right.
And be able to talk about that. But again, it doesn't justify anything I did. I never looked for those justifications at all. But it just kind of goes to show you.
Right. Shout out Bordo. He said I'm gonna have to do some in English. Hey man, I'm a voice actor, bro. You need some help? You let me know, Papa. I put a voice to them no sabos, Papa. I'll be the no sabo in the group. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Shout out JP. JP, my mother reminded me last week, and you reminded me today. Shai's birthday coming up. Il Cartel, get ready. We celebrating. Hashtag I knew my prediction was right. Shout out Robin. God bless you. King me. All right. Shout out JP.
Yeah, JP, and looking forward to that birthday, Shy.
Yeah.
We're
So
gonna
next
jump on.
weekend, Friday, will be my birthday stream, y'all.
We'll
Uh,
be on. We'll be on next Friday.
I'll be 20. I'll be
So
25. And
celebrating your 20.
Same. We right there.
yeah. Me and Val 25, and
Man, bro, Val wants to. She can't let you shine on your 25. She
yo,
wants
she
to
was like, hey,
jump it.
let me get some of that 25 too, dog.
Shit, 25 and 25, that's 50. You know what what it's looking like.
It takes two, man. It takes two to make that 50.
Right?
Yeah, but I guess a lot more news are to come, Shy. And you're saying next Friday, right? Not this Friday?
No, this coming Friday will be my birthday is Saturday. But our official celebration stream will be Friday night. Saturday, if I
All
go
right.
live, that's because I'm having a good time and I want to share it with y'all. But
All right.
Friday,
Well, I'll be honest with you. I would rather you be sharing it, you know, doing bigger things than sharing it with us. But it's greatly appreciated. We'll make sure we get on and and participate in your birthday celebration. Hopefully, the shy will go tell their cousins, their friends, their neighbors. You
yeah.
know,
Hey, that's all you got to give me for the birthday. Hit the like button and share the shit. Some of these people are ashamed. They don't want their people to know that they be hiding in these dirty little YouTube cartel corners and shit. You know what I'm saying? They
They're
don't want to tell nobody.
gatekeeping. They're gatekeeping,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. They're like, I don't want to tell nobody I be in these dark little
yeah,
cartel corners.
they're gonna think of me a certain way.
Jay, have you ever met DMX? I know this off subject.
Yeah,
Of
yeah, of course.
course.
Yeah,
Of course.
I
He was
was.
in Phoenix with us.
Yeah,
Fort Billing with the Rough Riders.
yeah. I had a good. I'm not gonna say that I was like his. I mean, I knew him. I feel like had a good relationship with him. Um, yeah, I was around him for quite some time. I've been over his houses
Yeah, you've been to his house,
in New
around
York.
his
Yeah,
kids, around his wife in New
yeah,
York and in Scottsdale.
yeah.
Both places. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a tour of his collection.
You were there at the video that we shot for
Yeah,
Kay.
yeah. And I was, you know what? One of the best times I had with
Oh, and
DMX
in the
was
studio in Chicago. We were in the studio in Chicago
no.
doing as well.
I'm gonna tell you, I was well, I was with quite a few times, but one of the best memories I had was seeing him. Well, I did him a favor where Swizz asked me like to tell him like to help him get him in the studio where he did the song
Oh
Tear It Up.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that song?
Mm-hmm.
Song?
Yeah.
Tear It Up. I remember I heard that beat. I was like, holy shit. Because that was that one
remember
beat
that
from
day
that
in the
one movie,
studio.
right?
I remember that day.
Um
And you were like, oh shit, this
yeah,
beat is
it's crazy.
everything.
Remember he put it out like 3 days later. You know that song, right? It was that one rapper he had. Something young
Bazaar
one.
Royale.
Young one.
Oh, young one. Yeah. New Orleans.
The song's called Tear It Up. Look for it, Shy.
No, no,
Tear
no,
It
no.
Up.
We're not getting clapped tonight. Tell the fucking story.
Yeah, Tear It Up. He was in there. And I helped Swizz because me and Swizz got really, really tight.
Super tight.
Yeah, we were super tight. Even when I was on the road in Mexico and stuff, we always uh and he went in there and did that song.
They bought him a Ferrari.
I ended up buying Swiss a Ferrari as a gift.
God.
Um and then another time, oh, you know what was a good one of like again, right, these were experiences where I was with him with DMX when he did the Dave Chappelle show.
Oh yeah, we
And I
went to
got
New York.
and what's crazy is I had met Dave Chappelle in another circumstance the day before, not knowing that I was,
Going to his show.
we're going to with DMX to do that Chappelle show, and your boy Nonstop was there too. Um,
He was there.
and
That was a
and
rough day for Nonstop. The sound system went ape shit, and he caught the blame because he was the newbie.
yeah, he was so new, whatever the
that.
kids say. I remember him having
And
anxiety.
wasn't Nia Long there with us, right? Wasn't she there? She was
Nia Long?
she was doing she did a show too with she had just did the what was it, an NYPD show or something like that? So she was a cop, something she played.
I
She
don't
was there.
recall.
Yeah, she was there too.
Yeah, so Dave Chappelle was mad cool, too, bro. It was a nice experience being
So
there.
you met him the night before, and then didn't know
We
that
met
dog was
him.
gonna be on there the next day.
Yeah, we had no idea. Like, first of all, we met him. We had no idea that he was gonna like be there. Like, no, I had no idea that we were gonna be with DMX and we were gonna be at that performance. So, yeah. So there's quite a few different.
Yeah, Chicago, New York,
Yeah,
Scottsdale.
yeah.
I love the man. He was a good man.
He
He.
was.
I remember. We were in California. He did that one up at the weed shit where Cypress Hill.
Mm.
The one Cypress Hill host. I'm not sure if it's still going on. One
Yeah,
of
yeah,
those
yeah.
festivals. And I remember on that event we met Cypress Hill. We met them, and we met Coolio.
Mm. Rest in
Remember
peace.
Coolio? Yeah, rest in peace, Coolio, and all that. And I remember, it started to rain, and he was performing. He called us out, and I know if I was like, I'm not gonna get my hair wet. And he made me go out there, and when he pray, he holds hands, and it was fucking raining, so it was like it was crazy. Um,
Yeah.
it was one of those experiences, but.
He was definitely family. He was definitely family. Showed us a
Yeah,
lot of love.
I've been keeping up with the. Oh, Val hasn't. She doesn't know, but I'm gonna share with her the DMX documentary that
Yeah, not a
Tashir is
fan.
doing.
Not a fan.
That Tashir's done. Well, hold on, Shy. I don't know if you're not a fan, but some of the shit she's speaking about, even her and her son, I know people don't like to hear, but
It
she's
ain't
speaking
about what they're
facts.
speaking though. It's more of from a production standpoint and an editing standpoint. What they're saying is already potent enough. Me knowing what I know, I can see where they're manipulating it. Does that make sense?
Okay, I haven't seen it. I just
Yeah,
watched the
but
snippets.
what is it saying? What is it saying?
No, they just do little things like for instance, Xavier will tell a story
Mm-hmm.
about a hardship with his father,
Yeah.
and they'll instantly cut to him talking about they'll go from him being 12, and then they'll cut to him talking about X trying to get him bitches at 19, and it makes it look
Oh, I see.
vague. Does
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know what
I
I'm
see.
saying?
I see what you're saying.
And it's
Yeah,
like,
but
wait a
I'm
minute,
gonna tell you one
they're
thing
gonna
though.
tell their experience, right? Same thing
Yeah,
with Liza with Pun. She tells her
right.
experience, right? Now, if
Yeah.
she tells her experience, I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to, whatever I feel like about it don't matter. But once you start taking that and cutting that to manipulate something, then
Right.
yeah.
But there is though, okay, like it's hard to like accept, right? Especially when somebody's gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and me speaking firsthand, right? Being married to Cato, and like we had our high highs, we had our low lows.
Mm-hmm.
It's good and it's fun and exciting and it's like rushing to hear about the high highs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let me go deep and let me go dark and let me go south and let
Yeah,
me
you
talk
have
about the
to.
Right.
low lows
I'm with it.
and let me talk about the shit I've been through. Let me talk about the abuse. Let me talk about the realness in that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, you can't say that. What?
No, no, yeah,
He's
yeah,
not
yeah.
here anymore.
No,
He's not here anymore. How can you speak on that, right?
absolutely
Like
can. It's your
Tashira to
life. You're
me,
still here. It's your life.
it is, but it's not to anyone else's liking.
Right.
Same thing with Tashira. I was best friends with Tashira. I've been around Xavier. I've been around his kids. I've been around his family. I've been in his home.
Mm-hmm.
He was my family.
Mm-hmm.
He like, but guess what? There was a lot of high highs,
Mm-hmm.
but I was there for the low lows.
Right.
I was there about stories that I haven't even shared of experiences that I went through being around him and being around Cato
Right.
that I haven't shared. And I know it's probably not to anyone else's likings.
Mm-hmm.
And how can Val say that
Mm-hmm.
if he's not here? Like you can't do that. He just paid this big tribute to your husband
Right.
and did this whole video for Cato. How can you sit there and say something
Mm-hmm.
like that? And I feel like Tashira, that was his wife, that was his ride or die.
Mm-hmm.
They were together since they were kids,
Absolutely.
and she'd been there, and I seen her go through it, and I seen her go through the
Abuse.
mud with him,
Yeah.
and it was hard for her. And even with Xavier, like as much as he was a father, as much as he was there for him, as much as he loved his family, his kids, much as he loved his wife, at the end of the day there was still he still did, he still,
Yeah.
did
He did
things that were
DMX
not
shit.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did DMX shit, you know what I'm saying? And so the thing is that nobody wants to hear that, and it's really like, people just are not there for it, and it's
Mm-hmm.
not fair
Mm-hmm.
because it's like that's her truth, that's her story.
It's what it
And I
is.
do and I do see the other side of it though, where you can have somebody edit the story, where you can have somebody take a story and turn it around and make it into
You're
something else.
already you're adding to it for the clickability of it, for
Of
the
course,
when
you're shaping
it
it.
don't need to be added to. They're giving you the dark. They're telling you
Exactly.
they're giving you the dark. So now, once I see you editing it, and I know that
Hmm.
you don't have any emotional involvement in this story,
Yeah.
you're editing it to your liking for your benefit as a business person, and that's just
Right.
dirty to me.
But
And it's
but
a
Right. And
bad
I'm
look
a
for dog, and it's a bad look for them. Like they already speaking their truth. Let them speak
right.
their truth. Don't manipulate it.
Right. And I'm gonna tell you one thing though. She should have been able to have creative control over that and been able to
Mm-hmm.
have the say so over. I think that was something that maybe she could have advocated for herself
Mm-hmm.
or had somebody, a
but
business manager in some way advocate for
Right.
her. But I'll tell you one thing, when me and Viv were doing interviews for Cartel Wise, when we first came out with our book back in 2018, and we were doing interviews and we were talking about we don't want to glamorize this life, that we're trying to tell a bigger story than this, that this is not what we're not trying to do. We're trying to give you like the flip side of things,
Right.
like the
They were like,
things that
"Fuck
people don't
that."
talk about, the devastation, the kidnappings, the murders, all the shit we've been through, all the shit we've seen. When we're trying to talk about that story and we're trying to say, listen, we put our story out there because this is for, we have a bigger reason for this. We have a bigger cause. This is about simplicity and love and our family. We try to bring it back full circle, and they didn't allow us to get our message out because they were so concerned about, oh, okay, well, tell us how much money. And we're like, well, yeah, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. It's like that's the stuff they put out there, and they
Mm.
cut out all the real shit
Mm-hmm.
to where it looks like, all right, you got two bimbos up here
Mm-hmm.
telling their story,
Talking about money.
glamorizing this lifestyle, talking about money, how much money they were spending. Like, nah, that's not the story, bro. Like, are you serious? You're really gonna do that? But
Mm-hmm.
that's at the end of the day, they're able to have that creative control. So now looking back, like we know better now after we done went through it,
Mm-hmm.
that we have to be able to be executive producers. We have to be
Mm.
able to have that creative control to know what our story is going to look like. So that way that we're okay with the way that they're shaping the story and they're telling it in our authentic voice. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but on the other side, you should support it. You know why? It's it's the public that didn't allow Tashira to share her voice, and now she shares it where people are looking for the clicks and looking for the money. Because guess what? Truthfully, no one wants to hear anything bad about someone they glamorize. It's the system that works against you. You get
Absolutely.
me? Absolutely. And so DMX, in a way, is like a chapo.
Right.
For instance, you imagine if I told you a story about him, people be like, "Oh, he's talking shit about someone who passed away, fucking asshole." You know, if
Yeah.
I say anything bad, like even if I talk about K, I can't say nothing about. I have to say nothing but real, like superstar ghetto, ghetto superstar shit.
Yeah.
Going
Got
back to one of his favorite songs. Because if
glorification.
I say anything bad, it's like, oh, you're talking about shit about someone who's passed away or whatever.
Cameron Cameron and Mace go through that a lot with Big L. You know, they tell stories about Big L, and people are like, you shouldn't be telling them stories. You're making him look like this, making him look like that. And they're like, I'm not making him look like shit. This is what happened.
Right, right. You got to be able to tell your truth.
Yeah. So it's just there's so many stories to that. We could talk
And at
about.
the end of the day, we all have two sides to us, right? Nobody's perfect. We
I don't
all
know about y'all. Shit, what you see is
no,
what you
I'm
get. Not
saying
just kidding.
like
I'm kidding. I'm perfect.
we
I'm
all
just
done
kidding.
did shit that we're not proud of, right?
No.
And we sit there. It's true, and we all we grow, we evolve, we learn. But at the end of the day, it's like it is what it is. Like even when I was writing my book Cartel Wires, it's like I sat there and it was you have to be vulnerable, you have to be transparent, you have to when you're writing a book, you have to be able to put yourself out there, as bad as it sounds and as embarrassing as it is. You have to be able to say, okay, this is where I was at with it when I was 13, this is where I was at with it when I was 16, this is what I was going through when I was 18. And that it was hard being able to do that. But in order for your reader to be able to sit there and to be able to see you grow and see you evolve and see you go back and be like, oh shit, look at that's not who she is today. It took a lot. It took a lot of growth for me to be able to do that, because that's a hard thing to do. And I think that it's important, though. You can't sit there and try to manipulate the story where all of a sudden I'm trying to make myself look perfect, or I'm trying to make myself look like I'm this, like I've always had this mentality. No, I went through a lot of immature shit. I went through a lot of shit that I did a lot of things that was not cool, that I was embarrassed about. But at the end of the day, it's my truth, it's my story, and I have to be able to take ownership and take accountability for that in order for me, first of all, to grow within myself, and second of all, to be able to show my involvement in who I am today. I think that makes all the difference in the world, and that's what makes the story authentic.
Right. I
So,
hear you.
yes, sir.
These motherfuckers out here lying. That's all they do all day long. Lying, talking bullshit.
No, I'll be the first to tell it.
All right.
I'll be the first to tell on
You see,
myself.
but now you see, and then you open your mouth, and then you're gonna have to create. You're
And
gonna
I'll be
make.
the first one to put Jay on
Nah,
blast too, Shy. So
Fuck
I'm
this.
with
We're
you.
writing scripts, Val. We're writing scripts. We're gonna make up the good bullshit. They want bullshit. We're gonna give them the best bullshit they ever heard.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, a Diamond District for sure, man. God is good, man, and God does things to you, and for sure, He says, 20 months, it's God, it's good, God is great, it's a great God."
God is great.
Shout
He
out
is.
Velez. Cartel Wives better than surviving El
Yeah, but you
Chapo.
see, then I'm sorry. Speaking about God and Jesus Christ and all that, then Velez and me are gonna fall out because he's talking shit. Just so you know, that book Cartel Wife was basically about our life. So
So
don't
so
make this a
so check it out,
competition.
Val. I started doing the marathons, and then Velez had never done Cartel Wives, and he caught a Cartel Wife marathon, and since then he been straight shitting on surviving El Chapo. Shout out JP said
Really?
Velez, saca la bolsita.
Wait. So what happened? Tell
He
me what
said
happened.
Cartel Wives is better than surviving El Chapo. That's it. That's just it.
Really?
That's the consensus after the
Really?
No, it's
marathon.
good
Well, I'm gonna
though.
tell you one thing. I feel like with Cartel
We're
Wives,
not producers.
I'll tell you with Cartel Wives, right? I think it was a completely different spin. It was me and Vivi telling our story from what we went through growing up and then what happened in our lives and everything, how us meeting J and P and us going through everything we went through, getting thrown into that narco culture, living in Mexico, having to turn around and our husbands cooperating with the government, and then us turning around and then having to come back to the US with our babies, and having to just go through all the shit that we went through. Like that was like a roller coaster ride, right? It was like a page turner because we were just spitting it raw. We were spitting out their business. We were telling how their infrastructure worked. We were talking about their logistics. We were talking about the drug trade. We were talking about Chapo. I mean, we put so much into that book, right? And then on top of that, it was the family dynamic of it all, right? What was important to us, what it was about, just our family, the sisterhood that we had, and just us, even me and Viv. Like me and Viv were very different. Viv was very passive and very quiet, and she was very, insulated at the time, where, she came from a family where she probably wasn't in that life, or even though we had similar backgrounds and we both came from families of law enforcement, I, chose to be around the gangsters and the drug dealers, and I chose to be around that life, and it was very different the way, the way the life that we chose up until the time we got with JMP. When we were both with JMP and we moved to Mexico when they were fugitives, and we sat there and we were thrown into that narco culture, it's like her and I were living that together. And I felt like a sisterhood was built between the two of us, to the point where we went through all these experiences with Jay and Peter, and them being, working, sitting at the upper echelon, sitting at the table with Chapo and Mayo, and them sitting there and being at the highest level, right? And us experiencing that, and us living that, and us seeing that every day where we are around these people. And I think that, you know, us having each other, and then us sitting there when JMP, when they finally decided to cooperate, us having to live through that, and us having to be there and support one another and get through it together. And then when JMP had to turn themselves in, for me and Viv to sit there, and for us to, like, we were left in Mexico. Like, we were left out there like high and dry when JMP turned themselves in, and me and Viv had to find our way back to the US safely and bring our babies back home safely without us getting killed. Like, and we only had each other. And when we came back, it's like we had to like survive that and get through it. And it took everything in us to get back to the border and to get through, you know, what we went through, especially when you're dealing with like all the border cities, because they're like cartel infested. We're going into enemy territory right there. And it's like we had to get back safely. And it's like I felt like with Viv and I, it was very different, because like she became stronger, she became more outspoken, she became more, I felt like, she became very, like, she bossed up, you know
She
what I mean?
became what she had to be given the circumstance.
And then for me, it was very different, where I became more, more calm. I became more understanding. I became more empathetic. I started picking up a lot on her, to the point where we became a lot like more like one and the same, right? And like, then we turned around and we came back and we had to be there for each other. And then look what happened. We were there for our husbands. We were going through the same thing, visiting them every single weekend for 12 plus years, with our children, raising our babies. And then at that point, it's like both of us turn around and we have to go to prison, and we catch a case together. We go to prison. So we're going through all these things together. And then all of a sudden, it's like with Surviving El Chapo, we do the podcast. It was very different, because we sat there and we talked about what those experiences felt like. We had to sit there, like, you, most of the time I think I was in tears crying about something, and really like pouring out my soul, and being able to calm myself and being able to relive those moments. And I think that part was so much more vulnerable than me being vulnerable in my book, because I had to sit there and I had to sit with it and sit with my feelings and sit with my emotions and try to relive those experiences of what that actually felt like. So you can see in the podcast how I'm like, we're all very calm, we're all very like mellow. We're just telling the story and we're giving you more of that experience so that way the listener could kind of go through what we were going through as far as our emotions, as far as our thoughts, what we were feeling. I think all that is more powerful. I think the book, I like Cartel Wives, that's my baby, but it's rush, 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 rush. You feel that adrenaline, right?
Right.
But when you're listening to the podcast, it's like mellow. It's like a whole
No, they
totally different
definitely
tone.
complement each other. Absolutely.
Yeah, and you're getting more of the like feeling wise of what we went through. You're getting more of the experience, and I feel like you're almost living it with us. I think that's what makes a difference. And I love like me surviving El Chapo. I feel like that was that hits home because it's just so real. It's so authentic, and we're really being transparent and vulnerable in those moments to where you could kind of maybe you might not understand like okay why we made certain choices in our life, but you can definitely like relate and be like damn, I get it now. I see the family dynamic, I see everything they had to go through, I see the struggle, I see the suffering, I see the sacrifice, I see why they made certain choices and how they were able to overcome all that and come out of that and be even better. Like I get that now, you know. I think that's what
You make a
makes the
good point.
difference.
I just figured it out.
Go ahead, motherfucker.
That the book, it just says what she says, fast paced. It's like you're not getting our, what we were feeling and your insight. In Surviving Trouble, you're getting our insight. Now, if we were to write a book about just the highs and just break, the lows, you simple the way it was Cartel was, we'd probably have a bestseller because that's the shit people
Bestseller.
want to hear. You
Let
get
me let
me?
me let me say something about the the dynamic of the family. You guys have a unique dynamic, the four of you, in the sense that I don't believe nobody can relate to Pete and nobody can relate to Jay more than each other, and I feel the same way about Val and Vivi because of the parallel paths that the four of y'all have gone on. You know what I'm saying? No, nobody can have a. There's no support group that can have a conversation with you about your experience, Val, except for that other person, which is Viv. You know what I'm saying? Because she was there and lived that shit herself. You know what I mean?
And let me tell you something. When I was in prison, I was around a bunch of women, right? There was a lot of women that were in the game, a lot of women that were in there for a drug conspiracy. There was women in there that I'm not saying they were just like me, but like there was women in there that were very educated, very well spoken, very very relatable. And they were in the game and they were actually getting money. You know what I'm saying? And I felt like a lot of the experiences that I went through, like I can definitely relate to them. But at the same time, it was very different from having, like you said, me and Viv having this sisterhood and having these, shared experiences of things that we went through. I can never have those conversations with somebody else, even with women that were in the game that were getting money, because it was very different from what me and Vivi went through. We went through a lot of survival. We went through a lot of shit that we didn't even think we were going to make it out of. Even the time when I was talking about when we met Mencho and we were sitting there tied up together, not knowing if we were going to get killed that night, and us being, thrown into a suburban and being tied up. Like we had no idea what was to come. We having an AK-47 to your head and being thrown on the floor and being going through those traumatic experiences are something that you in Mexico, you something you can't even like even fathom of how you can get through something like that. And me and Viv, like we had, we went through so much together. And then when J and P were gone, it's like they were our rocks. They were gone at that point, and all we had was each other. All we had was to rely on one another. And I think that, made such a huge difference to have that person in my life, because I don't think I could have got through all them 12 years, even seeing Jay every weekend. Like, you need that support system. And nobody else, we couldn't share our story because it's like we had to hide that. We had to hide, we can't, I didn't have friends. I couldn't call people. I couldn't tell them what I've been through because I'm over here hiding. Because, like I told you, I'm living in this paranoia and, fear. Like I said, fear is a curse where you're just like living in this, in this like bubble where you don't want to be exposed. You don't want to know anyone to know who you are. You're flying under the radar. And that to me, like, was a crazy way to live. When you're driving, every time you leave your house, you're looking through your rear view mirror. Like, that's no way to live, because I felt like I was imprisoned in my own head. You know what I'm saying? So, and the only person that can relate to that was Viv. And I felt like it took a lot for us to be there for each other, to support each other, that this is why we were able to get through what we got through. You know what I mean?
And I think another thing about the difference between the book and the podcast, like you said, you guys were still in it in when you guys did Cartel Wives. You know what I'm saying? That you weren't out of the woods yet, and and when you guys did Surviving El Chapo, it was more of a sigh of sitting down and being reflective emotionally.
But going back to, is it JP or who's the one who said this?
Who said?
Going back to what?
Velez said Cartel Wives.
Going back to what Velez said, I have not listened to the Surviving El Chapo podcast. It's hard for me. I think it's hard for me to listen to, especially when you do a podcast. It's like to hear yourself. I think it's
Just
very
go listen
difficult.
to me. I break that
I
shit up
think
talking my shit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Just
gonna
go
listen
back.
to. I'm now that I'm home. I'm gonna listen to yours. I want to hear your breakdown, but I think I'm gonna listen to it. And I have not read through Cartel Wise. I'm gonna read through Cartel Wise because I need to. I need to do both, and I want to see what Velez is talking about. But I really, truly felt like with Surviving El Chapo, the podcast, I felt like we poured our heart and our soul into that, and that was very real. So.
And let
I
me
feel bad
and let
that
me
she's.
and let me tell you, I go back and I watch those marathons of Surviving El Chapo. For as much shit as people say I was talking, I'd be like, wait a minute, I agree with that one. Shy was on point right there. I agree. I'm standing on it. I haven't found too
Yeah.
many that I turned my back on. Okay.
I told her she needs to start her OnlyFans page and just read the book out loud and answer questions.
While eating cake and shit. Somebody want to watch me eat cake.
Yeah, and having wine.
Shout out Velez for putting the Cartel Wives link in the chat. The Cartel Wives YouTube playlist link on this channel is in the chat.
Shout out to Velez.
Shout
Thank
out
you for
Velez.
loving the book.
Yeah, I think it's just two different projects, right?
Yeah, I think they complement. I think they're hand in glove, bro. I think what you don't get in one, you get in the other, and they are like a perfect, you know.
Yeah, and let's not forget it's produced, right? It's it's there's editors and stuff. There's so many stories that were left out, and so many moments that I thought were actually gonna make it that didn't make it.
Right.
You know?
But even in Surviving El Chapo, in my book, I couldn't touch on a lot of things. I mean, there was things that I still haven't touched on as far as like
We're
me
gonna
being
save.
locked up in
We're gonna
Mexico.
save those.
Yeah, but I'm saying like there's so many things that we haven't touched on that
Yeah,
we definitely have to do that
we're gonna save those.
This
for
man,
sure.
relax. This guy's saving too much. There's mad chapters in your life. This
Right?
fucking guy. This guy over here saving. Y'all
Yeah.
hear Jay? Y'all, you should put him in the fucking bathroom.
This is the man. This is the man that be yapping the most,
Huh?
right?
What was
I
it?
said this is the man saying this.
But I say, I'm gonna be honest with you.
They be yapping and he be saying all kind of
Nah,
stuff.
but I
When it
don't. I
comes
know
to me,
exactly what to
he
say when
wants to
not to
stay
say.
guarded, right, Shy?
Talking
No,
all
I
that.
know what to say, Shy, and what not to say. I give you guys a really good, I think a good narrative, I good substance, but I just don't share the shit I shouldn't share.
Bro.
We looking for all of that shit. Well, here's the thing. Here's the rule. The rule is we'll fuck him up if he goes somewhere else and share the shit he shouldn't share.
Exactly.
Because if you're going to fuck up, you do your fucking up right here with the rest of us, okay?
Exactly. You make it count right
Yeah,
here.
you make it count right here.
Exactly.
Boom. They're talking about that part was the craziest, driving in the caravan. Let me see. Shout out JP. Cartel Wives tells everything. Let's see. Shout out HG on the check-in. Salutes. Jay was playing chess.
Big shouts out to Jill too, who's listening. I just received your email, so I'll make sure I catch up.
Shy, let me tell you a crazy story what happened to me when I was in prison.
Let's get it.
babe.
I'm gonna tell you a
Listen
Jay,
to
crazy
me.
Jay, hey,
story.
don't
Wait, wait,
shit
I
it. Hey,
know
yo,
you.
yo, 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 yo,
Let me
Val.
tell you.
By this
Wait, let
point,
me
Val,
tell
by
you.
this point, that motherfucker would be in a bag of ruffles right now, crunching that shit up,
Okay,
eating
I'm
that
gonna tell
shit,
you. Listen, let me
drinking a
tell you.
big gulp.
Okay.
Get him out the room. Tell him to go to the
Let me tell
bathroom.
you the craziest story, right? Okay, so when I went to prison, okay, I didn't want anyone to know
Don't
like
get
who
too
I was.
much substance.
Okay, I didn't want anyone to
One
know who
person
I
here.
was, right? Anyway, so I went to prison. I was flying under the radar. I never talked
You
about my life.
stop it.
I didn't put up pictures of my family. I didn't put pictures up of myself. Everyone was talking about, in prison, you could be whoever you want to be. Everybody was in the cartel. Everybody was getting
Right.
money. Everybody was slanging keys all over. You got your DC girls. You got your Detroit girls. You got, your people from Puerto Rico. Everybody's doing it big, right? Everyone's in the cartel. Everyone's a plug. So, and I'm sitting there
No one
like,
sucking dick.
no one's sucking dick, but I'm in there
God
and I'm
damn.
like, well, maybe somewhere, but that's a whole nother story. That's
Somewhere,
a whole nother
somehow.
story.
Journalists would love that. No
That's
one
a whole
sucking
nother
dick.
story. So
Yeah,
anyway,
it's
so
the
I'm
boss.
in there and I'm quiet about my shit, and everyone's like, "Hey Val," like they trying to like ask me questions. I'm being real, vague about
Vague, right.
everything, right? So anyway, so I walk into my room, right?
Your own self.
Into my cell, and my bunkie, right? My bunkie's laying on her bed and I'm on the top bunk. She's on the bottom bunk, right? So I walk into my cell, and all of a sudden I see my bunkie and she's laying there. She's reading Cartel Wives.
Oh shit.
I swear to God on my kid, Shy. Do you know my face turned white as a ghost? And she looks at me. She's like, Bunky, what's wrong? And I'm like, what? And then she was like, wait, you don't know who, wait. She was like, I was like, no, I'm good. She was like, oh, she's like, man, Bunky, I'm reading this book. They from Chi-Town. Like, did you know these people? And I was like, who? She was like, the Flores twins, woo woo this. And I was like, nah. I was like, I heard of them, but I don't know them like that. But when I'm telling you, Shy, my face was white as a ghost. Like, you
Blood
have
pressure
no
dropped.
idea. Yeah, you have no idea.
And that was it. It never. She never kept pulling the thread. It never got close. Bien pendeja. She didn't know you was right there.
Nah, but after that, like I guess Viv, the people go back and forth from prison to prison, right? And I guess by Viv, they had found out who she was. And so
Oh shit.
she was kind of like worried about it, right? She was worried about like, damn, like, they're gonna find out who I was. By the time they did find out who she was, they were like treating her like a celebrity. Like they were like, yo, oh shit, that's a cartel wise. They were looking at her like from a whole different lens, right?
Right.
So when the girls came by me, I guess one of the girls transferred because they go from prison to prison. One of them, they were camp status because Viv was in the FCI. They turned around and the girl came. She became camp status. She came by me. So she was like, hey, that's old girl. She's a cartel wife. Who this? Yeah, she's from Chicago, blah, blah, blah.
About you, or she
And
was talking
so
about Vivi?
about me,
Oh shit.
she already knew. So I was like, damn. So at first, so then after that, everything changed, right? But it's still, I was already on my way out the door.
Right.
But it was all good. Like
Did it
they
change for the
trust me.
worse, or did it change?
No, it changed for the best. Are you
Oh,
kidding me? They
oh.
become fans. You
Everybody,
know how it is.
they sat their ass down, huh? Old
Yeah,
girl
you
that
know
was in
how.
the your bunkie was in there like, fuck. How didn't I see it?
Nah,
Uh,
nah. I think Val
no,
said that. She like, nah, I know that she didn't know it was me because she came
she
up with
was.
superhero stories herself.
Let me tell you, she was talking about she had her own infrastructure. She had her own routes. She was coming up from past the what's the tunnel you had over there in Calexico. She was
They
saying
got
big shit. I
tunnels.
was
She
like,
got tunnels and
Yeah,
shit.
let me
yeah.
tell you, she was big shit. She was saying she was in the Sinaloa
And
cartel.
how
She
many
got
pounds?
shot in the chest with an AK. She was big stories. I
And
was
they were,
sitting there like shaking my head
she
like,
was
oh
eating. You were
my
eating the
god.
Cheetos. You were eating Cheetos listening to her. Let me ask you a question. How much did you say she was moving?
She was moving meth. I don't know how many
She was
You
kilos.
told
bigger
me.
than you, Jay. That's it, dog.
No, no, it's funny because she said, yeah, that was
Yeah. That was a crazy
That's a
story.
good one. That's a good one. Oh my God, that's crazy. You walk in and you're like,
Can you imagine
you sitting
walking
there
into
trying to be
my
low
own
key.
cell, coming into my own cell, shy, and seeing my Bucky laying there reading the book with the whole, like I seen the whole front cover, back cover, my heart dropped. Like I saw a ghost.
Man, I'm gonna read that
I
one
don't
day.
know, bro. I'm gonna see. I don't know what the hell's wrong with Jonathan, but he's real quiet, bro.
JP's in here. JP's in here. He's not power chatting. He's in the chat. JP's enjoying the show. He said we lit tonight, man. JP said that you confirmed his prediction and kept it alive. You know. He said don't
So
put
this
no
is
fucking.
let's do
He
a
said don't put
soundbite.
no fucking smut on his name though, cause he'll come after you.
This is a soundbite. No. So what if Mencho is alive?
Oh shit.
He's hiding in the presidential palace under Scheinbaum.
Boom. He's right there, man.
That's where Ed
They're
Calderon.
negotiating on a regular basis, him and her. Personally. Are we starting shit? Hold on, we're getting 1 million views tomorrow, y'all.
A
Right?
million
It's
views.
official. Go tell
Jay
everybody. Go
Flores
in
said
everybody's
that
comment section.
Mencho is alive and called him, and we spoke.
Go to
He asked me
everybody's
for
comment
advice.
section. Go to everybody's comment section and tell them that we've confirmed that Claudia Seidelbaum is got Mencho tied up at the presidential palace and they're negotiating.
No, Mencho called Jay Flores to ask him for advice to cooperate so he could turn himself in.
He came to consult. Jay Flores.
Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, it'd be like that. JP said hashtag I'm here, Robin. Speak with your chest.
That's exactly what I tell Jay all the time. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest.
Yep.
Yeah, but I guess it's fun time. So hopefully Val will get encouraged with this little talk and maybe
Val,
make
we
her
built a
own
good we built a good community over here, and I'm sure that they'll follow you wherever you go. You know what I'm saying? And I know that there's a lot of other people out there that want to hear your
Hey, bro,
story.
if
That
we're
want to hear
gonna
you
just
talk.
rely on all 30 of us that tune in every day, then we're doomed.
No, I'm saying though, but I'm saying you have at least 30 good motherfuckers that follow you over there. You know what I'm saying? Over this time that you've been gone, we built a nice community here. You know what I'm saying? We have a good time. The internet is not something to fear. You take control of the beast and you make it your bitch. And you get out of it what you want to get out of it. You know what I'm saying? And I believe you're absolutely capable of doing it. And, whenever you're ready, whatever advice, whatever help you need, I'm here to help. So, you let it be known.
Thanks, Shy. That's real. Thank you.
For sure.
Yeah, and I really appreciate you always giving her the best advice. And if it was up to us, she would have been out a long time ago already.
Gone. She'd be gone. Man, fuck this, man. I got to go watch Marshalls right now. They talking about what's going on with Chapo and motherfucking Mayo tonight.
Yep. You get it on the TV. You get it for the cocaine quarterback.
No. You got, hey, you do ill films, man. I will pick a show, man, and we'll do ill films together, all right? You talk about your favorite fucking TV shows. Y'all, did you do Landman? Y'all did Landman?
Landman is my number one show.
Y'all did Landman? Yeah, I was shitting on that like I was shitting on Surviving El Chapo on my film channel, boy.
Let me tell you, Landman is a great show. Landman is the best. Not only that, though, it's because we're so foreign to that world, right? And then when you watch it, you feel like you're immersed, like you're all in it. And I even when I would talk to Fifth, right? I used to be like, listen, Fifth, when we do our show, I remember when right before Jay turned himself in, we were in Mexico. That's when Sons of Anarchy came out. And I knew nothing about the biker world, right?
Classic.
Nothing whatsoever. And then just watching that show, I remember coming back and, this is when Jay was in the MCC in Chicago. And I remember, watching the show and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I was so scared under my covers and scared because I felt like I was living their life. I was so immersed in their world. And because it was so real, it was so authentic that you felt like you were living it. And I was telling Jay, I said, here I am. You're over here cooperating against one of the biggest drug lords in the world, against Chapo, Mayo, the Beltran Leyva organization. And here I am fucking scared because I'm watching the Sons of Anarchy and I'm like feel like I'm like going through it with them like in this whole biker world. And I love the fact that like you can sit there and maybe you might not like you can't relate to them, but you could kind of start understanding like their dynamic and
Absolutely.
why they made certain choices, why they made, certain decisions. And then all of a sudden it's like you just want to see them win. You
Hmm.
just want to see them get through this shit and just win. And you're like all of a sudden you start rooting for them and you like become invested. And I was telling 50, I was like, man, I was like, that's what I want our story to be like. Like people might not be, they might not agree with our life, but at the end of the day, when they hear our story, they could kind of start understanding, like, okay, why we chose these certain things and why we did what we did. They might not agree, but they could understand. And then all of a sudden, they just want to see us get out the shit. They want to see us win and they become invested in it. You know what I mean?
And that's
And I
good
think that
filmmaking.
was, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
no,
That,
but they have different shows in mind. They have BMF in mind.
that's good filmmaking. Listen, Sons of Anarchy, shout out to JP. All right? Thanos put me on to Sons of Anarchy. I was telling them, listen, you got to open up your mind, man. There's a bunch of other shit out there that you could enjoy, and there's
Yeah.
great stories. And
Same thing with Landman. All of a sudden, you see Landman, you're like, oh shit, you're invested in this fucking oil. Like,
with,
what do we know about oil and old money? You know what I mean? And
right,
it's
exactly.
like,
And but here's the thing. Then you look at it like what Jay said. Jay said, "Oh, just because she's the wife doesn't mean that she could just take over his business." And we saw that in Landman. Those things are
exactly.
parallel things. But like with Sons of Anarchy grabbed you by the throat and it kept you for 7 seasons. There's no reason that y'all story cannot do that. There's absolutely
Exactly.
no reason. The story alone by itself, just y'all telling it with your mouths, is enough to grab everybody by the throat and hold on to them. There's no reason the TV show
I don't know why, bro.
cannot achieve what Sons of Anarchy did.
Be honest with you, you know what
Don't
it
get it
is?
twisted, Shy. If Jay didn't cooperate, I would have been running that shit.
Let me pitch the shit. That was my pitch right there, Papas.
Hey,
HBO, call me.
but be honest with you, bro. You know why?
Right.
I think it just might not happen because we're from the shy, bro, and Chicago got so much haters, bro.
Yeah.
There's so much haters. I see people that follow me that I never met that were straight
I'm gonna tell
squares
you.
in school talking about not them.
Wait,
Like,
I'm going to
bro,
tell you something,
the
Shy.
fuck?
I not even the Shy. I think our culture in general,
Mm,
bro. Our culture, the Latinos in general, like you can't like instead of hating on somebody, like you supposed to build people up. You want to see them win, but instead all this hating.
yeah.
That's why we never get on.
Yeah,
It's
like
our
like
own
like what
people,
Jay did on the Super Bowl halftime show. Oh shit. Hit him
right? Let that
again.
man be.
Yeah,
Let
let that
that
man
man be,
be.
Jay. Bad Bunny is the shit. I was
I mean,
happy.
I can have my own opinion, and having an
Hey,
opinion
but
is
it's
different
just
from
we
somebody saying
we just
some
know we just
bullshit.
could feel it when it's disingenuous. And then I had to come to the rescue. Shut your shit down, man.
Yeah, it's just different having an opinion than being a hater. You know what I'm saying?
No, I
That's just
love the
so different.
halftime show. I love that Bad Bunny was able to like show the world, like capture our, our culture and show the world, like even when they're selling
That's
out
why she don't.
arenas. Like I love that shit. I'm all about my
Yeah,
community. Like showcase that shit all
what does
day
Bad
long.
Bunny know about elotes?
Jay, he was showcasing. He had the sugar canes out.
Bro,
He had
let's just talk
no,
about
he
it,
had
bro.
the sugar
Now, if he
No,
canes.
had
no,
a
no.
fucking Maduro in his hand and he was
Jay,
hanging off a fucking
he was showing.
tree with a fucking banana, I'd
He was
understand.
showing the Latino culture.
And a coco.
No, Jay. See,
There's no talking to this guy, Val.
nah. See, I told you, me and Jay, we don't agree on a lot.
We're not clear on that.
And we call each other out on our shit.
Yeah, but I just be doing a lot of calling. I had to get a new fucking phone line to give me more minutes and more fucking time talk because I be calling out so many people on bullshit, including Val.
Damn, you needed more minutes. What fucking year
Stop
are
it.
you in? You needed more minutes. God
Shit,
damn.
bro, I need more fucking. I need more data just
God
because I be
damn.
calling out people on their
That
bullshit,
He said
motherfucker
it
said
was
bro.
he needed a
Val.
calling card so he could call motherfuckers on their bullshit.
Including Val. Be like, yo, bro, pick up. You got the truth calling you. Ain't no one answering. The
Shout
fuck?
out G Wayne for the membership. I appreciate you, sir. Damn.
Nah, but for real, I think we have to change the name of the show, the channel, Shy. I know it's your name. We have to call it something that to go with like what you're pushing, like like real something, like
We hadn't changed the name once. We ain't changing that motherfucker for a
nah,
couple
like
years.
we have to call it like the real scoop or what we have to call it. I
Man,
don't.
listen, go holler at
So
your
whack.
chat GPT. Don't
It's
ever
whack.
say the
I'm
real
not
scoop
thinking right
again in
now.
your life.
I'm not
Go open an
thinking.
ice cream
I
shop
don't
if you
know.
want to talk
Whack.
about the real scoop, motherfucker.
Okay, we gotta call it the anti something, bro. We gotta
Anti
be creative,
bullshit.
Bullshit.
bro. You have to reinvent
Mm-hmm.
yourself.
Yeah, I've done that like 17 times. I'm tired.
True,
I'm
true. We gotta be a
tired.
professional. Well,
I'm
I told
tired.
Val
I've
like
been
you
a
better. I
fucking
told Val you better come up
professional
with some new
MC,
shit.
professional actor, podcaster. I'm
No,
tired.
think about it, bro. I can come up with some shit to reinvent myself. I'll come out as white and as a fucking expert journalist
You
and
just
shut
said the
that
real
ass.
scoop, Papa. You just don't be an advertising exec.
It
That's it.
don't get whiter than that, Jay.
I don't know. You see, we're talking about getting your message out. You see, it's one thing for you to say you want to do something for community, Val, but it's another thing for you to actually do it. To what extent are you willing to do it?
Jay, well,
Me,
Velez said
I have no
to
guardrails.
let you
I'm
know that
all
minutes
in.
are free after 8
Jay,
p.m. Just so you know.
Jay, he said, "What have you done, Jay? I am a co-author of a book.
Bam.
I never
I
said what
have
have
a
you done.
podcast out there has how many downloads?
Over
Damn,
20
whole bunch
million.
of
Over 20 million. Don't ask me what I did.
damn.
Okay.
Please
Set
don't
your
ask me
ass
what I
I
down,
did.
never
boy.
said I never said what you did. I said that if you really want to make a difference in the community and you really want to talk about making change, you have to start where what's gonna get you out there. All right. And that means shy. Like if I'll be honest with you, seriously, people think making $1 million is easy, all right? And I'm gonna tell you something. Like if I had to if I had to put on a wig and act like I was transgender just to get on, I would get on and once I was on, I'd be like, Pam, I lied, motherfuckers.
Nah, I'm straight.
Silly.
You see how you say you're straight, and that's why we're fucked up.
So we're fucked up, man.
That's why we only got fucking
Again, in the words of J Rock, if I
30
could pretend, I
people.
wouldn't feel right.
Shout out to the transgender community.
Yeah, shout out to
Shout
the
out
Trans-
about
transgenders. I don't know how the
LGBT.
fuck we got there, but yeah, salute to them.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. No, I'm just saying, bro. To everyone who whatever you're into, bro, it is. But I think that being from Chicago, I think that makes us straight, like that environment. And you hear it all the time, People just can't see it. They're just so stuck. They don't want to see the one win. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out Ivy. Ivy says, "I never went to jail and just got told to reinvent himself by someone who did 14 years." In his defense, he wants my reinvention to stir up more shit. He wants my
Nah, bro. I just
no,
try
no,
to
no,
get
no.
to
He
the.
wants my reinvention to be
Well,
like
let's start with
rename
the
the channel like
title.
Liar Killer so that people pay attention or some
Like,
stupid shit.
like for instance, the Connect. He got a cool name. He called himself the official Connect. You know,
I'm the ill
it's
cartel, man.
bullshit. But yeah, but it's
I'm here
maybe
for the
we call it.
sickness.
You see, like when people make back then, they didn't understand it. Like when I named the company Plugged Entertainment, people be like Plugged Entertainment,
Let me tell
and
you.
I'd be like,
Hey, Shy.
I'm the real deal, plug motherfuckers. You get it?
Shy, I was one of them. I was like, nah. I was like, I remember Dame Cash.
Yeah.
He had
Records,
Connect Records, right?
No, connected records.
Connected Records. And I so wanted his name. I'm like, Jay, just tell him to give up the name, bro. Just tell him, give him what he wants.
Nah,
Just
Plugged
name.
was
And Jay's
better.
like,
Plugged was
no.
better.
He was like, no, we're gonna do Plugged. I'm like, Plugged? What the fuck is Plugged?
Plugged was better, and the chain was dope. That chain came through my
Not,
loft.
but
Yeah.
wait, he was so ahead of the game that back then I'm like, what the fuck is a plug? Are you kidding me? Like that's whack. And Jay's
Electricity?
like,
What are we fucking electricians or
I
something?
promise you, I promise you. And then you fast forward to today, everybody's wearing a plug, the plug,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
plug. Not only that, when Biden, remember who
Yeah.
took
I see.
Ice-T came out, right? And he
Yeah.
was like the plug. I was like, yo, what is
No,
happening right now?
he used to be like, I don't get
20
it. We'd
years
be like,
later.
we're the plug. That connected shit. That's Italian shit. You know.
It took 20 years and
And
everybody
it's
was
like,
like all over that.
so listen. Let's think about branding. You know,
Shout out JP. Hashtag never forget Robin salsa classes.
that's the kind of listen. You got a good, inspiring, good, intelligent group of listeners. Like, drop some names and the links of what channel you think would draw attention. All right, because we gotta just think outside the box. Like for a Val, like she should just go like some Eminem shit. You know.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Just call it something that's gonna grab people's attention.
But what do you mean Eminem said?
Like
For the
for people
meantime,
to
in
talk
between time,
shit.
is Il Cartel. We changed the name. We took a dip in fucking views, and we're moving back up. It is the Il Cartel for here into the immediate future. We are the Ill Network. All
I
right.
like Il Cartel. It's for like Illinois. Il Cartel. I like that.
Yeah.
Shy Ill. I
What
like
would
that.
your name be for your
Mine?
podcast?
I don't know. Something dope. That's for sure.
Hmm.
What would it be, Shy?
Put
I
me on
have
the
your
spot.
name already, so you're fucking crazy because I gave you two of the best names ever.
Oh, so he salty. You ain't saying one of them two. You got to think of what's them two right there. We want to know. We'll
She
put
don't
up
even
a poll right
remember.
now.
She don't remember, bro. She's fucking trying to figure it
All right,
out.
then you tell us. You set it up. So go ahead. Let it
All right,
be.
let's take a vote. Let's take a
We're
vote.
putting up a poll.
Yeah,
What's the
let's take a
better
vote.
name?
One of the names, and people are gonna fucking go steal it.
Then don't say it. My name's dope.
If you say it right now, can't
wait.
nobody steal shit, but you got to get started. So I'd rather
No,
you
Nah,
say it
nah.
so that you get
trademark
started.
that
Go.
shit. I gotta trademark it. Wait,
No,
but
no,
the
no.
name is dope.
It's already trademarked. It's here. We got a timestamp. We got a timestamp of the day that you said it out loud on this
Nah.
channel.
Yeah.
No, listen, I'm gonna tell you, it's a whole concept, and the
No.
concept is super dope
Don't
because it has not been done.
How you
So
know?
no, I
He
gotta
said you
hold this.
forgot. You didn't even remember. What
No,
are you
I
talking about?
remember it now.
She forgot because she didn't
Listen,
invent it.
I remember it now, and let me tell you, the whole concept around it is dope because it's never been done. It's probably gonna be the only podcast out there that's like that, and people are gonna fucking go bananas over the shit. I promise you, because
And
I'm giving the whole visual and everything.
I'm taking credit for that shit too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him his props. I gotta give it to him when he deserves it.
Boom. Yeah, that's the name of the show right there. What your answer was. Something dope. That's for sure.
Yeah, I like something dope, but it's like I don't know, something dope.
So
And
they
people are gonna
so
be like,
so once again, Jay Flores has ruined our poll. He has promised
all right,
something that he cannot deliver, and he got his wrench on him right now, so we don't put him in the fucking bathroom.
yeah, all right. So just let's stick to what the theme of the show is. So before we go, um, I sent you videos for all those in the chat who are looking for mentor stories. Please look up. It's the story of Eric Valencia, right?
Oh,
Saying he's cooperating. Another one of those people who, founders of the new generation. We're gonna be better than the old school ones, and it turns out to be the same fucking story.
same story, man. But that's where they got it from. That is a system that is passed down generation to generation. It is ingrained in the game. All right. In case of emergency, break glass.
Yeah.
That's it. So don't judge nobody else. Stop telling these kids the bullshit lies. Tell them the truth. We'll shoot your legs out from under you and we'll make you take the blame.
Hey Pete, bro, good try. Here's the thing: Val is your cartel.
No,
No,
Val is
Val
your
is
pal
your pal
cartel.
cartel,
I,
bro.
I'm with you, Pete. That's it right there, Val.
Oh my
Val is your
god, good
pal
try,
cartel.
guys. Good
I'm
try.
gonna trademark that tonight.
All right,
Hey
there you
guys,
go. Al
we're
said Al the pal and Val the gal. All right, I like it.
we're doomed.
I like it. I like
We're
it.
gonna get it.
We're
We're gonna
I'm
doomed.
with
get
it.
it.
Hold
We're
on.
gonna
Let me see.
no, we're gonna build on that one.
All
We're
right,
gonna
shout out
build on that
JP. Hashtag shout out Illinois. Hashtag put respect on Val name. All
one.
right. Al the pal
Yeah.
said Val the gal. I'm with that one
Al
too.
the pal and Val the gal.
I like put respect on her name.
That's a good one. Put respect on
Bro,
her
you
name.
gotta,
Put respect on my name.
bro. You
Shout out JP.
Now I'm getting rowdy. Now you're getting the how
Yo.
about Jay's like Val? You got two sides to you. Are you Val today? Or are you Valerie? Which one are
Yeah,
you?
yeah. Which one rhymes the right way today?
No, which one are you? Because sometimes I get crazy. I
Oh
people
forget.
shit.
think that because I say that
So
I
which
give
one
my
is the
life.
calm one? Which one's the calm one and which one wants to break some shit?
Val is the calm is the crazy one.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Valerie's a
Let me
good.
tell you, I told you I did my program. So I said, Jay, I'm really trying to work my program right now. So please stop poking
Okay.
me.
Yeah, yeah. Don't
People
feel
think
bad.
because I say I gave my life to God and I'm a Christian. People expect not to for me not to like say crazy shit, but that's a part of like being a Christian is not being perfect. So like sometimes I get those comments like, but you're supposed to be Christian. I'm like, uh huh. I'm keeping it real. Um, so there be sometimes sometimes I'd be like Val, other time I'd be like Valerie, sometimes I'd be like bitch.
Shut up. You stupid.
Zoraida said 100. Val, get some respect on your name. There you go.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
I like it.
Let's see.
We're gonna call it.
Hard that
We're
Val.
gonna call it Art that Val, right?
Damn.
$1 million bitch.
No, but now we gotta make our that we gotta
So
reword
right
it.
now it's funny because
Shout out to Art
because
that.
right now I'm not sure if you see that shy, but you seen that what's her name? Aisha Diaz. That's her name.
Ni en su casa le conocen. Don't know who the fuck that is.
Aisha Diaz. Like I'm not sure. She's like an influencer, whatever she was, but like she's been like making the social media thing. I saw her, a whole clip on her on Joe Budden because she said that she needs $50,000 and she needs someone to give her like she didn't say she needs someone, but in order for her to be with somebody that if she wants for her to stay home, she needs someone to give her $50,000 a month.
Her
And
existence is based on lame ass fucks that are willing to do shit like that, and she probably don't even get that shit.
oh, I don't know if she does or she doesn't, but I'm like, yo, that's cheap.
Jay, fuck you.
I was like, yo, bro, that's cheap, yo.
He
Like,
said
that's a steal.
that's a deal over there.
You see how he talks shit, Shy?
You
You
see?
see? Wait, Jay
Hold
be
on.
jabbing. Jay be jabbing
You
every
see?
time
Hold
he
on. You see? Now I talk shit. She just said she's gonna name her podcast $1 Million Bitch, all right?
Hey, I can see him holding the phone away from her like this.
She's right here. She wants to name her podcast $1 Million Bitch. Bitch ain't had a fucking job in fucking 30 years. All right? Like, come on, bro.
You can talk all that shit right now. Eventually, you gotta hang up the phone and be alone with Val, not Valerie.
Right? Right? He's gonna be sleeping with one eye open.
Shit.
Listen. He said $1 million bitch. That's the name.
Man, that was
Listen,
the
call
one.
her
Wait,
daddy. Call her daddy's a dope ass name.
call her
Oh,
dad.
it was after the fact
Call
that
her
you think
daddy
that.
is a dope ass name. That's a name
I
right
don't even
there.
know where she got it from, but I
That's a
mean,
great name. I love that name.
Let's see, motherfucking this guy's stuck with Val the Gal. That's the only shit that it rhymes with. Jesus Christ. No, we need a dope name. We need a but that's it. Was that one of the two? Was that one of the two options? $1 million bitch.
No, that wasn't
Oh,
even an
oh,
option. Jay's
that's Jay
whole
talking his shit.
Jay's whole concept. No, that's what I said though. I said $1 million bitch. That's why he got mad. I said I never had a job.
Oh, he said that Aisha bitch is a deal over there.
Because he knows I'm that bitch.
That's it. Gotta pay the freight. Pop out.
no, so
He
people talk
faked
all the
on
shit.
me. He
People,
faked on me.
cause how I say, you know what's crazy
Huh.
for like all the dudes, and you know this, every dude that drops a comment and nothing when like they stop commenting every girl video, they'll drop commenting all your video, just in like the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
It, like, there's so many dudes haters that talk shit,
Mm-hmm.
right? But for all the people that talk shit, it kind of like the market is doesn't justify them talking shit. You get me? Because women, get into those fields and get into those things because they can, because there is someone that's willing to,
Right.
spend that money. But you hear all these like dudes be like gold digger, bitch. Oh, she's a prostitute. That's what you call it. And then I see the comment like, yo, bro, it's just because you only say that because you're a lame ass dude. Like leave it
I don't
alone.
agree with that though. I don't
But
agree with
let the
that though.
haters
I'm
hate.
like,
They
what?
watching. They still watching, right? They
Yeah,
still
but I don't
getting
agree with
views.
that shit. And I don't think I have to be a hater to look at a bitch and be like, that bitch don't bring $30,000 of worth to the table. She's talking that shit.
Bro, you got it fucked up. Some of these girls be making that money, bro.
That's you, but you're not hearing me though. But that it don't make me a lame because I think she's whatever the fuck I think she
No,
is.
no. Well, I think that here's the thing. Okay, I think it was coming from a perspective of saying if I can make 40, 50 G's a month
Mhm.
and pay my bills, how am I gonna be with you? You're gonna tell me stay home and not and I'm not gonna be getting that money.
Of course. I mean,
So there's a big difference between Val. Like I used to hear all the time, they used to be like, Val's only with you because you got money. I'm like, well, I've been in prison and she has the money, and I've been in prison and she
but see,
said that.
Val's raising children. This girl over here is trying to get the money and go hang out with other
Now I don't
basketball
know
players.
every. What I'm saying to each,
No, but
it's
they
all.
saying, but if that was the case, I would have been gone.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
of course.
you know
With
what
the
I'm saying.
Well, I tell everybody all the time. I tell everybody all the time in the comments, like that come and
Uh-huh.
talk that shit. They be like, "Oh, Val only stood with them for this or that." I said, "Well, why did she stay there? She had the opportunity to jump ship while he was in jail. Why didn't she?"
And most
Yeah.
people do. Most
Yeah,
people
actually,
do.
I think that that's you stupid people. Again, that's a good conversation to have because it's like people used to tell me that oh, just because you got money. But here's the other side of it.
Let me tell you, Shy, I never missed a visit, right? I was there every weekend, right? And so probably the only time that I missed a visit was either I was out of town, which was maybe like once, maybe twice a year if I was gone for a weekend, or my kids were sick, right? So when my kids were sick or say I was out of town, they used to be batting in there like, oh shit, she left him. She left him for another dude. They used to be starting all kind of
She
rumors
finally
like,
figured it out.
yeah, she exactly. And then they see me show up, they be
But
like,
Shy,
so
here's the thing. I'm not trying to convince you, but I would like to get your thought because also I do understand that there's brackets. You get me? Like you might not like something. There's a lot of things that are gonna be your type or someone else's type. Um, you know what you guys into. You guys are ambitious. You guys want goals and it goes back to Kanye's West song, right? I'm not saying you're a gold digger, but you ain't fucking with no broke. Like that's the thing. But I think it also goes into like what you want and what you're looking for. Superficial, but I also seen superficial people change. You know what I'm saying?
right.
You
I'm
I'm
know?
gonna tell
just
you
saying
something.
that you making it. You're basically saying it's okay for some of these girls that ain't done shit, can't do shit, to walk around and act like. And again, there's a market for them, right? Somebody's gonna pay for it. That don't make me a lame because I'm like, yeah, let that other sucker motherfucker pay for it because she really don't. I can't, maybe some people value conversation more than they value motherfucking, you know, I don't know, some chick pole dancing for 30 grand or some shit.
I remember back in the day when I first started being with Jay. I remember me and P, we used to bump heads a lot. Remember that, Jay? We used to bump heads a lot,
Yeah.
me and P.
Hmm.
And I feel like a lot of, I don't know, I think there's certain characteristics that me and P have that I feel like that's one of the things that Jay and I got together, why he gravitated to me a lot, was because of maybe a lot of the same personality traits that P can have, right? And him being identical twin, I think that there's a lot of things that
Well, being
me and
stubborn.
not just being stubborn, but there's like other things that like me and P have, and I think that Jay was so used to Peter that it was like easy for him to like be in a relationship with me
Be with
because
you.
we do, yeah, deal with me in a way, right? And so anyway, so I remember P used to be like, that was one of the things, like I was always with somebody who had money, right? And so I remember one day I was like, P, like, yeah, I am gonna be with somebody that got money because I'm a go getter. If I'm a go getter and I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna get it and I'm gonna risk my ass and I'm gonna sit there and I'm gonna go to California, I'm gonna go to Mexico and I'm gonna start off as a mule and I'm gonna start my own DTO. You better believe I'm gonna be with another go getter that's just as ambitious as I am.
Not just in the
But
legal
that's
states.
that's why
You know
this
what I'm
that's
saying?
why
So
this
so
conversation doesn't pertain to you. You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
no, but what I'm
I'm
saying
talking
is
about
like,
these. I'm talking about these hood booger cualquieras. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
That
yeah,
walk
yeah, yeah.
around like they worth
Yeah,
something,
that's
and you know what I'm saying? They can't. They don't even know how to wash their drawers.
Yeah,
That's a
there's
different character.
true.
exactly. That's true. That's true.
I
But
seen a lot of those too.
Well, that's
That
what I
they
be talking about. You
I seen a lot of those too that they think just because they got an ass or they could jump on a pole, it's like they think they deserve some shit. And
that's
I
my
watch
point.
all those
That's
shows
what
too.
I'm
Like, what
talking
do you
about.
bring to the table? But yeah, I think that there's a difference between sophistication and intelligent people and stuff like that. It also depends, right?
Yeah,
Um,
see, Val don't fall into that category. A go
shout
getter
out
on
to
her
my
own.
strippers. I like going to the strip club. Shout out to my
Yeah, and
strippers.
that's
Don't hate
okay.
on
You know
them.
what I'm saying? I got homeboys We go to a strip club, their wife come with us. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just talking about these hood boogers that be like that that are ahead of themselves, and I don't think that ever pertained to you. You was uniquely
Now that
you
shit
from the
fucking fit
beginning.
here too. Not just kidding.
Shut up,
Yeah,
Jay.
you were uniquely you from the beginning. So that
Yeah.
that doesn't pertain to you. Again, uh, like you said, two people with ambition is the difference.
Yeah. So yeah, no doubt. But I think people always say, especially in prison, people used to tell me all the time, going to a diamond district said,
What did you
is
say?
is like, you're not blessed. It's easier. It would be like, well, you're blessed. They used to be, oh, you're lucky in prison. You used to tell me all the time, you're lucky. I'm like, nah, motherfucker, I ain't lucky. I put in the work that you ain't seen. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
I think that's one of the things that me and Jay talked about, right? Because there's a lot of guys, there was a lot of men in there, like their wives or their significant other, left them, right, while they were in prison. And I think that the main reason why me and Viv stayed was because that, like, Jay and Pete were like they were great husbands, they were great fathers, like they put us on pedestals, they treated us like queens. Like, there's a difference. Like, if I was in an abusive relationship, I would have ran too. If
Right.
I'm in an unhealthy toxic relationship, like, who wants that? Like, I'm gonna be the first to leave, you know what I mean? So, but I think that, like Jay said, he put in the work. Like, they were good to us, before they went away. The whole time they were with us, the whole time they were married to us when we lived in Mexico. Like, we didn't have to worry about them stepping out. We didn't have to, like, they were like, man, it was unheard of to have that type of power, to have that type of, be at that status, and not be able to abuse that power. Like, the same thing when it comes to, like, them being like womanizers, them being
Right.
abusive. Like, they didn't do none of that shit.
Mhm.
And the same thing, like, when it comes to, like, they say, oh, okay, well, they can't be at that level, they can't have that much power and not have the same thing when it comes to violence. Like, it runs parallel. Like, it's the same in one, right? Like, oh, well, they can't be that person without, being violent. And no, they weren't. It's nothing in their case whatsoever when it comes to violence. So it's like they didn't fit that stigma, they didn't fit that stereotype, right?
Right.
And I think that's what set them apart from the rest. That's why you hear Jay saying, like, okay, I could still talk to my guys that I cooperated on, and they still have love. Like, that's unheard of, right?
Right.
And I just think that they're very different of what you would expect, like, them to be, especially at that level.
No, but it also takes some real dumb women to get convinced of that.
You think?
Just kidding, just kidding. Hey, Shy. Before we go, bro, I'm gonna tell you something. I kid you not. Scrolled right now. Why I have a live owl camera? It's live. And guess some, bro. Guess how many people they got watching? Some fucking owls on a nest.
And our camera probably like 5K.
6,000, bro.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Owls on a nest.
They're
Just
watching an owl's nest. I sit
Really?
here and pour my heart out. You sit here and pour your heart
Wow.
out. Some assholes watching a fucking owl
oh
wipe his
god,
ass.
yo, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna be watching tonight, waiting
Yo, let
to
me
see
tell
what
you something.
happens too.
Yo, yo, I go on the internet, right? And I'll screenshot it. Sometimes I put it in the Discord, and it'll be a guy painted in makeup on YouTube going,
Uh-huh.
I want the lickety likes, give me the lickety likes. Somebody hit the lickety likes, and the motherfucker got
Stop it.
2,000 people in there. There's another guy that has a toilet seat around his head with fake shit
Stop
all
it.
over it. And he just screams
Uh-uh.
at the chat, I'm gonna bang you. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna time you out. And he does that
Shut
for
up.
hours
I told Val. I
with
said,
six,
look.
seven thousand,
I
six,
told
seven
Val.
thousand people watching.
Shy, let me tell you something. One thing I don't do is I don't scroll. I don't get on social media. I
Don't
can't
stay
do
out of
it.
there.
I
Yeah.
don't do. Let me tell you, I was in the halfway house, right? I was in the halfway house. I had a phone. Let me tell you what I did. I started scrolling, Shy. Do you know that I felt dizzy? Like, I felt nauseous. Like, I felt like I was drunk just from scrolling, that I could not take it no more. Like, it was so
Overload.
addicting that I said I would not do it again. And ever since I came out the halfway house, I have not scrolled. I have not got on social media because I just can't do it to myself.
But I told Val. I
Like,
used to
it
tell
was
Val.
driving me
Why don't you
crazy,
get
man.
dressed? I said, get dressed really like just go on live and check. And what would I do? I say nothing. Don't even say a word. Just sit there and just And
That's
then
it.
that alone was gonna make people
You know what?
just
I'll
like,
give you the
why
channel
even
right
bitch
now.
is
You
not
ready,
talking?
Val? This is the channel. You sitting down watching owls wipe their ass.
Yeah.
That's the
Don't even
channel.
say nothing. It's just next thing you got fucking 1 million viewers. Like, when is this bitch gonna talk?
No, I was,
That's it
I was
right there.
losing
And then
my
we'll go back. We'll go back on the, what do you call it?
Let me tell you,
Betting platforms.
I was losing my mind scrolling. I'm not gonna lie, losing my fucking mind. And to go from like not having a phone to having a phone was like, I think I was driving
That would be
myself
a good one.
insane.
That would be a good challenge to have. Where's she gonna talk?
When's she gonna talk?
I'm gonna tell you what I did though. I documented my whole thing in the halfway house.
On paper?
No, on camera.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, I documented my whole thing in the halfway house. I had a phone in there, so I was documenting everything, and you could see my bunk. You could see where I
Oh
lived. You
well, let
could
me
see
know when you're ready.
my
I'll produce the
bathroom. You could see
documentary.
my
Let's get the
shower.
documentary popping.
You could see my where I had to go to chow. You could see all the dudes. Like you could see the whole inside of it. It's pretty dope the way I documented
It's pretty dope.
it. It is.
How early did you start that?
Excuse me. I started it right away. You could see
Really?
me when I walked out of there. You could see me with my ankle monitor. When I was on home confinement, I documented that whole thing.
Nice.
When I turned myself in, when I got out, the whole thing is documented.
Nah, you
Right
know
there?
what the fuck. Shout out JP. JP said hashtag Val knows content.
Yes.
Yeah, that content never gonna be out. Shit.
See me,
I'm gonna make I'm gonna make my money. I'm that $1 million bitch.
listen. I don't have that the deal on the table. I lay it all out there, boy. I put it all out there. If the thought comes to mind, I have to make it happen right away because me lo quitan.
We're gonna work it. What did you say about clicks?
Clickbait.
Clickbait. We're gonna
Clickbait,
click.
we're gonna get that clickbait going, man.
See, I gotta learn this. I gotta learn.
All right. Oh, and I also want to give JP his props because he put in a motion to get Val wrenched. I motioned for Val to get a wrench. Loyalty over royalty. But she
Val needs to get a wrench.
She
That's
don't have
so
an
fucked
account.
up.
She don't
She
have an
needs to.
account to get
She
wrenched.
needs to first get a fucking account. She needs to go on YouTube. A wrench is for the people who basically could kick people out. You know, you're like on another level as a subscriber.
You're a
Shout out,
Sicario. You're a Sicario around this.
shout out to my boy JP.
Yeah, JP put in the motion. He motioned
Yeah,
for Val.
you're giving her a wrench she's never used. She don't even know what it means.
My boy JP.
She'll be like, yeah,
I'll take the wrench.
Right? Wrench gang.
the wrench gang. She's like, oh, a gang? I want to be a part of that. What the fuck?
She turned around and tell Jay in his ear, "I'll be running this shit in 2 weeks."
Gang.
Tell Bobby, she was like, yeah, I got a hold of the TV remote. I want to watch HGTV. And she crying because she in the shoe. Like, you should have thought about that.
You did tell us.
We
You
did
did
it.
tell us. If y'all remember, Val came in here and said, "Shy, I'll let you know when I'm running the TV room." All right. So she went after that motherfucker.
Yeah, I went after it. Got
She got
my
the
good days taken away.
What was your favorite? What was your favorite HGTV show up to that point?
Are you kidding me? Christina on the coast.
See, whatever the fuck that is.
Listen. I got my good days taken away. Dang. I got my commissary taken away. I got my email taken away, my visits, my everything.
You see, this is what I talk about.
My phone, my
So, Ryder,
everything.
this is what I'm talking about. This is what happens in the real world, okay? In the world of streaming and the world of television. You have a real person here that just could be doing everything in his power to help Shy out. And then some fraud comes around talking about, I don't even know what a YouTube channel is. And you're like, give her a wrench.
She's like, I don't scroll. I have a whole fucking breakdown when I scroll.
She's real. And I'm like, what the fuck? Now they said I'm fake. The fuck? How does that happen?
Jay just mad because he had to work
I'm glad JP figured it all out.
Zoraida said Jay just mad because he had to work to get his wrench.
No, real recognizes real. Shout out to my boy JP.
No, that's the right
JP tell Robin to put some respect on her name, man.
Who said it? Zoraida?
Yeah, you could.
He's just mad because he had to work to get his wrench. Yeah, we made him wait like a year and a half to get his fucking wrench.
Shout out to Zoraida.
And you know, we took his wrench away from him recently, and we let JP hit him in the head with his wrench, put him in the bathroom because Jay came over here hyped everybody up to talk about something, and then he tucked tail, backed up in the bushes.
Well,
Like
that's
fucking
because your new wrench lady didn't let me go on there.
my new
What
wrench
new
lady.
wrench lady?
Oh my, my new wrench lady.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
He did blame
That's
it.
what we're
He
gonna
did
call
blame
the
it on Val.
podcast.
He
The
did
wrench
blame it on
lady.
Val.
The wrench lady.
There you go. Your new wrench lady.
That's a horrible name.
That's almost as bad as the real scoop. Fuck is wrong with you?
Right?
The risk school.
Exactly. Jay's gonna be out there with Spaletta truck.
So is Val gonna make a channel? I think that should be your first step. I think we should encourage you to tonight before you lay it down to rest. You just go to your Google account and you say, you know what? This is Val the Gal YouTube fucking account right here. And then we see you in the chat next week.
Can I have a cup of tea?
Hey guys,
you
yeah,
so
I know you. I know.
Respect Queen Val.
I know you guys don't believe this
Jonathan.
shit.
Shout out
But
to Jonathan Zoraida -032.
Shout out JP said Robin Big Mad. Respect Queen Val. Bless her with the wrench. We reward loyalty.
you
Robin,
see,
no one likes
Can
a
you
wrench blocker.
imagine?
We're gonna
Wait,
show
can,
Val.
we
wait, can
spoke
you
about this.
imagine?
People, I told Robin this. I'm not a fucking hater. I'm not a hater, bro.
You mean
It,
Batman? You told Batman.
no. This is Jonathan and
Oh.
everyone else. I'm
JP
not a
is
hater.
Jonathan. JP is Jonathan.
Yeah, hate is not in my blood. I don't know how
Bullshit.
to
I
hate
heard
on
it.
something,
I
especially
heard
when
it.
I know I'm the truth. Like, how could I hate on anyone else?
Jay,
No mama's way.
No, mommy's
Jay's feeling himself right now.
Yeah, I just hit him with the no mama's way.
No, mommy's way.
Let me tell you, if me and Jay did a podcast together, that shit'll be so crazy because
Hey.
we go back and forth all day
Hey,
long.
every time let you hear, when I hear your skit about just doing some hood shit with my friends, hood shit with my friends, hood rat shit
But
with
I
my friends,
wanted to do
I
hood
think
rat
about Val.
stuff with my friend.
You
Why?
want to do hood rat
Listen
stuff
to
with
it.
my
Listen to
friend?
it. Listen to it.
Listen to what?
Play.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Could you hear it?
Yeah.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Shout out JP. Hashtag Robin on Haterade. You hated on Bad Bunny.
He sure did.
All right. Shout out
Jay, how
JP.
could you do that?
I have my own opinion, bro.
Nah, he wanted to stir shit. That's it. He just wanted to stir some shit, man. He get that little politicism in him, and he start fucking barking like a dog. Boy, you gotta
Guess
relax.
what?
Right?
It must have not stirred no shit because we ain't get fucking 1,000,000 views.
It didn't stir shit because I shut that shit down and asked him what Fuerza Regida did for the Americas. Motherfucker couldn't tell me nothing, and that's it.
Fuerza Regida
we
is on
moved
Rolling
on back to
Stone
the
right now.
topic at hand. Rest in peace, Troy Montana. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so.
I
Let's get
love
to 70.
Fuerza
We've been here
Regida.
4.5 hours. 5 hours.
Yeah, bro. We're gonna go ahead and
That's all I listen to is Fuerza Regida.
Fuerza Regida. He's gonna do a corrido channel.
He is?
Yeah.
Relax. I'm gonna do a corrido series because we're done with the trader. Now we're going.
Wait, did you hear? Wait, didn't they make a corrido on you and P? Did you hear it?
I think I shared it with Shine.
Did you share? Did you share that?
Yeah, I
At
think
some
I shared
point,
it.
I actually like it. I think it's good.
we're gonna go through them in detail. We're gonna do a lyric analysis. I'm gonna make fun of their egos.
Okay, I want to be on this one.
Yeah. I'm gonna, because we've been covering the Trader. Next week, Friday, is the finale of Trader, and we're gonna move into corridos. And I want to break down the biggest corridos, break them down lyrically, try to find the origin story of who, which one of these egotistical assholes paid to have this done for themselves and all that.
But remember, back in the day, they're not paid, bro. People do it
or
just
did it
like,
out of
you know.
respect, or
Yeah.
but who made the? Sometimes they made their own call. I want to just whatever the backstory is.
Wait. Who's Big June 30s? He said, Jay, I'm with you. I don't like Bad Bunny
Yeah,
either,
shout out
bro.
Big June. We
Wait,
appreciate
what?
it,
Big
Big
June, what's up, Big June? Salutes, bro.
He found an ally.
No.
Shout out JP. Hashtag fuck Trompito. Hashtag my opinion. Oh,
Fact. You see?
Lucy got a name. Lucy got a name.
What's his name?
Dale con Vale. All right.
Dale con Vale.
I like that.
You see, I could understand. I could respect everyone having different opinions. I'm not a hater. I'm not gonna go crucify you just because you said that about Trump.
You can't crucify me. That'd be the difference.
It's all good.
Shout out Alec. But yeah, no, I think you should do it. I think you should do it.
Oh, so we let out speak about her corrido that she liked
Yeah, well,
back in the
I have
day,
to.
or anyone
I
you
need
like.
to. I need the link to that shit too. Is that the one where it's the guy playing it on the guitar, just the guitar?
So which one?
Yours?
Oh yeah, it was just the guitar. Yeah. Which one did you like? Like, what's your ultimate corrido?
Oh my goodness. Vive los tres animales. Mi perico, mi gallo, y mi chica.
Yo, she is built for this shit, man. You just made it to our soundboard, Val. You've made it to our soundboard.
Yeah,
We will be sampling your voice.
that's one of the classics. That's one of the classics.
We will be sampling your voice. This is
What
our
is it?
all-time
It's
great
Tucana
shit.
You
de
see,
Tijuana, no?
you do have real intelligent people that tune in and watch you, like Big June.
Right, what is he saying? He must be agreeing with you.
Yeah, of course. This guy is like a media machine, this guy, boy. Hashtag Val can analyze new rap. Val could do whatever she wants on her channel. She could analyze anything. She could just break anything down. Food for thought. Il Cartel working. Val needs a wrench and a channel.
Yay.
Jay, I'm with you on Trump, bro. Oh man, you guys gotta
No,
relax.
don't start.
You guys gotta relax. You guys are off topic. Take a nap. You guys got whatever derangement fucking syndrome. Get a hold of yourselves. Right. Let's see. Los Tucanes.
Don't bring up Trump. Me and Jay will be sleeping on opposite sides of the bed.
Yeah. Yep. No, I think you should do it. I think you should do it. And yeah, like you said, you want to get the bread,
remember,
leverage that shit. You know.
I think shy, like, it goes back. It's I was telling about, I was seeing this map or something on LinkedIn somewhere, wherever, and they're talking about the Mexicans in the U.S. and it's like I think they put it at like 37, 38 million, right? And compared to every like other Hispanics, bro, it's like fuck, no one even stands close. You get me? And it's crazy because you being from Chicago, it's like a lot of things. It's like people don't know that you're not Mexican, and but you're up and you get it. You're intelligent to understand it. You just don't play into the other things. But you understand the culture. You understand. I guess
Yeah,
you
I have
being from
Mexican
Chicago.
family members. I don't think people
Yeah.
understand how mixed people's families actually be sometimes. You know what I'm
Especially
saying?
in Chicago, right?
Especially, I guess maybe I don't have the living experience anywhere else to notice how they are there. But yes, here you got a family that's mixed with everything at some points. You know.
Yeah, and I think even like Val's
Hold
more
on one
Mexican.
second. Hold on one
61 just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out to the CD for the sub. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, look, he said, Val, that's one of my favorite songs, too.
Yeah, hey, but you know what? It's crazy because Shy, we gotta get you to Mexico, bro. Right now, there's a band.
Don't let Jay
The
take you.
package is so cheap right now.
you
Not
you
coming
can't
back.
take me.
If Jay takes
I'd rather
you're
go
not
with
coming
Johnny
back.
Mitchell. I'd rather go with Johnny Mitchell than Jay Flores.
I'd rather go with Johnny Mitchell, too.
The packages are so cheap to go to Puerto Vallarta, bro, and you will love it. And but it's cool to kind of understand the culture, and then you kind of get the other side of some of these corridos, and especially because you love music at the end of the day,
Yeah.
And I think we're all music lovers, and uh, so I think it's gonna be a fun thing for you to do,
Listen,
coming
story
from.
form writing was my thing. Story form writing was my niche, and that's all corridos are, story form writing. Now, they have other things entangled in them. You know what I'm saying? They have other connections to certain specific people, certain specific things. So that adds other layers. There's a lot of layers to them. And there's also the layer that, right now there are a lot of them are banned in the country. A lot of those people are being sanctioned. Like, there's a history to all of this. And I want to explore that with this series.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll be good luck.
I think
So best of luck with that series
And
too.
shout out to Jay because the alley oop was from Jay. I always wanted to react to corridos, but to break them down like this was more coming off the trader. You know what I'm saying? Jay watching the trader and saying you should do that with corridos. So
You see, I tell you, Big June, listen, if I tell anyone to go to Mexico, I say go because it's coming from a real person with real experience, real understanding of how it works. You're going to be fine, bro.
No,
I
no, we're
agree.
gonna be fine.
I
We're
agree.
just not going with
Go to
you,
Mexico.
motherfucker.
Just don't go with me.
We go
That's
with
it.
Johnny
But
Mitchell. That's it.
everything, I go once a year, on the low low. No one ever pays attention to me.
He puts on a Jamaican hat with the hair with the locks coming out of it and shit, and he just walks around with a blunt in his mouth like nobody could see him and shit,
Yeah, I just don't go where I'm not supposed to be at.
with a
That's
pair of
it.
fucking blue blockers and shit. You know
So people will drop the comment, he's scared, he's in hiding. Like, bro, hiding where?
what's up? Does that get your goat? Does it upset you? Cause you be sounding upset sometimes.
No, it's just people live in this fictitious world, bro. I'm like, look, I hang with cops all day. Come look for me.
Damn. See, I ain't even going to look for this
Wait, what's
motherfucker.
the difference between me and rappers?
What?
They talk shit. They talk all the shit, and it's like I was seeing this whole today. I had time, so I was listening to this whole Fat Joe stuff
Most
about
of the
the
rappers didn't bring down the Sinaloa cartel.
yeah, but just say I was listening to like not I'm not throwing jabs because I feel a certain way, but I was listening to this Fat Joe and Young Buck stuff, and then the DJ gives his perspective, and like, yeah, Joe was talking shit, but he was walking around with 4 cops the whole time. The fuck? Oh yeah, I forgot to say that part. Like, yeah, I was talking shit. Just anyway, same difference.
Be that way.
Uh-uh. But New York is very different from Chicago. Like I've
Look
been
at
around a lot of
Papa,
people from New York, and
Papa
they talk
Giorgio.
about they got beef with someone in New York. You see them walking past the street, like on the next street,
Yeah.
you keep walking. You don't even say nothing. In Chicago, it's a whole different story.
It
You
goes up
light
right there.
motherfuckers up.
Yeah, it goes up.
Hey,
Yeah.
Papa Giorgio, he said I got a cartel plug. I'm sure you do. I'm sure it's someone like Johnny Mitchell, bro. He's like, I'm the plug.
Yeah, no, in
No.
Chicago it goes up. It's not gonna be. It gotta go up. Gotta happen right now. I might not see you again. It's going up.
I think for real, I think just naturally, I think like at the end of the day, Shy, people always think like I was with my goons, or everyone always think their goons is harder, but that's bullshit. Like for real, but just being in the experience, even in Mexico, it the only advantage that you might get for real, what I've seen, because anybody could get it, right? It could be a fucking straight square that will let everyone have it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
For getting sucker punch. So all that shit is bullshit. But the only thing I've seen that always has made a difference, I think, from my perspective, the difference between probably Chicago dudes, and this could be, even for some different environments in some other cities, right? Is that, and in Mexico as well, is that they get so much more experience to real shit that they might react faster or jump the gun. You know what I'm saying? Or
See
jump
it
the gun.
coming.
They'll see it coming, or pun, right? No pun intended there, but jump the gun meaning be the first ones to react because they ain't gonna just wait around for an argument. You get me?
Yeah,
That's the only difference. But I also think anyone could get it. You know what I'm saying? And
absolutely.
people always think like, oh, I would have done this to you, I would have done that to you. Like, honestly, bro, I was always playing chess. Like, if I went somewhere to New York or I went to Miami, guess what I was sending? I was sending a car with a stash with some choppers, some guns, some fucking money just in case.
Right.
Meet me there, motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you just hope you just don't get into no bullshit. You know what I'm
And
saying?
sometimes none of that matters. Sometimes you still get got. So
Well, but at the end of the day, that's why you should tell everybody it doesn't even matter, bro, because
mm-hmm.
you at the wrong place at the wrong time. You're super friends. You're separate. Separating a fight, and then bam, it's over.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Shout out Sushi Head. Did Valerie share her experience with Mentor? She did. Get that replay gang on, which I know you will. Sorry, just tuning in. No worries. She did give her impressions and her mental stories. Just curious what her impressions were. Salutes. Papa Giorgio. Jay, I respect you, Brody. Watched every doc of you and more. I want out this BS, but sometimes too deep in now. It's this. Not it's. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Not Fetty fucking up the game. And shout out JP. JP said hashtag Robin lost his Chicago card when he had that Mets hat. He had a Mets hat or a Yankees hat on. What he was doing?
Oh, I had the Yankees hat on.
Fucking up, man.
Why blend in? And also, hey, Papa, man, it's never too late, bro. There's always an out. Look at me.
And don't just look at him. Look at everybody else on their level and above that
Yeah, but
made it
some of
up.
them don't get. Oh yeah, that's true. You got some real ones out there. I guess some real ones, some real, whatever you want to call them, real cartel members. That
Look at me. Not cartel man, but look at me.
Sushi Head, make sure you go back. Val tells a crazy story about a cartel wives book in jail. Make sure you check out the replay game.
I gotta call.
Oh, the Zai, if you know, you know. Okay. All right, Papa Giorgio.
Yo.
All right, what's going on over there? He's whispering. He's manipulating you. He's in your ear. What's he doing? What's he doing? There's some manipulation going on over there.
Right? You know he got ADHD. He's over
Fucking
there doing
director.
10 different things.
Yeah. Hey, well, God bless Papa Giorgio, man. I believe in you, bro. Just stay out. Good luck to you, and think of everything first. But it's good that at least your mind is in the right place. And shouts out to everyone in the chat, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and say goodnight to you guys. Shy, it was good speaking to you, catching up. I told you I was not gonna let you down.
Tell Papa to read my book.
Yeah.
He'll change his mind quick.
Yeah, make sure you read the book, Papa Giorgio. Shout out JP, hashtag Yankees hats over Chicago teams, and eating chips and showing his chest on other streams. Okay.
Hey, we'll see you on Friday for your birthday stream. Also, guys, there's a lot of videos we have to do a Kingpin reacts. What Katrina got us busy though, bro. We'll be there all day. Johnny Mitchell got us busy.
She needs her own FKR episode and shit.
Yeah, bro. She needs a whole fucking hour. Ed Calderon for sure got me a little bit busy too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys. Thank you for your time, Val. Thank you for your time, your insight, your vulnerability, telling the people the story. These people have been, waiting to hear from you, and they love to hear from you. And I'm sure there's a whole lot more that would be down to hear what you're talking about. So do what you got to do and make it happen.
Of
Jay,
course.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Shai. Thanks for having us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone in the chat, man. For real, man. It's never too late. Change your life, God. God bless. Always look at something bigger than us, and be nice to all those people around you. You just never know. Hit the like button, subscribe, tell your friends, or tell a friend.
All that shit.
And Shai, we'll see you for your birthday. We'll be on.
Shine, I think that you're gonna get like 5 more subscribers because of this.
No, don't worry. Yeah, 5 more subscribers. We good. We take them, man.
We gotta,
because out of those 5, at least one of them probably be a good person and will stick around, and we become friends. Recipe.
Yeah, but I think that you have to do a thumbnail and be like, Jay talk shit about Val.
Yeah, no, we could do that. We could play that game.
No, Val calls Jay fake.
You know what I'm saying? We could
all day long.
We could take the wrestling route and take some real life shit and make it fiction and make that shit happen, and we put it out there as a series, man. You know what I mean?
No, me and Jay will be boxing for real tonight.
Then that will turn the cameras on for that. You put your headgear on, and then we'll pay-per-view that motherfucker, man. Hey, we about that money around here. We don't clickbait, but we going after that bread.
Right.
Hey, Diamond District, you guys can visit my website too, kingpin2educator.com, just in case you want to drop me a link. I know Joe's listening too. Big shouts out to Joe too. So I appreciate everyone. And Shai, we'll keep in touch. Let me know.
Weekend for your birthday,
make sure you tell them to go ahead and send that shit to the Discord.
To send what?
Man, because we've been honestly, it's hard. We have to do the work too to find all these videos. I mean, it's not that hard, right?
Send videos of what? For former Kingpins Reacts?
Yeah.
Videos of what? People talking bullshit?
We're talking bullshit right now.
Listen, I'll put up a channel in the Discord. Well, you could put it in the Flores family, everything. If you got a video of you think somebody's talking about drug trafficking and they sound like they're talking bullshit, you send that to the Discord and Jay will take a look at it for former Kingpin Reacts.
Oh, yeah, we got to do the Owen Hansen, bro. We have that one clip where he came on and said he had 7 bodyguards.
And they were swinging from bridges and shit.
And people were swinging up the bridge.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, it's a hit. That show right there, that's it. I mean, and again, there's no pressure on you to do it, right? But if you feel like you want to fucking say something, that's a good platform to fucking say it. I think we figured that one out nice. I took myself out of the equation because I ain't got nothing to say on these things. I can't attest to their authenticity or not. You can.
Yeah, no, I think, remember, it's all coming. This is all just informative,
Yeah,
giving a different perspective, and again, my perspective, my opinion.
that's it.
I'm not sure if that matters anymore, but sure.
Hey, they're taking it. All right, they're with it.
All right, Shai.
Y'all
Well,
have a
God
great
bless, man.
night.
Good night, everyone
Tell the kids
in the
I said
chat.
what's
God
up.
bless. Stay safe, guys. And we'll catch you up next time.
All right, man.
Bye, everyone. Good
Bye.
night.
Have a good
Good
night.
night. Okay, see you next
Thank
week.
you.
Okay, bye,
Okay,
bye, bye.
bye,
Peace.
bye.
Boom. All right. Let's get this shit out of here. What's popping, y'all? Hold on. What we got here? We still got Johnny Mitchell over here and shit talking crazy. Yeah, I'd rather go to Mexico with Johnny Mitchell than Jay Flores. Shit. All right, what a Monday night stream, huh? Here we are. It is 1 o'clock in the morning in Chi-Town. Salutes to the chat. I couldn't get through there. I see Velez went to sleep. The hour changed and whooped his ass. Shout out to the replay gang. We've been here 5 hours on the dot. Shout out Sushi Head. Shout out JP. Hashtag Robin sleep with one eye open. He gonna have to. Alright? He gonna have to. Hashtag Val about that life. Val and Jay, thank you for your time. Congratulations on being back home, Val. Let me turn this shit off. Shout out Joanne for your questions and your input and your membership. Shout out Wheezy, I appreciate you. I'm gonna go through the chat. I'm just going through I'm at the bottom of the chat still right now. Alright, I'm on my last beer. Salutes to Tere, salutes to Roofer, and salutes to 298 for the beers. Shout out JP for the donos. Shout out Pete Never. Video me show you what's up. What? Video you, Papa? Bless up. I'm off this. Have a good night. Ask you whatever. I gotta do me personally. You can do that shit. All of them other channels, they jump on that shit. Me, I gotta do a little research, man. A little something. Salutes. Have a good night. Shout out Al the Pal. All right, Val the Gal. Val the Gal. Al the Pal. All right, shout out Lucy. I saw Lucy up in here. Salutes to you. Salutes to the critters. Great live shot. I appreciate you. Thank you. So that was dope to have Val on. Fire. Blessings to their family. Salutes to them. Wheezy. Thank you, Shy. Salutes to you. Diamond District. JP. Right, I'm going to go back to the top of the chat quickly. What's the most you ever made from a podcast in 1 month? Peanuts. Most literally. All right, let's go through the top fans list. What do we have tonight? We got a 50 piece. All right. Shout out Tere, Zoraida, Upper Echelon, JP, Roofer, Wheezy, Diamond District, Shannon, my brother Oso, Ivy, Pete, Gooner, Velez, Al the Pal, Joanne, HG, Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, Johnny Deb, Stuyvesant Ave, shout out Fernando Boldo, Big June, 298, Blue Lope, J-Fam, J Nathan, I Don't Care, Essay, Sushi Head, Viva la Island, EC, Papa Giorgio, Prospect LA, Sam, The Guy on the Couch, FM, RJ, Keith Williams, AZ, OT, Edwin, Glory Days, Smoke, Dan Sosa, Alec, Joshua Garcia, Rodriguez, Murder for Hire, Primo, Elution, and Robert. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Shout out JP. Shout out, thanks for another great live, my brother. May God bless the El Cartel members in chat. Like and subscribe to the great quality content. It's free. Don't cost you a damn thing. Buenos nachos. God bless y'all. Salutes to you, JP. Thank you for being here. It was a fun stream. This channel deserves a lot more great stories, brother, with the twins. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. We had a good time tonight. A couple of laughs. Shout out Val. Val, easy to talk to, man. You know, that's why I think she's built for this shit. Shout out Zorada. Great Maybe Monday live. Like always, blessing, Shah. Have a good dinner and rest. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. Now I'm gonna be late for work. Appreciate the episode. Salutes to you, G1. My bad. Go get that money.
Millions.
Go get that money. Shout out Pure Art on the check-in. Barely got out of work. Pure Art was getting that money.
Millions.
Right, hit that like button if you have yet to do so. If we can get to 75 before I end the live, channel might survive. Bars. Shout out JP. Hashtag King. Shout out Pure Art. Tomorrow I'll be here early. Tomorrow's no stream. Something big gotta happen for me to stream tomorrow. Our next stream will be Friday night. But tomorrow we might drop a video. I don't know. Maybe one of these videos will go out tomorrow. We'll see what I edit in the morning. All right, we didn't even finish. I'm going to play this video. Finish this while we get out of here, while I finish this beer. We didn't even get past this.
Del Mencho hace otra revelación.
Right? But Pure Art, you got 5 hours of replay game to do on this stream right here. We had Val up here tonight. We had Jay up here tonight. We talked about the theory that Mencho was going to surrender. And, you know, we got JP's prediction being put on the chopping block.
Que avisora más problemas.
Shout out Big June, Buenos Nachos, Shy, the usual suspects, and everyone else in the chat. Great live, my brother. Salutes to you. I appreciate you.
El cártel sospecha de uno de los suyos. Las 4 letras perciben después de haberse rendido. El Mencho fue asesinado a
He said El Mencho was murdered in
sangre
cold blood,
fría, incluso después de haberse rendido.
even after he had surrendered.
Algo que las fuerzas de las 4 letras perciben como una traición a
Something that the 4 letters see as perceive as a clear
todas
betrayal.
luces. Y luego, la segunda fuente, el secretario del Mencho, hace otra revelación que avisora más problemas.
Second source, Mencho's secretary, makes another revelation that foreshadowed more trouble.
El cártel sospecha de uno de los suyos como quien pudo haber traicionado al Mencho.
The cartel suspects one of its own as the one who may have betrayed Mencho.
Yo estaba en las mismas cabañas, pero del otro lado, del lado
I was in
opuesto.
the same cabins, but on the other side, the opposite side.
Ese día yo salí a llevarle un recado al sapo.
That
Él
day I went to deliver a message to the toad, El Sapo.
estaba en Talpa de Allende y ahí noté algo raro. Yo lo
And I noticed
conozco
something strange.
bien y se me hizo raro que se estaban equipando, como que ya sabían
It seemed strange to me that they were equipping themselves as if they already knew.
lo que pasaría.
See, this sounds like a part of that split. I'm salty we didn't get to this part earlier, because Jay could have talked about this. This sounds like one side trying to put smut on another faction, if that makes sense. Shout out Wheezy, Buenos Nachos, absolute great live. Salute. I appreciate you, Wheezy. Join us more often. Salutes to you. Shayo, you're usually good at conversation with your audience. You're not conversing. You're not being cool tonight. Your boy was busy tonight. And you were spamming every now and then. I probably had a good reason to put you in the fucking bathroom, but I was nice, all right? But I was busy tonight, listening and being attentive to my guests. And dealing with the chat on the stuff that pertained to the topic. What did I drink? I drank hard Mountain Dews tonight. Jalisco copy shit from the Zetas. PR said, put him in the bathroom. It was great to hear Val, all the crazy stuff that happened from the first time she chimed in to now. Can't believe how fast time goes by. Ain't that crazy? A lot of shit has happened, right? She was the first one. She opened the door to all of this shit happening on this channel.
Dice la fuente. Pensamos que fue el sapo quien lo puso.
We think it was el sapo that set him up.
Pero no lo sabemos al 100%.
See, we didn't get to that part. I'm going to have to ask Jay about that on Friday. That right there, now it sounds like there's a motive. Now there's a reason for them to be giving him this information. It seems like one faction pointing at the other faction. Which is obvious, but...
Lo hizo para que lo dejaran en paz por lo de Izaguirre.
He did it so they leave him alone about the Izaguirre Ranch. If y'all remember, this was the training ranch where they say many people were killed.
Dice la fuente en referencia al rancho Izaguirre, donde se habrían encontrado varias narcofosas con restos humanos.
Right, he's talking about the Izaguirre Ranch, where several mass graves containing human remains were allegedly found.
La fuente asegura que apenas viene lo peor.
The source assures that the worst is yet to come.
Ahorita lo más seguro es que se venga algo feo.
Right now, something bad is definitely coming.
Lo más seguro es que se quede el 03, porque el jardinero
It's very likely that 03 will stay
no se va. Él no era
because the jardinero is leaving. The gardener is leaving.
muy amigo del M. Y al señor
He wasn't very friendly with Emmett. I guess that's Mencho.
no le daba mucha confianza el sapo.
And the boss didn't trust the snitch. Or the boss
Revela-
didn't trust the boss didn't trust the sapo, the frog.
El entrevistado. El sapo, agrega la fuente, tiene más poder que todos.
He said the sapo has more power, that the source says that the sapo has more power than anyone.
Lamentablemente se hizo muy fuerte con las escuelas de reclutamiento.
And unfortunately, he became very strong through the recruitment schools.
Tiene mucha gente.
He
Así
has a lot of people.
dice la fuente. El entrevistado
That's what the source says. See, Diamond District, you keep talking about Cheetos, you wonder why I'm not, such a great conversationalist right now. Shout out Big June. I watched the live from the members only that you put out with the ex-FBI agent, bro. That shit had me rolling. Great live shot. Thank you for unlocking it for me. Salutes to you. Glad you enjoyed it. We got to get her, though. I'd like to put the smash on her with Val. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the 75 likes. I appreciate y'all.
termina la comunicación diciendo que irán revelando toda
The interview ends the conversation by saying
la verdad de lo que
that they will reveal the whole
sucedió
truth
con el Mencho,
about what happened with the Mencho,
avisando que habrá represalias por lo que consideran
warning that there will be reprisals for what they
una
consider
traición.
a betrayal.
Pie de nota corroboró la veracidad de la identidad de las dos fuentes que se
We verified the veracity and the identity of the two sources who communicated.
comunicaron. Aún así, ha sido imposible corroborar en un 100%.
Even so, it has been impossible to 100% corroborate. See, we corroborated it, but we can't corroborate it 100%. It's impossible. No, it wasn't Zoraida, unfortunately. That was somebody else. It was.
Por ciento la veracidad de sus versiones.
We've corroborated their identities, but we can't corroborate the veracity of their accounts. Listen, that could be one faction shitting on another faction. Again, like Jay said, why didn't they make a video in camo and fucking with guns and shit?
De ser cierto, México está en aprietos.
If true, Mexico is in trouble.
Una organización de esa envergadura, con un sentimiento de traición hacia las fuerzas
Large organization with a sense of betrayal
armadas,
towards the armed
significa
forces,
con todas sus letras
clearly
una guerra
signifies
declarada en contra de
an
México.
open war against Mexico.
Un reporte especial de Pie de Nota.
My question is, where did Johnny Mitchell get all of that shit about he was making a deal for Menchito? We'll talk about that shit on Friday. I'll be dropping these edited videos over the week. Shout out Zoraida. I thought so. That's why I asked. Boy, she was about to crack you in your shit. Shout out JP, Big June. I'm glad you caught that. That classic. Yeah, we got to finish her up, bro. We got to pack her the fuck up. All right, y'all. I cumplido mi condena. Great stream. I appreciate y'all. Hundreds up in the chat for you. It was a good time. Your boy got to get back to work. With that said, wait, Johnny claimed to be connected with Menchito? No. Johnny was reporting on this Luis Chaparro story, but Johnny said a bunch of other shit. Johnny said that Mencho was working a deal with the United States government to help out Menchito And I didn't hear none of that in what Luis Chaparro said. Not yet. Maybe there's a part missing that I don't have yet. We'll see. Oh yeah, Val's gonna eat that bitch up. But imagine Zoraida out there and Shannon. Damn, that would be great. With all due respect. No, yeah. And Zoraida was here for that. She saw a girl lying through her teeth. Shout out Zoraida. When Val was talking about seeing someone on social media, I seriously thought she was gonna talk about that FBI girl. I thought she was talking about her too. Val would be hilarious with that girl. Yeah, she'll destroy that shit. I thought once you get sentenced, you screwed. No, people make deals after sentencing. They they come back, see if they can get some help. Yeah, I never jumped in the live. Watched pretty much all your vids, though. I'll be back. My boy Nadi's on. Bless up. All right, enjoy. Zoraida, shot good laughs, a great time. Salutes to you. I appreciate you. Johnny, a bad man. He is terrifying. The most respected super thug criminal in all of North America. No cap. Okay, whatever you say. You got it. All right, with that nonsense, I will holla. Y'all have a great night. Peace.